There was no telling how long he'd been dead. The bones were picked almost clean, but I knew him by the discoloured brown rags that flapped under the skeleton, and the one old broken sandal which lay flung nearby among the April daisies. One of the hands had fallen from the wrist, and the clean, brittle bones lay near my foot. I could see where the little finger had been broken, and had set again, crookedly. Already through the bare rib cage the April grass was springing. The air blew clean and sunlit, smelling of flowering gorse. The torch had been stubbed out in the fresh grass. I stooped and picked it up. I should not have thrown it at them, I thought. His birds had given him a seemly way going. A step behind me brought me round, but it was only Cadal. "I saw the birds go up," he said. He was looking down at the thing under the blackthorn bushes. "Galapas?" I nodded. "I saw the mess down by the cave, I guessed." "I hadn't realised I'd been here so long." "Leave this to me." He was stooping already. "I'll get him buried. Go you and wait down where we left the horse. I could maybe find some sort of tool down yonder, or I could come back." "No. Let him lie in peace under the thorn. We'll build the hill over him and let it take him in. We do this together, Cadal." There were stones in plenty to pile over him for a barrow, and we cut sods with our daggers to turf it over. By the end of summer, the bracken and foxgloves and young grasses would have grown right over and shrouded him. So we left him. As we went downhill again past the cave, I thought of the last time I'd gone this way. I had been weeping then, I remembered, for Cerdic's death, for my mother's loss, and Galapas, for who knew what foreknowledge of the future. "You will see me again," he had said, "I promise you that." Well, I had seen him, and some day, no doubt, his other promise would come true in its own fashion. I shivered, caught Cadal's quick look, and spoke curtly. "I hope you had the sense to bring a flask with you. I need a drink." Chapter 4. Cadal had brought more than a flask with him. He had brought food, salt mutton and bread, and last season's olives in a bottle with their own oil. We sat in the lee of the wood and ate, while the cob grazed near us, and below in the distance the placid curves of the river glimmered through the April green of the fields and the young wooded hills. The mist had cleared, and it was a beautiful day. "Well," said Cadal at length, "what's to do?" "We go to see my mother, if she's still there, of course." Then, with a savagery that broke through me so suddenly that I had hardly known it was there, "By Mithras, I'd give a lot to know who did that up yonder." "Why, who could it be, except Vortigern?" "Vortimer, Pascentius, anyone. When a man's wise and gentle and good," I added bitterly, "it seems to me that every man's hand is against him. Galapas could have been murdered by an outlaw for food, or a herdsman for shelter, or a passing soldier for a drink of water." "That was no murder." "What, then?" "I meant, that was done by more than one. Men in a pack are worse than lone ones. But I guess it was Vortigern's men on their way up from the town." "You're probably right. I shall find out." "You think you'll get to see your mother?" "I can try." "Did he... have you any messages for her?" It was, I suppose, the measure of my relationship with Cadal that he dared to ask the question. I answered him quite simply. "If you mean, did Ambrosius ask me to tell her anything, no. He left it to me. What I do tell her depends entirely on what's happened since I left. I'll talk to her first and judge how much to tell her after that. But don't forget I haven't seen her for a long time, and people change. I mean, their loyalties change. Look at mine. When I last saw her, I was only a child, and I have only a child's memories. For all I know, I misunderstood her utterly. The way she thought and the things she wanted. Her loyalties may lie elsewhere, not just the church, but the way she feels about Ambrosius. The gods know there'd be no blame to her if she had changed. She owed Ambrosius nothing. She took good care of that. He said thoughtfully, his eyes on the green distance threading by the glinting river, "The nunnery hadn't been touched." Exactly. Whatever had happened to the rest of the town, Vortigern had let St. Peter's be. So, you see, I've to find out who is in which camp before I give any messages. What she hasn't known about for all these years, it won't hurt her to go on not knowing for as many more days. Whatever happens, with Ambrosius coming so soon, I mustn't take the risk of telling her too much. He began to pack away the remains of the meal while I sat chin on hand, thinking, my eyes on the bright distance. I added slowly, "It's simple enough to find out where Vortigern is now, and if Hengist's landed already, and with how many men. Marek will probably find out without too much trouble. But there were other soundings the Count wanted me to take. Things they'll hardly know about in the nunnery. So now that Galapas is dead, I'll have to try elsewhere. We'll wait here till dusk, then go down to St. Peter's. My mother will be able to tell me who I can still go to in safety." I looked at him. "Whatever king she favours, she's not likely to give me away." "That's true enough." "Well, let's hope they'll let her see you." "If she knows who's asking for her, I imagine it will take more than a word from the abbess to stop her from seeing me. Don't forget she's still a king's daughter." I lay back on the warm grass, my hands behind my head. "Even if I'm not yet a king's son." But king's son or no, there was no getting into the nunnery. I had been right in thinking there had been no damage done here. The high walls loomed unbroken and unscarred, and the gates were new and solid, of oak, hinged and bolted with iron. They were fast shut, nor, mercifully, did any welcoming torch burn outside. The narrow street was empty and unlit in the early dusk. At our urgent summons, a small square window in the gate opened, and an eye was applied to the grille. "Travellers from Cornwall," I said softly. "I must have word with the Lady Ninian." "The lady who?" It was the flat, toneless voice of the deaf. Wondering irritably why a deaf portress should be put at the gate, I raised my voice a little, going closer to the grille. "The Lady Ninian. I don't know what she calls herself now, but she was sister of the late king. Is she with you still?" "Aye, but she'll see nobody." "Is it a letter you have she can read?" "No, I must have speech with her. Go and take word to her. Tell her it's one of her family." "Her family?" I thought I saw a flicker of interest in the eyes. "They're most of them dead and gone. Do you not get news in Cornwall? Her brother the king died in battle last year, and the children have gone to Vortigern. Her own son's been dead these 5 years." "I knew that. I'm not her brother's family, and I'm as loyal as she is to the High King. Go and tell her that, and look, take this for your devotions." A pouch passed through the grille and was grabbed in a quick monkey snatch. "I'll take a message for you. Give me your name. I don't say she'll see you, mind, but I'll take her your name." "My name's Emrys." I hesitated. "She knew me once. Tell her that, and hurry, we'll wait here." It was barely 10 minutes before I heard the steps coming back. For a moment I thought it might be my mother, but it was the same old eyes that peered at me through the grille, the same clawed hand laying hold of the bars. "She'll see you." "Oh, no, not now, young master. You can't come in, nor she can't come out yet, not till prayers is over. Then she'll meet you on the river walk, she says. There's another gate in the wall there, but not to let anyone see you." "Very well. We'll be careful." I could see the whites of the eyes turning as she tried to see me in the shadows. "Knew you, she did. Straight away. Emrys, eh? Well, don't worry that I'll say aught. These be troubled times, and the least said the better, no matter what about."
What time? An hour after moonrise. You'll hear the bell.
I'll be there, I said, but the grill was already shut. There was a mist rising again from the river. This would help, I thought. We went quietly down the lane which skirted the nunnery walls. It led away from the streets down towards the towpath. "What now?" asked Cadal. "It's 2 hours yet till moonrise, and by the look of the night we'll be lucky if we ever see a moon at all. You'll not risk going into the town?" "No, but there's no sense in waiting about in this drizzle. We'll find a place out of the wet where we can hear the bell. This way." The stable-yard gate was locked. I wasted no time on it, but led the way to the orchard wall. No lights showed in the palace. We scrambled over where the wall was broken and walked up through the damp grass of the orchard and into grandfather's garden. The air was heavy with the smell of damp earth and growing things, mint and sweet briar and moss and young leaves heavy with wet. Last year's ungathered fruit squelched under our feet. Behind us, the gate creaked emptily. The colonnades were empty, the doors shut, the shutters fastened close over the windows. The place was all darkness and echoes and the scuttle of rats. But there was no damage that I could see. I suppose that when Vortigern took the town, he had meant to keep the house for himself, and had somehow persuaded or forced his Saxons to bypass it in their looting as, from fear of the bishops, he had forced them to bypass St. Peter's. So much the better for us. We should at least have a dry and comfortable wait. My time with Tremorinus had been wasted indeed if I couldn't have picked every lock in the place. I was just saying as much to Cadal when suddenly round the corner of the house, treading softly as a cat on the mossy flagstones, came a young man walking fast. He stopped dead at the sight of us, and I saw his hand flash down to his hip. But even while Cadal's weapon hissed free of its sheath in reply, the young man peered, stared, and then exclaimed, "Merlin, by the holy oak!" For a moment I genuinely didn't recognize him, which was understandable since he was not much older than myself, and had changed as much in 5 years. Then, unmistakably, I saw who it was, broad shoulders, thrusting jaw, hair that even in the twilight showed red. Dinias, who had been prince and king's son when I was a nameless bastard. Dinias, my cousin, who would not even recognize that much of a tie with me, but who had claimed the title of prince for himself and been allowed to get away with it. He would hardly now be taken for a prince. Even in that fading light I could see that he was dressed not poorly, but in clothes that a merchant might have worn. And he had only one jewel, an arm ring of copper. His belt was of plain leather, his sword hilt plain also, and his cloak, though of good stuff, was stained and frayed at the edge. About his whole person was that indefinable air of seediness which comes from relentless calculation from day to day, or perhaps even from meal to meal. Since in spite of the considerable changes he was still indisputably my cousin Dinias, it was to be supposed that once he had recognized me, there was little point in pretending he was wrong. I smiled and held out my hand. "Welcome, Dinias. Yours is the first known face I've seen today." "What in the name of the gods are you doing here? Everyone said you were dead, but I didn't believe it." His big head thrust out, peering close as the quick eyes looked me up and down. "Wherever you were, you've done all right, seemingly. How long have you been back?" "We came today." "Then you've heard the news." "I knew Camlach was dead. I'm sorry about that, if you were. As you'll know, he was no friend of mine, but that was hardly political." I paused, waiting. Let him make the moves. I saw from the corner of an eye that Cadal was tensed and watchful, a hand still to his hip. I moved my own hand, palm downwards, in a slight flattening movement, and saw him relax. Dinias lifted a shoulder. "Camlach? He was a fool. I told him which way the wolf would jump." But as he spoke, I saw his eyes slide sideways towards the shadows. It seemed that men watched their tongues these days in Malidunum. His eyes came back to me, suspicious, wary. "What's your business here, anyway? Why did you come back?" "To see my mother. I've been in Cornwall. and all we got there was rumours of fighting, and when I heard Camlach was dead and Vortimer, I wondered what had happened at home. Well, she's alive, you'll have found that out. The High King, rather loudly, respects the church. I doubt if you'll get to see her, though. You're probably right. I went up to the nunnery and they wouldn't let me in. But I'll be here for a few days. I'll send a message in, and if she wants to see me, I imagine she'll find a way of doing so. But at least I know she's safe. It's a real stroke of luck running into you like this. You'll be able to give me the rest of the news. I had no idea what I might find here, so as you see, I came in this morning quietly alone with my servant. Quietly is right. I thought you were thieves. You're lucky I didn't cut you down and ask questions afterwards. It was the old Dinias, the bullying note there again, an immediate response to my mild, excusing tone. Well, I wasn't taking any risks till I knew how the family stood. I went off to St. Peter's. I waited till dusk to do that. Then I came to take a look round here. Is the place empty, then? I'm still living here. Where else? The arrogance rang as hollow as the empty colonnade, and for a moment I felt tempted to ask him for hospitality and see what he would say. As if the thought had struck him at the same moment, he said quickly, "Cornwall, eh? What's the news from there? They say Ambrosius's messengers are scuttling across the narrow sea like waterflies." I laughed. Well, I wouldn't know. I've been leading a sheltered life. You picked the right place. The contempt that I remembered so well was back in his voice. They say old Gorlois spent the winter snug down in bed with a girl barely turned 20 and left the rest of the kings to play their own games out in the snow. They say she'd make Helen of Troy look like a market woman. What's she like? I never saw her. He's a jealous husband. Jealous of you? He laughed, and followed it with a comment that made Cadal behind me suck in his breath. But the jibe had put my cousin back in humour, and off his guard. I was still the little bastard cousin, and of no account. He added, "Well, it would suit you. You had a peaceful winter, you with your goatish old duke, while the rest of us tramped the country after the Saxons." So he had fought with Camlach and Vortimer. It was what I had wanted to know. I said mildly, "I was hardly responsible for the Duke's policy, nor am I now." "Ah, it's as well for you. You knew he was in the north with Vortigern." "I knew he had left to join him. At Caernarvon, was it? Are you going up there yourself?" I put the gentlest of queries into my voice, adding meekly, "I wasn't really in a position to hear much news that mattered." A chill current of air eddied, loaded with damp between the pillars. From some broken gutter above us, water suddenly spilled over to splash between us on the flagstones. I saw him gather his cloak round him. "Why are we standing here?" He spoke with a brusque heartiness that rang as false as the arrogance. "You come and exchange news over a flask of wine, eh?" I hesitated, but only for a moment. It seemed obvious that Dinias had his own reasons for keeping out of the High King's eye. For one thing, if he had managed to live down his association with Camlach, he would surely be with Vortigern's army, not skulking here in this threadbare fashion in an empty palace. For another, now that he knew I was in Maridunum, I preferred to keep him under my eye than leave him now to go and talk to whom he would. So I accepted with every appearance of flattered pleasure, only insisting that he must join me for supper, if he could tell me where a good meal was to be found, and a warm seat out of the wet. Almost before the words were out, he had me by the arm and was hurrying me across the atrium and out through the street door. Fine. There's a place over on the west side beyond the bridge. The food's good, and they get the kind of clients that mind their own business." He winked. "Not that you'll be wanting to bother with a girl, eh? Though you don't look as if they'd made a clerk of you after all. Well, no more for now. It doesn't do to look as though you've too much to talk about these days. You either fall foul of the Welsh or you fall foul of Vortigern, and the place is crawling with his spies just now. I don't know who it is they're looking for, but there's a story going about. No, take your trash away." This to a beggar who thrust a tray of rough-cut stones and leather laces in front of us. The man moved back without a word. I saw that he was blind in one eye from a cut. A hideous scar ran right up one cheek and had flattened the bridge of the nose. It looked as if it had been a sword cut. I dropped a coin on the tray as we passed, and Dinias shot me a look that was far from friendly. "Times have changed, eh? You must have struck it rich in Cornwall. Tell me what happened that night. Did you mean to set the whole damn place on fire?" "I'll tell you all about it over supper," I said, and would say no more till we reached the shelter of the tavern and got a bench in the corner with our backs to the wall. Chapter 5. I had been right about Dinias's poverty. Even in the smoky murk of the tavern's crowded room, I could see the threadbare state of his clothes, and sensed the air half of resentment, half of eagerness, with which he watched while I ordered food and a jug of their best wine. While it was coming, I excused myself and had a quick word aside with Cadal. I may get some of the facts we want from him. In any case, I thought it better to stick to him. I'd rather he came under my eye for the moment. The odds are he'll be drunk enough by moonrise to be harmless, and I'll either get him bedded down safe with a girl, or if he's past it, I'll see him home on my way to the nunnery. If I don't look like getting out of here by moonrise, get over yourself to the gate on the towpath to meet my mother. You know our story. Tell her I'm coming, but I fell in with my cousin Dinias, and have to get rid of him first. She'll understand. Now get yourself some food." "Watch your step, I would, Merlin. Your cousin, did you say? Proper daisy he is, and no mistake. He doesn't like you." I laughed. "You think that's news? It's mutual." "Oh, well, as long as you watch it." "I'll do that." Dinias's manners were still good enough to make him wait till I had dismissed Cadal and sat down to pour the wine. He had been right about the food. The pie they brought us was stuffed full of beef and oysters in a thick, steaming gravy, and though the bread was made from barley meal, it was fresh. The cheese was not, and was excellent. The tavern's other wares seemed to match the food. From time to time one got a glimpse of them as a girl peered giggling in through a curtained door, and some man put his cup down and hurried after her. From the way Dinias's eyes lingered on the curtain even while he ate, I thought I might have little difficulty in getting rid of him safely once I had the information I wanted. I waited until he was halfway through his pie before I started asking questions. I hardly liked to wait longer, for from the way he reached for the wine jug, almost in spite of his hunger between every mouthful, I was afraid that if I left it too long he would not be clear-headed enough to tell me what I wanted. Until I was quite sure how the land lay, I was not prepared to venture on ground that might be tricky, but my family being what it was, I could glean a good deal of the information Ambrosius wanted from simply asking questions about my relatives. These he answered readily enough. To begin with, I had been presumed dead ever since the night of the fire. Cerdic's body had been destroyed, and the whole of that side of the courtyard along with it. And when my pony had found its way home and there was no sign of me, it could only be presumed that I had perished along with Cerdic, and vanished the same way. My mother and Camlac had sent men out to search the countryside, but of course found no trace of me. It appeared there had been no suggestion of my having left by sea. The trading ship had not put into Maridunum, of course, and no one had seen the coracle. My disappearance, not remarkably, had made very little stir. What my mother had thought about it no one knew, but she had apparently retired into the seclusion of St. Peter's very soon afterwards. Camlac had lost no time in declaring himself king, and, for form's sake, offered Olwyn his protection. But since his own wife had one son and was heavy with another, it was an open secret that Queen Olwyn would soon be married off to some harmless and preferably distant chieftain, and so on and so on. So much for news of the past, which was none of it news to me or news for Ambrosius. As Dinias finished his meal and leaned back against the wall, loosening his belt, relaxed by the food and wine and warmth, I thought it time to steer near more immediate questions of the present. The tavern had filled up now, and there was plenty of noise to cover what we were saying. One or two of the girls had come out from the inner rooms, and there was a good deal of laughter and some horseplay. It was quite dark now outside, and apparently wetter than ever. Men came in shaking themselves like dogs and shouting for mulled drinks. The atmosphere was heavy with peat smoke and charcoal from the grills, and the smells of hot food and the reek of cheap oil lamps. I had no fear of recognition.
Anyone would have had to lean right over our table and peer into my face to see me properly at all. "Shall I send for more meat?" I asked. Dinias shook his head, belched and grinned. "No, thanks. That was good. I'm in your debt. Now for your news. You've heard mine. Where have you been these past years?" He reached again for the jug of wine and upended it over his empty cup. "Damn thing's empty. Send for more." I hesitated. It appeared he had a poor head for wine, and I didn't want him drunk too soon. He mistook my hesitation. Come on, you surely don't grudge me another jug of wine, eh? It isn't every day a rich young relative comes back from Cornwall. What took you there, eh? And what have you been doing all this time? Come on, young Merlin, let's hear about it, shall we? But first, the wine." "Well, of course," I said, and gave the order to the potboy. "But don't use my name here, if you don't mind. I'm calling myself Emrys now till I see which way the wind blows." He accepted this so readily that I realized things were even trickier in Marydunum than I had thought. It seemed it was dangerous to declare oneself at all. Most of the men in the tavern looked Welsh. There were none I recognized, which was hardly surprising considering the company I'd kept 5 years ago. But there was a group near the door who, from their fair hair and beards, might have been Saxon. I supposed they were Vortigern's men. We said nothing until the potboy had dumped a fresh flask on the table in front of us. My cousin poured it, pushed his plate aside, leaned back, and looked at me inquiringly. "Well, come on, tell me about yourself. What happened that night you left? Who did you go with? You couldn't have been more than 12 or 13 when you went, surely." "I fell in with a pair of traders going south," I told him. "I paid my way with one of the brooches that that the old king gave me. They took me with them as far as Glastonbury. Then I had a bit of luck, fell in with a merchant who was travelling west into Cornwall with glass goods from the island, and he took me along." I looked down as if avoiding his eye and twisted the cup between my fingers. "He wanted to set up as a gentleman and thought it would do him credit to have a boy along who could sing and play the harp, and read and write as well." Very likely." I had known what he would think of my story, and indeed his tone held satisfaction, as if his contempt of me had been justified. So much the better. It didn't matter to me what he thought. "Then?" he asked. "Oh, I stayed with him for a few months, and he was pretty generous, he and his friends. I even made a fair amount on the side." "Harping?" he asked with a lift of the lip. "Harping," I said blandly. "Also reading and writing. I did the man's accounts for him. When he came back north, he wanted me to stay with him, but I didn't want to come back, didn't dare," I added, disarmingly frank. It wasn't hard to find a place in a religious house. Oh, no, I was too young to be anything but a layman. To tell you the truth, I quite enjoyed it. It's a very peaceful life. I've been busy helping them to write out copies of a history of the fall of Troy." His expression made me want to laugh, and I looked down at my cup again. It was good ware, Samian, with a high gloss, and the potter's mark was clear. A.M. Ambrosius made me, I thought suddenly, and smoothed the letters gently with my thumb as I finished for Dinias the account of the 5 harmless years spent by his bastard cousin. "I worked there until the rumours started coming in from home. I didn't pay much heed to them at first, rumours were always flying, but when we knew that it was true about Camlach's death and then Vortimer's, I began to wonder what might have happened in Marydunum. Why, I knew I had to see my mother again." "You're going to stay here?" "I doubt it. I like Cornwall, and I have a home there of a sort." "Then you'll become a priest?" I shrugged. "I hardly know yet. It's what they always meant for me, after all. Whatever the future is there, my place here is gone, if I ever had one, and I'm certainly no warrior." He grinned at that. "Well, you never were exactly, were you? And the war here isn't over. It's hardly begun, let me tell you." He leaned across the table confidentially, but the movement knocked his cup so that it rocked and the wine washed up to the rim. He grabbed and steadied it. "Nearly spilt that, and the wine's nearly out again. Not bad stuff, eh? What about another?" "If you like. But you were saying?" "Cornwall, now. I've always thought I'd like to go there. What are they saying there about Ambrosius?" The wine was already talking. He had forgotten to be confidential. His voice was loud, and I saw one or two heads turn in our direction. He took no notice. "Yes, I imagine you'd hear down there if there was any news to hear. They say that's where he'll land, eh?" "Oh," I said easily, "there's talk all the time. There has been for years, you know how it is. He hasn't come yet, so your guess is as good as mine." "Like a bet on it?" I saw he had reached into the pouch at his waist and brought out a pair of dice, which he tossed idly from hand to hand. "Come on, give you a game?" "No, thanks. At any rate, not here. Look, Dinias, I'll tell you what. We'll get another flask or two, if you like, and go home and drink them there." "Home?" he sneered loose-lipped. "Where's that? An empty palace?" He was still talking loudly, and from across the room I noticed someone watching us. Nobody I knew. Two men in dark clothes, one with a fringe of black beard, the other thin-faced and red-headed with a long nose like a fox. Welshmen, by the look of them, and cups in their hands. But the flask had been at the same level now for a good half-hour. I glanced at Dinias. I judged he had reached the stage now of being disposed either to friendly confidences or a loud quarrel. To insist on leaving now might be to provoke that quarrel, and if we were being watched, and if the crowd near the door were indeed Vortigern's men, it would be better to stay here and talk quietly than take my cousin out into the street and perhaps be followed. What, after all, did a mention of Ambrosius's name matter? It would be on every man's lips, and if, as it seemed likely, rumours had been flying more thickly than usual of late, everyone, Vortigern's friends and enemies alike, would be discussing them. Dinias had dropped the dice on the table and was pushing them here and there with a reasonably steady forefinger. At least they would give us an excuse for a heads-together session in our corner, and dice might take his attention off the wine flask. I brought out a handful of small coins. "Look, if you really want a game, what can you put on the table?" As we played, I was conscious that Blackbeard and the foxy man were listening. The Saxons near the door seemed harmless enough. Most of them were 3 parts drunk already and talking too loudly among themselves to pay attention to anyone else, but Blackbeard seemed to be interested. I threw the dice. 5 and 4. Too good. I wanted Dinias to win something. I could hardly offer him money to get him behind the curtain with a girl. Meanwhile, to put Blackbeard off the scent, I said, not loudly but very clearly, "Ambrosius, is it? Well, you know the rumours. I've heard nothing definite about him, only the usual stories that have been going the rounds these 10 years. Oh, yes, men say he'll come to Cornwall or marry Doonham or London or Avonmouth. You can take your pick. Your throw." Blackbeard's attention had shifted. I leaned closer to watch Dinias's throw and lowered my voice. "And if he did come now, what would happen? You know this better than I. Would what's left of the West rise for him or stand loyal to Vortigern?" "The West would go up in flames. It's done that already, God knows." "Double or quits?" "Flames like the night you left. God, how I laughed. Little bastard sets the place on fire and goes. Why did you? Ah, that's mine, 5-5. Throw you again?" "Right. Why did I go, you mean?" "I told you I was afraid of Camlach." "I didn't mean that. I mean, why did you set the place on fire? Don't tell me it was an accident, because I don't believe you." "It was a funeral pyre. I lit it because Camlach killed my servant." He stared, the dice for a moment still in his hands. "You fired the king's palace for a slave?" "Why not? I happen to like my servant better than I liked Camlach." He gave me a slightly fuddled look and threw a 2 and a 4. I scooped back a couple of coins. "Damn you," said Dinias. "You've no right to win. You've enough already." "All right again." "Your servant, indeed. You've a mighty high tone for a bastard playing at being a scribe in a priest's cell." I grinned. "Well, you're a bastard too, remember, dear cousin." "Maybe, but at least I know who my father was." "Keep your voice down. People are listening." "All right, throw you again." A pause while the dice rattled. I watched them rather anxiously. So far they had tended to fall my way. How useful it would be, I thought, if power could be brought to bear on such small things. It would take no effort and make the way smoother. But I had begun to learn that in fact power made nothing smoother. When it came, it was like having a wolf by the throat. Sometimes I had felt like that boy in the old myth, who harnessed the horses of the sun and rode the world like a god until the power burned him to death. I wondered if I would ever feel the flames again. The dice fell from my very human fingers, a 2 and a 1. No need to have the power if you could have the luck. Dinias gave a grunt of satisfaction and gathered them up, while I slid more coins towards him. The game went on. I lost the next 3 throws, and the heap beside him grew respectably. He was relaxing. No one was paying us any attention. That had been imagination. It was time, perhaps, for a few more facts. "Where's the king now?" I asked. "Eh? Oh, aye, the king. He's been gone from here nearly a month, moved north as soon as the weather slackened and the roads were open." "To Caernarvon? You said Segontium." "Did I? Oh, well, I suppose he called that his base. But who'd want to be caught in that corner between Withfa and the sea? No, he's building himself a new stronghold, they say." "Did you say you'd get another flask?" "Here it comes." "Help yourself, I've had enough." "A stronghold, you said. Where?" "What?" "Oh, yes. Good wine, this. I don't rightly know where he's building. Somewhere in Snowdon. Told you, Dinas Brennin, they call it. Or would, if he could get it built." "What's stopping him? Is there still trouble up there? Vortimer's faction still, or something new? They're saying in Cornwall that he's got 30,000 Saxons at his back." "At his back? On both sides, Saxons everywhere, our king has. But not with him. With Hengist. And Hengist and the king aren't seeing eye to eye. Oh, he's beset, is Vortigern, I can tell you." Fortunately, he was speaking quietly, his words lost in the rattle of dice and the uproar around us. I think he'd half forgotten me. He scowled down at the table as he threw. "Look at that. The bloody things are ill-wished. Like King's Fort." Somewhere the words touched a string of memory to a faint humming as elusive and untraceable as a bee in the lime trees. I said casually, making my throw, "Ill-wished? How?" "Ah, that's better. Should be able to beat that. Oh, well, you know these Northmen. If the wind blows colder one morning, they say it's a dead spirit passing by. They don't use surveyors in that army. The soothsayers do it all. I heard he'd got the walls built 4 times to man height, and each time by next morning they'd cracked clear across. Ha! How's that?" "Not bad. I couldn't beat it, I'm afraid." "Did he put guards on?" "Of course. They saw nothing." "But why should they?" It seemed that the luck was against us both. The dice were as ill-wished for Dinias as the walls for Vortigern. In spite of myself, I threw a pair of doubles. Scowling, Dinias pushed half his pile towards me. I said, "It only sounds as if he picked a soft place. Why not move?" "He picked the top of a crag, as pretty a place to defend as you'll find in all Wales. It guards the valley north and south and stands over the road just where the cliffs narrow both sides and the road is squeezed right up under the crag. And damn it, there's been a tower there before. The locals have called it King's Fort, time out of mind." King's Fort. Dinas Brennin. The humming swelled clear into a memory. Birches bone-white against a milk-blue sky, the scream of a falcon, 2 kings walking together, and Cerdic's voice saying, "Come down, and I'll cut you in on a crap game." Before I even knew, I'd done it, as neatly as Cerdic himself. I flicked the still-turning dice with a quick finger. Dinias, upending the empty flask over his cup, never noticed. The dice settled, a 2 and a 1. I said ruefully, "You won't have much trouble beating that." He did beat it, but only just. He pulled the coins towards him with a grunt of triumph, then sprawled half across the table, his elbow in a pool of spilled wine. Even if I did manage, I thought, to let this drunken idiot win enough money off me, I'd be lucky if I could get him even as far as the curtain leading to the brothel room. My throw again. As I shook the box, I saw Cadal in the doorway, waiting to catch my eye. It was time to be gone. I nodded, and he withdrew. As Dinias glanced to see who I had signalled to, I threw again. and flicked a settling 6 over with my sleeve, 1 and 3. Dinias made a sound of satisfaction and reached for the box. "Tell you what," I said, "one more throw and we'll go. Win or lose, I'll buy another flask and we'll take it with us and drink it in my lodgings. We'll be more comfortable than here." Once I got him outside, I reckoned Cadal and I could deal with him. "Lodgings? I could have given you lodgings, plenty of room there. You needn't have sent your man to look for lodgings. Got to be careful these days, you know." "There, pair of 5s, beat that if you can, Merlin the bastard." He tipped the last of the wine down his throat, swallowed and leaned back, grinning. "I'll give you the game." I pushed the coins over to him and made to stand up. As I looked round for the potboy to order the promised flask, Dinias slammed his hand down on the table with a crash. The dice jumped and rattled and cup went over, rolled and smashed on the floor. Men stopped talking, staring. "Oh, no, you don't. We'll play it out." "Walk out just as the luck's turning again, would you? I'll not take that from you or anyone else. Sit down and play, my bastard cousin." "Oh, for God's sake, Dinias. All right. So I'm a bastard too. All I can say is better be the bastard of a king than a no-man's child who never had a father at all." He finished with a hiccup, and someone laughed. I laughed too and reached for the dice. "All right, we'll take them with us. I told you, win or lose, we'd take a flask home. We can finish the game there. It's time we drank one another into bed." A hand fell on my shoulder heavily as I twisted to see who it was. Someone came on my other side and gripped my arm. I saw Dinias stare upwards, gaping. Around us, the drinkers were suddenly silent. Blackbeard tightened his grip. "Quietly, young sir. We don't want a brawl, do we? Could we have a word with you outside?" Chapter 6. I got to my feet. There was no clue in the staring faces round me. Nobody spoke. "What's all this about?" "Outside, if you please," repeated Blackbeard. "We don't want to—" "I don't in the least mind having a brawl," I said crisply. "You'll tell me who you are before I'll go a step with you, and to start with, take your hands off me. Landlord, who are these men?" "King's men, sir. You'd best do as they say. If you've got nothing to hide—" "You've got nothing to fear," I said. "I know that one, and it's never true." I shoved Blackbeard's hand off my shoulder and turned to face him. I saw Dinias staring with his mouth slack. This, I supposed, was not the meek-voiced cousin he knew. Well, the time for that was past. "I don't mind these men hearing what you have to say. Tell me here. Why do you want to talk to me?" "We were interested in what your friend here was saying." "Then why not talk to him?" Blackbeard said stolidly, "All in good time. If you tell me who you are, and where you come from—" "My name is Emrys, and I was born here in Maridunum. I went to Cornwall some years ago when I was a child, and now had a fancy to come home and hear the news, that's all." "And this young man, he called you cousin?" "That was a form of speech. We are related, but not nearly. You probably also heard him call me bastard." "Wait a minute." The new voice came from behind me among the crowd. An elderly man with thin grey hair. Nobody I recognised pushed his way to the front. "I know him. He's telling the truth. Why, that's Merlin Emrys, sure enough. That was the old king's grandson." Then to me, "You won't remember me, sir. I was your grandfather's steward, one of them. I tell you this." He stretched his neck like a hen, peering up at Blackbeard. "King's men or no king's men, you've no business to lay a hand on this young gentleman. He's told you the truth. He left Maridunum 5 years ago. That's right, 5. It was the night the old king died. And nobody heard tell where he'd gone. But I'll take any oath you like. He would never raise a hand against King Vortigern. Why, he was training to be a priest, and never took arms in his life. And if he wants a quiet drink with Prince Dinias, why, they're related, as he told you. And who else would he drink with to get the news of home?" He nodded at me kindly. "Yes, indeed. That's Merlin Emrys. That's a grown man now instead of a little boy, but I'd know him anywhere. And let me tell you, sir, I'm mighty glad to see you safe. It was feared you died in the fire." Blackbeard hadn't even glanced at him. He was directly between me and the door. He never took his eyes off me.
Merlin Emrys, the old king's grandson. He said it slowly. And a bastard. Whose son, then?
There was no point in denying it. I had recognized the steward now. He was nodding at me, pleased with himself. I said, "My mother was the king's daughter, Ninian." The black eyes narrowed.
Is this true?
Quite true. Quite true. It was the steward, his goodwill to me patent in his pale, stupid eyes. Blackbeard turned to me again. I saw the next question forming on his lips. My heart was thumping, and I could feel the blood stealing up into my face. I tried to will it down.
And you a father?
I do not know. Perhaps he would only think that the blood in my face was shame.
Speak carefully now, said Blackbeard. You must know. Who got you?
I do not know. He regarded me.
Your mother, the king's daughter, you remember her?
I remember her well.
And she never told you? You expect us to believe this?
I said irritably, I don't care what you believe or what you don't believe. I'm tired of all this. All my life people have asked me this question, and all my life people have disbelieved me. It's true. She never told me. I doubt if she told anyone. As far as I know, she may have been telling the truth when she said I was begotten of a devil. I made a gesture of impatience. Why do you ask?
We heard what the other young gentleman said.
His tone and look were stolid.
I'd rather be a bastard and have a king for a father than a no-man's child who never had a father at all.
If I take no offence, why should you? You can see he's in his cups.
We wanted to make sure, that's all. And now we've made sure. The king wants you.
The king? I must have sounded blank. He nodded.
Vortigern. We've been looking for you for 3 weeks past. You're to go to him.
I don't understand. I must have looked bewildered rather than frightened. I could see my mission falling round me in ruins, but with this was a mixture of confusion and relief. If they had been looking for me for 3 weeks, this surely could have nothing to do with Ambrosius. Dinias had been sitting quietly enough in his corner. I thought that most of what was said had not gone through to him, but now he leaned forward, his hands flat on the wine-splashed table. What does he want him for? Tell me that.
You've no call to worry.
Blackbeard threw it at him almost disdainfully.
It's not you he wants, but I'll tell you what. Since it was you who led us to him, it's you who should get the reward.
Reward, I asked. What talk is this? Dinias was suddenly stone sober. I said nothing. What do you mean? Blackbeard nodded.
It was what you said that led us to him.
Well, he was only asking questions about the family. He's been away, said my cousin. You were listening. Anybody could have listened. We weren't keeping our voices down. By the gods, if we wanted to talk treason, would we have talked it here?
Nobody mentioned treason. I'm just doing my duty. The king wants to see him, and he's to come with me.
The old steward said, looking troubled now. You can't harm him. He's who he says he is, Ninian's son. You can ask her yourself. That brought Blackbeard round to face him quickly.
She's still alive?
Oh, yes, she's that all right. She's barely a stone's throw off at the nunnery of St. Peter's, beyond the old oak at the crossways. Leave her alone, I said, really frightened now. I wondered what she might tell them. Don't forget who she is. Even Vortigern won't dare to touch her. Besides, you've no authority, either over me or her.
You think not?
Well, what authority have you?
This.
The short sword flashed in his hand. It was sharpened to a dazzle. I said, Vortigern's law, is it? Well, it's not a bad argument. I'll go with you, but it won't do you much good with my mother. Leave her alone, I tell you. She won't tell you any more than I.
But at least we don't have to believe her when she says she doesn't know.
But it's true. It was the steward still chatting. I tell you, I served in the palace all my life, and I remember it all. It used to be said she'd borne a child to the devil, to the Prince of Darkness. Hands fluttered as people made the sign. The old man said, peering up at me,
Go with them, son. They'll not hurt Ninian's child, or her either. There'll come a time when the king will need the people of the West, as who should know better than he?
It seems I'll have to go with them, with the king's warrant so sharp at my throat, I said. It's all right, Dinias, it wasn't your fault. Tell my servant where I am. Very well, you. Take me to Vortigern, but keep your hands off me. I went between them to the door, the drinkers making way for us. I saw Dinias stumble to his feet and come after. As we reached the street, Blackbeard turned. I was forgetting. Here, it's yours. The purse of money jingled as it hit the ground at my cousin's feet. I didn't turn, but as I went I saw, even without looking, the expression on my cousin's face as, with a quick glance to right and left, he stooped for the purse and tucked it into his waistband. Chapter 7. Vortigern had changed. My impression that he had grown smaller, less impressive, was not only because I myself, instead of being a child, was now a tall youth. He had grown, as it were, into himself. It did not need the makeshift hall, the court which was less a court than a gathering of fighting chiefs and such women as they kept by them, to indicate that this was a man on the run, or rather a man in a corner. But a cornered wolf is more dangerous than a free one, and Vortigern was still a wolf. And he had certainly chosen his corner well. King's Fort was, as I remembered it, a crag commanding the river valley, its crest only approachable along a narrow saddleback like a bridge. This promontory jutted out from a circle of rocky hills which provided in their shelter a natural corrie, where horses could graze and where beasts could be driven in and guarded. All round the valley itself, the mountains towered, grey with scree, and still not green with spring. All the April rain had done was to bring a long cascade spilling 1,000 feet from the summit to the valley's foot. A wild, dark, impressive place. If once the wolf dug himself in at the top of that crag, even Ambrosius would be hard put to it to get him out. The journey took 6 days. We started at first light, by the road which leads due north out of Marydunum, a worse road than the eastbound way, but quicker. Even slowed down as we were by bad weather and the pace set by the women's litters. The bridge was broken at Pennal, and more or less washed away, and nearly half a day was spent fording the Afon Diffy before the party could struggle on to Tormenny Moor, where the road was good. On the afternoon of the 6th day we turned up the riverside track for Dinas Brennin, where the king lay. Blackbeard had had no difficulty at all in persuading St. Peter's to let my mother go with him to the king. If he had used the same tactics as with me, this was understandable enough. But I had no opportunity to ask her, or even to find out if she knew any more than I did why Vortigern wanted us. A closed litter had been provided for her, and 2 women from the religious house travelled with her. Since they were beside her day and night, it was impossible for me to approach her for private speech, and in fact she showed no sign of wanting to see me alone. Sometimes I caught her watching me with an anxious, even perhaps a puzzled look, but when she spoke she was calm and withdrawn, with never so much as a hint that she knew anything that Vortigern himself might not overhear. Since I was not allowed to see her alone, I had judged it better to tell her the same story I'd told Blackbeard. Even the same, since for all I knew he had been questioned, that I had told Dinias. She would have to think what she could about it, and about my reasons for not getting in touch with her sooner. It was, of course, impossible to mention Brittany, or even friends from Brittany, without risking her guess about Ambrosius, and this I dared not do. I found her much changed. She was pale and quiet, and had put on weight, and with it a kind of heaviness of the spirit that she had not had before. It was only after a day or two jogging north with the escort through the hills that it suddenly came to me what this was. She had lost what she had had of power. Whether time had taken this, or illness, or whether she had abnegated it for the power of the Christian symbol that she wore on her breast, I had no means of guessing. But it had gone. On one score my mind was set at rest straight away. My mother was treated with courtesy, even with distinction, as befitted a king's daughter. I received no such distinction, but I was given a good horse, housed well at night, and my escort was civil enough when I tried to talk to them. Beyond that, they made very little effort with me. They would give no answer to any of my questions, though it seemed to me they knew perfectly well why the king wanted me. I caught curious and furtive glances thrown at me, and once or twice a look of pity. We were taken straight to the king. He had set up his headquarters on the flat land between the crag and the river, from where he had hoped to oversee the building of his stronghold. It was a very different camp, even from the makeshift ones of Uther and Ambrosius. Most of the men were in tents, and except for high earthworks and a palisade on the side towards the road, they apparently trusted to the natural defences of the place, the river and crag on one side, the rock of Dinas Brennin on the other, and the impenetrable and empty mountains behind them. Vortigern himself was housed royally enough. He received us in a hall whose wooden pillars were hung with curtains of bright embroidery, and whose floor of the local greenish slate was thickly strewn with fresh rushes. The high chair on the dais was regally carved and gilded. Beside him, on a chair equally ornate and only slightly smaller, sat Rowena, his Saxon queen. The place was crowded. A few men in courtier's dress stood near, but most of those present were armed. There was a fair sprinkling of Saxons. Behind Vortigern's chair on the dais stood a group of priests and holy men. As we were brought in, a hush fell. All eyes turned our way. Then the king rose, and, stepping down from the dais, came to meet my mother, smiling, and with both hands outstretched. "I bid you welcome, princess," he said, and turned to present her with ceremonial courtesy to the queen. The hiss of whispers ran round the hall, and glances were exchanged. The king had made it clear by his greeting that he did not hold my mother accountable for Camlach's part in the recent rebellion. He glanced at me briefly, but I thought with keen interest, gave me a nod of greeting, then took my mother's hand on his arm and led her up onto the dais. At a nod of his head, someone hurried to set a chair for her on the step below him. He bade her be seated, and he and the queen took their places once more. Walking forward with my guards at my back, I stood below the dais in front of the king. Vortigern spread his hands on the arms of his chair and sat upright, smiling from my mother to me with an air of welcome and even satisfaction. The buzz of whispers had died down. There was a hush. People were staring, expectant. But all the king said was, to my mother, "I ask your pardon, madam, for forcing this journey on you at such a time of year. I trust you are made comfortable enough?" He followed this up with smooth, trivial courtesies, while the people stared and waited, and my mother bent her head and murmured her polite replies, as upright and unconcerned as he. The two nuns who had accompanied her stood behind her like waiting women. She held one hand at her breast, fingering the little cross which she wore there as a talisman. The other lay among the brown folds on her lap. Even in her plain brown habit she looked royal. Vortigern said, smiling, "And now will you present your son?" "My son's name is Merlin. He left Marydunum 5 years ago after the death of my father, your kinsman. Since then he has been in Cornwall in a house of religion. I commend him to you." The king turned to me. 5 years? You would be little more than a child then, Merlin. How old are you now?" "I'm 17, sir." I met his gaze squarely. "Why have you sent for my mother and myself?" "I had hardly set foot in Marydunum again when your men took me by force." "For that I'm sorry. You must forgive their zeal. They only knew that the matter was urgent, and they took the quickest means to do what I wished." He turned back to my mother. "Do I have to assure you, Lady Ninian, that no harm will come to you?" "I swear it. I know that you have been in the House of St. Peter now for 5 years, and that your brother's alliance with my sons was no concern of yours." "Nor of my sons, my lord," she said calmly. "Merlin left Marydunum on the night of my father's death, and from that day until now I have heard nothing from him. But one thing is certain. He had no part in the rebellion. Why, he was only a child when he left his home, and indeed, now that I know he fled south that night to Cornwall, I can only assume he went from very fear of my brother, Camlach, who was no friend to him. I assure you, my Lord King, that whatever I myself have guessed of my brother's intentions towards you, My son knew nothing of them. I am at a loss to know why you should want him here." To my surprise, Vortigern did not even seem interested in my sojourn in Cornwall, nor did he look at me again. He rested his chin on his fist and watched my mother from under his brows. His voice and look were alike grave and courteous, but there was something in the air that I didn't like. Suddenly I realized what it was. Even while my mother and the king talked, watching one another, the priests behind the king's chair watched me. And when I stole a glance out of the corners of my eyes at the people in the hall, I found that here too there were eyes on me. There was a stillness in the room now, and I thought suddenly, now he will come to it. He said quietly, almost reflectively, "You never married?" "No." Her lids drooped, and I knew she had become suddenly wary. "Your son's father, then, died before you could be wed? Killed in battle, perhaps?" "No, my lord." Her voice was quiet but perfectly clear. I saw her hands move and tighten a little. "Then he still lives?" She said nothing, but bowed her head so that her hood fell forward and hid her face from the other people in the hall. But those on the dais could still see her. I saw the Queen staring with curiosity and contempt. She had light blue eyes and big breasts, which bulged milk-white above a tight blue bodice. Her mouth was small, her hands were as white as her breasts, but the fingers thick and ugly like a servant's. They were covered with rings of gold and enamel and copper. The king's brows drew together at my mother's silence, but his voice was still pleasant. "Tell me one thing, Lady Ninian. Did you ever tell your son the name of his father?" "No." The tone of her voice, full and definite, contrasted oddly with the posture of bowed head and veiled face. It was the pose of a woman who is ashamed, and I wondered if she meant to look like this to excuse her silence. I couldn't see her face myself, but I saw the hand that held the fold of her long skirt. I was sharply reminded of the Ninian who had defied her father to refuse Gorlan, king of Lanascol. Across the memory came another, the memory of my father's face, looking at me across the table in the lamplight. I banished it. He was so vividly in front of me that it seemed to me a wonder that the whole hall full of men could not see him. Then it came to me sharply and with terror that Vortigern had seen him. Vortigern knew. This was why we were here. He had heard some rumour of my coming and was making sure. It remained to be seen whether I would be treated as a spy or as a hostage. I must have made some movement in spite of myself. My mother looked up and I saw her eyes under the hood. She no longer looked like a princess. She looked like a woman who is afraid. I smiled at her, and something came back into her face, and I saw then that her fear was only for me. I held myself still and waited. Let him make the moves. Time enough to counter them when he had shown me the ground to fight from. He twisted the big ring on his finger. "This is what your son told my messengers, and I've heard it said that no one else in the kingdom ever knew the name of his father. From what men tell me, Lady Ninian, and from what I know of you, your child would never be fathered by anyone base. Why not, then, tell him? It is a thing a man should know." I said angrily, forgetting my caution, "What is it to you?" My mother flashed me a look that silenced me, then to Vortigern, "Why do you ask me these questions?" "Lady," said the king, "I sent for you today, and for your son, to ask you one thing only. The name of his father." "I repeat, why do you ask?" He smiled. It was a mere baring of the teeth. I took a step. "Mother, he has no right to ask you this. He will not dare—" "Silence him," said Vortigern. The man beside me slapped a hand across my mouth and held me fast. There was the hiss of metal as the other drew his sword and pressed it against my side. I stood still. My mother cried out, "Let him go! If you hurt him, Vortigern, king or no king, I will never tell you, even if you kill me. Do you think I held the truth from my own father and my brother, and even from my son for all these years, just to tell for the asking?" "You will tell me for your son's sake," said Vortigern. At his nod, the fellow took his hand from my mouth and stood back, but his hand was still on my arm, and I could feel the other's sword sharp through my tunic. My mother had thrown back her hood now and was sitting upright in her chair, her hands gripping the arms. Pale and shaken as she was, and dressed in the humble brown robe, she made the Queen look like a servant. The silence in the hall now was deathly. Behind the King's chair, the priests stood staring. I held tightly to my thoughts. If these men were priests and magicians, then no thought of Ambrosius, not even his name, must come into my mind. I felt the sweat start on my body, and my thoughts tried to reach my mother and hold her without forming an image which these men could see. But the power had gone, and there was no help here from the god. I did not even know if I was man enough for what might happen after she told them. I dared not speak again. I was afraid that if they used force against me, she would speak to save me. And once they knew, once they started to question me. Something must have reached her, because she turned and looked at me again, moving her shoulders under the rough robe as if she felt a hand touch her. As her eyes met mine, I knew that this was nothing to do with power. She was trying, as women will, to tell me something with her eyes. It was a message of love and reassurance, but on a human level, and I could not understand it. She turned back to Vortigern. "You choose a strange place for your questions, King. Do you really expect me to speak of these things here in your open hall and in the hearing of all comers?" He brooded for a moment, his brows down over his eyes. There was sweat on his face, and I saw his hands twitch on the arms of the chair. The man was humming like a harp string. The tension ran right through the hall, almost visibly. I felt my skin prickle, and a cold wolf-spoor of fear walked up my spine. Behind the king, one of the priests leaned forward and whispered. Then the king nodded. "The people shall leave us, but the priests and the magicians must remain." Reluctantly, and with a buzz of chatter, people began to leave the hall. The priests stayed, a dozen or so men in long robes standing behind the chairs of the king and queen. One of them, the one who had spoken to the king, a tall man who stood stroking his grey beard with a dirty ringed hand, was smiling. From his dress he was the head of them. I searched his face for signs of power, but though the men were dressed in priests' robes, I could see nothing there but death. It was in all their eyes. More than that I couldn't see. The wolf-spoor of cold touched my bones again. I stood in the soldier's grip without resistance. "Loose him," said Vortigern. "I have no wish to harm the Lady Ninian's son, but you, Merlin, if you move or speak again before I give you leave, you will be taken from the hall." The sword withdrew from my side, but the man still held it ready. The guard stood back half a pace from me. I neither moved nor spoke. I had never since I was a child felt so helpless, so naked of either knowledge or power, so stripped of God. I knew with bitter failure that if I were in the crystal cave with fires blazing and my master's eyes on me, I should see nothing. I remembered suddenly that Galapas was dead. Perhaps, I thought, the power had only come from him, and perhaps it had gone with him. The king had turned his sunken eyes back to my mother. He leaned forward, his look suddenly fierce and intent. "And now, madam, will you answer my question?" "Willingly," she said. "Why not?" Chapter 8. She had spoken so calmly that I saw the king's look of surprise. She put up a hand to push the hood back from her face and met his eyes levelly. "Why not? I see no harm in it. I might have told you sooner, my lord, if you had asked me differently and in a different place. There is no harm now in men knowing. I am no longer in the world and do not have to meet the eyes of the world or hear their tongues. And since I know, now, that my son too has retired from the world, then I know how little he will care what the world says about him. So I will tell you what you want to know. And when I tell you, you will see why I have never spoken of this before, not even to my own father or to my son himself." There was no sign of fear now. She was even smiling. She had not looked at me again. I tried to keep from staring at her, to school my face into blankness. I had no idea what she planned to say, but I knew that here would be no betrayal. She was playing some game of her own and was secure in her own mind that this would avert whatever danger threatened me. I knew for certain that she would say nothing of Ambrosius, but still, everywhere in the hall was death. Outside it had begun to rain, and the afternoon was wearing on towards twilight. A servant came in at the door bearing torches, but Vortigern waved him back. To do him justice, I believe he was thinking of my mother's shame, but I thought to myself, there can be no help even there. No light, no fire.
"Speak, then," said Vortigern. "Who fathered your son?"
I never saw him. She spoke quite simply. It was no man that I ever knew. She paused, then said, without looking at me, her eyes still level on the king, "My son will forgive me for what he is soon to hear. But you have forced me, and this he will understand." Vortigern flashed me a look. I met it stonily. I was certain of her now. She went on, "When I was only young, about 16, and thinking, as girls do, of love, it happened one Martinmas Eve, after I and my women had gone to bed. The girl who slept in my room was asleep, and the others were in the outer chamber, but I could not sleep. After a while I rose from my bed and went to the window. It was a clear night with a moon. When I turned back to my bed-place, I saw what I took to be a young man standing there, full in the middle of my bedchamber. He was handsome and young, dressed in a tunic and long mantle with a short sword at his side. He wore rich jewels. My first thought was that he had broken in through the outer chamber while my women slept. My second was that I was in my shift and barefoot, with my hair loose. I thought he meant mischief, and was opening my mouth to call out and wake the women, when the youth smiled at me with a gesture, as if to tell me to be quiet. He meant me no harm. Then he stepped aside into the shadow, and when I stole after to look, there was no one there." She paused. No one spoke. I remembered how she would tell me stories when I was a child. The hall was quite still, but I felt the man beside me quiver, as if he would have liked to move away. The Queen's mouth hung open, half in wonder, half, I thought, in envy. My mother looked at the wall above the King's head. I thought it had been a dream, or a girl's fancy bred of moonlight. I went to bed and told no one. But he came again. Not always at night, not always when I was alone. So I realized it was no dream, but a familiar spirit who desired something from me. I prayed, but still he came. While I was sitting with my girls spinning, or when I walked on dry days in my father's orchard, I would feel his touch on my arm and his voice in my ear. But at these times I did not see him, and nobody heard him but I. She groped for the cross on her breast and held it. The gesture looked so unforced and natural that I was surprised, until I saw that it was indeed natural, that she did not hold the cross for protection, but for forgiveness. I thought to myself, it is not the Christian God she should fear when she lies. She should be afraid of lying like this about the things of power. The king's eyes bent on her were fierce, and I thought exultant. The priests were watching her as if they would eat her spirit alive. So all through that winter he came to me, and he came at night. I was never alone in my chamber, but he came through doors and windows and walls, and lay with me. I never saw him again, but heard his voice and felt his body. Then, in the summer, when I was heavy with child, he left me. She paused. They will tell you how my father beat me and shut me up, and how, when the child was born, he would not give him a name fit for a Christian prince, but, because he was born in September, named him for the sky god, the wanderer, who has no house but the woven air. But I called him Merlin always, because on the day of his birth, a wild falcon flew in through the window and perched above the bed, and looked at me with my lover's eyes. Her glance crossed mine then, a brief flash. This, then, was true. And the Emrys, too. She had given me that in spite of them. She had kept that much of him for me after all. She had looked away. I think, my Lord King, that what I have told you will not altogether surprise you. You must have heard the rumours that my son was not as ordinary boys. It is not possible always to be silent. And I know that there have been whispers. But now I have told you the truth openly, and so I pray you, my Lord Vortigern, to let my son and me go back in peace to our respective houses of religion. When she had finished, there was silence. She bowed her head and pulled up her hood again to hide her face. I watched the king and the men behind him. I thought to see him angry, frowning with impatience. But to my surprise, his brows smoothed out and he smiled. He opened his mouth to answer my mother, but the queen forestalled him. She leaned forward, licked her red lips, and spoke for the first time to the priests. "Morgan, is this possible?" It was the tall man, the bearded high priest, who answered her. He spoke without hesitation, bland and surprisingly emphatic. "Madam, it is possible. Who has not heard of these creatures of air and darkness who batten on mortal men and women? In my studies and in many of the books I have read, I have found stories of children being born into the world in this fashion." He eyed me, fondling his beard, then turned to the king. "Indeed, my lord, we have the authority of the ancients themselves. They knew well that certain spirits haunting the air at night between the moon and the earth cohabit at their will with mortal women in the shape of men. It is certainly possible that this royal lady, this virtuous royal lady, was the victim of such a creature. We know, and she has said herself, that this was rumoured for many years. I myself spoke with one of her waiting women, who said that the child could surely be begotten of none but the devil, and that no man had been near her. And of the son himself, when he was a child, I heard many strange things. Indeed, King Vortigern, this lady's story is true." No one looked any longer at Ninian. Every eye in the place was on me. I could see in the king's face nothing that was not at once ferocious and innocent, a kind of eager satisfaction like a child's or a wild beast's when it sees its prey loitering nearer. Puzzled, I held my tongue and waited. If the priests believed my mother, and Vortigern believed the priests, then I could not see where danger could come from. No faintest hint had turned men's thoughts towards Ambrosius. Morgan and the king seemed to hurry with eager satisfaction down the path that my mother had opened for them. The king glanced at my guards. They had moved back from me, no doubt afraid to stand so near a demon's child. At his sign they closed in again. The man on my right still held his sword drawn, but down by his side and out of my mother's view. It was not quite steady. The man on my left surreptitiously loosened his own blade in its sheath. Both men were breathing heavily, and I could smell fear on them. The priests were nodding sagely, and some of them, I noticed, held their hands in front of them in the sign to ward off enchantment. It seemed that they believed Morgan. They believed my mother. They saw me as the devil's child. All that had happened was that her story had confirmed their own belief, the old rumours. This, in fact, was what she had been brought here for, and now they watched me with satisfaction, but also with a kind of wary fear. My own fear was leaving me. I thought I began to see what they wanted. Vortigern's superstition was legendary. I remembered what Dinias had told me about the stronghold that kept falling down, and the reports of the king's soothsayers that it was bewitched. It seemed possibly that because of the rumours of my birth, and possibly because of the childish powers I had shown before I left home, to which Morgan had referred, they thought I could advise or help them. If this was so, and they had brought me here because of my reputed powers, there might be some way in which I could help Ambrosius right from the enemy's camp. Perhaps, after all, the god had brought me here for this. Perhaps he was still driving me. Put yourself in his path. Well, one could only use what was to hand. If I had no power to use, I had knowledge. I cast my mind back to the day at King's Fort and to the flooded mine in the core of the crag, to which the dream had led me. I would certainly be able to tell them why their foundations would not stand, It was an engineer's answer, not a magician's. But, I thought, meeting the oyster eyes of Morgan as he dry-washed those long, dirty hands before him, if it was a magician's answer they wanted, they should have it. And Vortigern with them. I lifted my head. I believe I was smiling. King Vortigern! It was like dropping a stone into a pool. The room was so still, so centred on me. I said strongly, "My mother has told you what you asked her. No doubt you will tell me now in what way I can serve you. But first, I must ask you to keep your royal promise and let her go."
"The Lady Ninian is our honoured guest."
The king's reply seemed automatic. He glanced at the open arcade that faced the river, where the white lances of the rain hissed down across a dark grey sky.
"You are both free to go whenever you choose, but this is no time to begin the long journey back to Marydunum. You will surely wish to lie the night here, madam, and hope for a dry day tomorrow."
He rose, and the Queen with him.
"Rooms have been prepared, and now the Queen will take you there to rest and make ready to sup with us. Our court here, and our rooms, are a poor makeshift, but such as they are at your service. Tomorrow you will be escorted home."
My mother had stood when they did. "And my son? You still have not told us why you brought us here for this."
"Your son can serve me. He has powers which I can use. Now, madam, if you will go with the Queen, I will talk to your son and tell him what I want of him. Believe me, he is as free as you are. I only constrained him until you told me the truth I wished to hear. I must thank you now for confirming what I had guessed."
He put out a hand.
"I swear to you, Lady Ninian, by any god you like, that I do not hold his birth against him, now or ever."
She regarded him for a moment, then bowed her head, and ignoring his gesture came down to me, holding out both her hands. I crossed to her and took them in my own. They felt small and cold. I was taller than she was. She looked up at me with the eyes that I remembered. There was anxiety in them, and the dregs of anger, and some message urgently spoken in silence. "Merlin, I would not have had you know it this way. I would have spared you this." But this was not what her eyes were saying. I smiled down at her and said carefully, "Mother, you told me nothing today that shocked me. Indeed, there's nothing you could tell me about my birth that I do not already know. Set yourself at rest." She caught her breath, and her eyes widened, searching my face. I went on slowly, "Whoever my father was, it will not be held against me. You heard what the king promised. That is all we need to know." Whether she got this part of the message, I couldn't guess. She was still taking in what I had said first. "You knew. You knew." I knew. You surely don't imagine that in all the years I've been away from you and with the kind of studies I've undertaken, I never found out what parentage I had. It's some years now since my father made himself known to me. I assure you I've spoken with him, not once but many times. I find nothing in my birth of which I need to be ashamed. For a moment longer she looked at me, then she nodded, and the lids drooped over her eyes. A faint colour had come up into her face. She had understood me. She turned away, pulling her hood up again to hide her face, and put her hand on the king's arm. She went from the room, walking between him and the Queen and her two women following them. The priests remained, clucking and whispering and staring. I took no notice of them, but watched my mother go. The king paused in the doorway, and I heard his voice bidding my mother goodbye. There was a crowd waiting in the outer porch. They made way for Rowena and my mother, and the half-dozen women who were there followed them. I heard the swish of their dresses and the light voices of the women fade into the sound of the rain. Vortigern stood still in the doorway, watching them go. Outside the rain fell with a noise like a running river. It was darkening fast. The king swung round on his heel and came back into the hall with his fighting men behind him.
Chapter 9. They crowded round me, muttering noisily, but holding back in a circle like hounds before they close in for the kill. Death was back in the hall. I could feel it, but couldn't believe or understand it. I made a movement as if to follow my mother, and the swords of my guards lifted and quivered. I stood still. I said sharply to the king, "What's this? You gave your word. Are you so quickly forsworn?" "Not forsworn. I gave my word that you should serve me, that I would never hold your birth against you. This is true. It is because of what I know about you, because you are the child of no man, that I have had you brought to me today. You will serve me, Merlin, because of your birth."
"Well?" He mounted the steps to the throne and sat down again. His movements were slow and deliberate. All the men of the court had crowded in with him, and with them the torch-bearers. The hall filled with smoky light and the rustle and creak of leather and the clank of mail. Outside the rain hissed down. Vortigern leaned forward, chin on fist.
"Merlin, we have learned today what in part we already suspected, that you are the child of no man but of a devil. As such you require mercy from no man. But because your mother is a king's daughter, and therefore something is due to you, I shall tell you why I brought you here. You know perhaps that I am building a stronghold here on the rock they call the fortress."
"Everybody knows it," I said, "and everyone knows it will not stand, but falls down whenever it reaches man-height."
He nodded. "And my magicians and wise men here, my advisers, have told me why. The foundations have not been properly laid."
"Well," I said, "that sounds remarkably like sense to me." There was a tall old man to the king's right beside the priests. His eyes were a bright angry blue under jutting white brows. He was watching me fixedly, and I thought I saw pity in his look. As I spoke, he put a hand up to his beard as if to hide a smile. The king seemed not to have heard me.
"They tell me," he said, "that a king's stronghold should be built on blood."
"They are talking, of course, in metaphors," I said politely. Morgan suddenly struck his staff on the floor of the dais.
"They are talking literally," he shouted. "The mortar should be slaked with blood. Blood should be sprinkled on the foundations. In ancient times no king built a fortress without observing this rite. The blood of a strong man, a warrior, kept the walls standing." There was a sharp pause. My heart had begun to beat in slow, hard strokes that made the blood tingle in my limbs. I said coldly, "And what has this to do with me? I am no warrior." "You are no man, neither," said the king harshly. "This is the magic, Merlin, that they have revealed to me. That I should seek out a lad who never had a father and slake the foundations with his blood." I stared at him, then looked round the ring of faces. There was shifting and muttering, and few eyes met mine, but I could see it in all their faces, the death I had smelt ever since I entered the hall. I turned back to the king. "What rubbish is this? When I left Wales, it was a country for civilized men and for poets, for artists and for scholars, for warriors and kings who killed for their country cleanly and in daylight. Now you talk of blood and human sacrifice. Do you think to throw modern Wales back to the rites of ancient Babylon and Crete?" "I do not speak of human sacrifice," said Vortigern. "You are the son of no man. Remember this." In the stillness, the rain lashed into the bubbling puddles on the ground outside. Someone cleared his throat. I caught the fierce blue glance of the old warrior. I had been right. There was pity there. But even those who pitied me were not going to raise a hand against this stupidity. It had all come clear at last, like lightning breaking. This had been nothing to do with Ambrosius or with my mother. She was safe enough, having merely confirmed what they wanted confirmed. She would even be honoured, since she had provided what they desired. And Ambrosius had never even entered their thoughts. I was not here as his son, his spy, his messenger. All they wanted was the devil's child to kill for their crude and dirty magic. And, ironically enough, what they had got was no devil's child, not even the boy who once had thought to have power in his hands. All they had got was a human youth with no power beyond his human wits. But, by the God, I thought, those might yet be enough. I had learned enough, power or no power, to fight them with their own weapons. I managed to smile, looking beyond Morgan at the other priests. They were still making the sign against me, and even Morgan hugged his staff against his breast, as if it had the power to protect him. "And what makes you so sure that my father the devil will not come to my aid?" "Those are only words, King. There's no time to listen." Morgan spoke quickly and loudly, and the other priests pressed forward with him round the king's chair. They all spoke at once. "Yes, kill him now. There's no time to waste. Take him up to the crag and kill him now. You shall see that the gods will be appeased and the walls stand steady. His mother will not know, and even if she does, what can she do?" There was a general movement, like hounds closing in. I tried to think, but I was empty even of coherent thought. The air stank and darkened. I could smell blood already, and the sword blades, held openly now against me, flashed in the torchlight. I fixed my eyes on the fire-shot metal, and tried to empty my mind. But all I could see was the picked skeleton of Galapas, high on the hill in the sunlight, with the wings of the birds over him. I said to the swords, "Tell me one thing. Who killed Galapas?" "What did he say? What did the devil's son say?" The question buzzed through the hall. A harsh voice said loudly, "Let him speak." It was the old grey-bearded warrior. "Who killed Galapas, the magician who lived on Bryn Myrddin above Maridunum?" I had almost shouted it. My voice sounded strange even to me. They fell silent, eyeing one another sideways, not understanding. Vortigern said, "The old man? Well, they said he was a spy." "He was a magician, and my master," I said. "And he taught me, Vortigern." "What did he teach you?" I smiled. "Enough. Enough to know that these men are fools and charlatans." "Very well, Vortigern. Take me up to the crag, and bring your knives with you, you and your soothsayers. Show me this fortress, these cracking walls, and see if I cannot tell you better than they why your fort will not stand." "No man's child?" I said it with contempt. "These are the things they conjure up, these foolish old men, when they can think of nothing else. Does it not occur to you, King, that the son of a spirit of darkness might have a magic that outstrips the spells of these old fools? If what they say is true, and if my blood will make these stones stand, then why did they watch them fall not once, not twice, but 4 times, before they could tell you what to do? Let me but see the place once, and I will tell you. By the God of gods, Vortigern, if my dead blood could make your fortress stand, how much better could my living body serve you?" "Sorcery! Sorcery! Don't listen to him! What does a lad like him know of such matters?" Morgan began to shout, and the priests to cluck and chatter, but the old warrior said gruffly and sharply, "Let him try. There's no harm in that. Help you must have, Vortigern, be it from God or devil. Let him try, I say." And round the hall I heard the echoes from the fighting men, who would have no cause to love the priests. "Let him try." Vortigern frowned in indecision, glancing from Morgan to the warriors, then at the grey arches where the rain fell. "Now? Better now," they said. "There's not much time." "No," I said clearly, "there is not much time." Silence again, all eyes on me. "The rain is heavy, Vortigern. What kind of king is it whose fortress is knocked down by a shower of rain? You will find your walls fallen yet again. This comes of building in the dark with blind men for counsellors. Now take me to the top of your crag, and I will tell you why your walls have fallen, and if you listen to me instead of to these priests of darkness, I will tell you how to rebuild your stronghold in the light." As I spoke, like the turning off of a tap, the downpour stopped. In the sudden quiet, men's mouths gaped. Even Morgan was dumb. Then, like the pulling aside of a dark curtain, the sun came out. I laughed. "You see? Come, King, take me to the top of the crag, and I will show you in sunlight why your walls fell down. But tell them to bring the torches. We shall need them." Chapter 10. Before we had fairly reached the foot of the crag, I was proved right. The workmen could be seen crowded to the edge of the rock above, waiting for the king, and some of them had come down to meet him. Their foreman came panting up, a big man with rough sacking held gripped round his shoulders like a cloak, still sluicing with wet. He seemed hardly to have realized that the rain had stopped. He was pale, his eyes red-rimmed as if he had lacked sleep for nights. He stopped 3 paces away, eyeing the king nervously and dashing the wet back of a hand across his face. "Again?" said Vortigern briefly. "Aye, my lord. And there's no one can say that it's a fault of ours, that I'll swear, any more than last time, or the times before. You saw yesterday how we were laying it this time. You saw how we cleared the whole site to start again and got right down to solid rock. And it is solid rock, my lord, I'll swear it. But still the wall cracks." He licked his lips, and his glance met mine and slid away from it, so that I knew he was aware of what the king and his soothsayers planned. "You're going up now, my lord?" "Yes, clear the men off the site." The man swallowed, turned, and ran up the twisting track. I heard him shouting. A mule was brought, and the king mounted. My wrist was tied roughly to the harness. Magician or no, the sacrifice was to be given no chance of escape until he had proved himself. My guards kept close to my side. The king's officers and courtiers crowded round us, talking in low voices among themselves, but the priests held back, aloof and wary. I could see that they were not much afraid of the outcome. They knew as well as I did how much their magic was the power of their gods, and how much illusion working on faith. They were confident that I could do no more than they, that even if I were one of their own kind, they could find a way to defeat me. All I had to put against their smooth-worn rights was, they thought, the kind of bluff they were familiar with, and the luck that had stopped the rain and brought the sun out when I spoke. The sun gleamed on the soaked grasses of the crag's crest. Here we were high above the valley where the river wound like a bright snake between its green verges. Steam rose from the roofs of the king's camp. Round the wooden hall and buildings, the small skin tents clustered like toadstools, and men were no bigger than woodlice crawling between them. It was a magnificent place, a true eagle's eyrie. The king halted his mule in a grove of wind-bitten oaks, and pointed forward under the bare boughs. "Yesterday, you could have seen the western wall from here." Beyond the grove was a narrow ridge, a natural hogsback or causeway, along which the workmen and their beasts had beaten a wide track. King's Fort was a craggy tower or rock, approached on one side by the causeway, and with its other 3 sides falling steeply away in dizzy slopes and cliffs. Its top was a plateau perhaps 100 by 100 paces, and would once have been rough grass with outcropping rock and a few stunted trees and bushes. Now it was a morass of churned mud round the wreck of the ill-wished tower. On 3 sides, the walls of this had risen almost to shoulder height. On the 4th side, the wall, newly split, sagged out in a chaos of piled stones, some fallen and half buried in mud, others still precariously mortared to outcrops of the living rock. Heavy poles of pine wood had been driven in here and there, and canvas laid across to shelter the work from the rain. Some of the poles had fallen flat. Some were obviously newly splintered by the recent crack. On those which were whole, the canvas hung flapping, or had stretched and split with the wet. Everything was sodden, and pools stood everywhere. The workmen had left the site and were crowded to one side of the plateau near the causeway. They were silent, with fear in their faces. I could see that the fear was not of the king's anger at what had happened to the work, but at the force which they believed in and did not understand. There were guards at the entrance to the causeway. I knew that without them not one workman would have been left on the site. The guards had crossed their spears, but when they recognized the king, they drew them back. I looked up. "Vortigern, I cannot escape from you here unless I leap off the crag, and that would sprinkle my blood just where Morgan wants it. But neither can I see what is wrong with your foundations unless you loose me." He jerked his head, and one of my guards freed me. I walked forward. The mule followed, stepping delicately through the thick mud. The others came after. Morgan had pressed forward and was speaking urgently to the king. I caught words here and there. Trickery. Escape. Now or never. Blood. The king halted and the crowd with him. Someone said, "Here, boy," and I looked round to see the greybeard holding out a staff. I shook my head, then turned my back on them and walked forward alone. Water stood everywhere, glinting in soggy pools between the tussocks, or on the curled fingers of young bracken thrusting through the pallid grass of winter. The grey rock glittered with it. As I walked slowly forward, I had to narrow my eyes against the wet dazzle to see at all. It was the western wall that had fallen. This had been built very near the edge of the crag, and though most of the collapse had been inwards, there was a pile of fallen stuff lying right out to the cliff's edge, where a new landslip showed raw and slimy with clay. There was a space in the north wall where an entrance was to be built. I picked my way through this between the piles of rubble and workmen's gear and into the centre of the tower. Here the floor was a thick mess of churned mud, with standing puddles struck to blinding copper by the sun. This was setting now, in the last blaze of light before dusk, and glared full in my eyes as I examined the collapsed wall, the cracks, the angle of fall, the telltale lie of the outcrops. All the time I was conscious of the stir and mutter of the crowd. From time to time the sun flashed on bared weapons. Morgan's voice, high and harsh, battered at the king's silence. Soon, if I did nothing and said nothing, the crowd would listen to him. From where he sat his mule, the king could see me through the gap of the north entrance, but most of the crowd could not. I climbed, or rather mounted, such was my dignity, the fallen blocks of the west wall, till I stood clear of the building that remained, and they could all see me. This was not only to impress the king. I had to see, from this vantage point, the wooded slopes below through which we had just climbed, trying, now that I was clear of the crowd and the jostling, to recognize the way I had taken up to the adit all those years ago. The voices of the crowd, growing impatient, broke in on me, and I slowly lifted both arms towards the sun in a kind of ritual gesture, such as I had seen the priests use in summoning spirits. If I at least made some show as a magician, it might keep them at bay, the priests in doubt and the king in hope, till I had had time to remember. I could not afford to cast falteringly through the wood like a questing dog. I had to lead them straight and fast, as the Merlin had once led me. And my luck held. As I raised my arms, the sun went in and stayed in, and the dusk began to thicken. Moreover, with the dazzle out of my eyes, I could see. I looked back along the side of the causeway to the curve of the hill where I had climbed all those years ago, to get away from the crowd round the two kings. The slopes were thickly wooded, more thickly than I remembered. Already, in the shelter of the corrie, some early leaves were out, and the woods were dark with thorn and holly. I could not recognize the way I had gone through the winter woods. I stared into the thickening dusk, casting back in memory to the child who had gone scrambling there. We had ridden in from the open valley along that stream, under the thick trees, over that low ridge and into the corrie. The kings, with Camlac and Dinias and the rest, had sat on that southern slope below the knot of oaks. The cooking fires had been there, the horses there. It had been noon, and as I walked away, that way, I had trodden on my shadow. I had sat down to eat in the shelter of a rock. I had it now, a grey rock, cleft by a young oak. And on the other side of the rock the kings had gone by, walking up towards King's Fort. A grey rock, cleft by a young oak beside the path, and straight from it, up through the steep wood, the flight path of the Merlin. I lowered my arms and turned. Twilight had fallen quickly in the wake of the grey clouds. Below me the wooded slope swam thick with dusk. Behind Vortigern, the mass of cloud was edged sharply with yellow, and a single shaft of misty light fell steeply on the distant black hills. The men were in dark silhouette, their cloaks whipping in the wet breeze. The torches streamed. Slowly I descended from my viewpoint. When I reached the centre of the tower floor, I paused, full in the king's view, and stretched my hands out, palms down, as if I were feeling like a diviner for what lay below the earth. I heard the mutter go round, and the harsh sound of contempt from Morgan. Then I dropped my hands and approached them. "Well?" The king's voice was hard and dry with challenge. He fidgeted in the saddle. I ignored him, walking on past the mule and heading straight for the thickest part of the crowd, as if it was not there. I kept my hands still by my sides and my eyes on the ground. I saw their feet hesitate, shuffle, move aside as the crowd parted to let me through. I walked back across the causeway, trying to move smoothly and with dignity over the broken and sodden ground. The guards made no attempt to stop me. When I passed one of the torch-bearers, I lifted a hand and he fell in beside me without a word. The track that the workmen and their beasts had beaten out of the hillside was a new one, but, as I had hoped, it followed the old deer-trod which the kings had taken. Halfway down, unmistakable, I found the rock. Young ferns were springing in the crevice among the roots of the oak, and the tree showed buds already breaking among last year's oak galls. Without a moment's hesitation, I turned off the track and headed into the steep tangle of the woods. It was far more thickly overgrown than I remembered, and certainly nobody had been this way in a long time, probably not since Cerdic and I had pushed our way through. But I remembered the way as clearly as if it had still been noon of that winter's day. I went fast, and even where the bushes grew more than shoulder height, I tried to go smoothly, unregarding, wading through them as if they were a sea. Next day I paid for my wizard's dignity with cuts and scratches and ruined clothes, but I have no doubt that at the time it was impressive. I remember when my cloak caught and dragged on something, how the torch-bearer jumped forward like a slave to loosen and hold it for me. Here was the thicket, right up against the side of the dell. More rock had fallen from the slope above, piling between the stems of the thorn trees like froth among the reeds of a backwater. Over it the bushes crowded, bare elderberry, honeysuckle like trails of hair, brambles sharp and whippy, ivy glinting in the torchlight. I stopped. The mule slipped and clattered to a halt at my shoulder. The king's voice said, "What's this? What's this? Where are you taking us? I tell you, Merlin, your time is running out. If you have nothing to show us—" "I have plenty to show you." I raised my voice so that all of them, pushing behind him, could hear me. "I will show you, King Vortigern, or any man who has courage enough to follow me, the magic beast that lies beneath your stronghold and eats at your foundations. Give me the torch." The man handed it to me. Without even turning my head to see who followed, I plunged into the darkness of the thicket and pulled the bushes aside from the mouth of the adit. It was still open, safely shored and square, with the dry shaft leading level into the heart of the hill. I had to bend my head now to get in under the lintel. I stooped and entered, with the torch held out in front of me. I had remembered the cave as being huge, but had been prepared to find that this, like other childhood memories, was false. But it was bigger even than I remembered. Its dark emptiness was doubled in the great mirror of water that had spread till it covered all the floor save for a dry crescent of rock 6 paces deep, just inside the mouth of the adit. Into this great still lake the jutting ribs of the cave walls ran like buttresses to meet the angle of their own reflections. Then on down again into darkness. Somewhere deeper in the hill was the sound of water falling, but here nothing stirred the burnished surface. Where before trickles had run and dripped like leaking faucets, now every wall was curtained with a thin, shining veil of damp which slid down imperceptibly to swell the pool. I advanced to the edge, holding the torch high. The small light of the flame pushed the darkness back, a palpable darkness, deeper even than those dark nights where the black is thick as a wild beast's pelt, and presses on you like a stifling blanket. 1,000 facets of light glittered and flashed as the flames caught the sliding water. The air was still and cold and echoing with sounds like birdsong in a deep wood. I could hear them scrambling along the adit after me. I thought quickly. I could tell them the truth, coldly. I could take the torch and clamber up into the dark workings and point out faults which were giving way under the weight of the building work above. But I doubted if they would listen. Besides, as they kept saying, there was no time. The enemy was at the gates, and what Vortigern needed now was not logic and an engineer. He wanted magic and something, anything, that promised quick safety and kept his followers loyal. He himself might believe the voice of reason, but he could not afford to listen to it. My guess was that he would kill me first and attempt to shore up the workings afterwards, probably with me in them. He would lose his workmen else. The men came pouring in at the dark mouth of the adit like bees through a hive door. More torches blazed, and the dark slung back. The floor filled with coloured cloaks and the glint of weapons and the flash of jewels. Eyes showed liquid as they looked around them in awe. Their breath steamed on the cold air. There was a rustle and mutter, as of folk in a holy place, but no one spoke aloud. I lifted a hand to beckon the king, and he came forward and stood with me at the edge of the pool. I pointed downwards. Below the surface, something, a rock perhaps, glimmered faintly, shaped like a dragon. I began to speak slowly, as it were testing the air between us. My words fell clear and leaden like drops of water on rock. "This is the magic, King Vortigern, that lies beneath your tower. This is why your walls cracked as fast as they could build them. Which of your soothsayers could have showed you what I show you now?" His two torch-bearers had moved forward with him. The others still hung back. Light grew, wavering from the walls as they advanced. The streams of sliding water caught the light and flowed down to meet their reflections, so that fire seemed to rise through the pool like bubbles in sparkling wine to burst at the surface. Everywhere as the torches moved, water glittered and sparked, jets and splashes of light breaking and leaping and coalescing across the still surface, till the lake was liquid fire. And down the walls the light falls ran and glittered like crystals, like the crystal cave come alive and moving and turning round me, like the starred globe of midnight whirling and flashing. I took my breath in painfully and spoke again. "If you could drain this pool, King Vortigern, to find what lay beneath it—" I stopped. The light had changed. Nobody had moved and the air was still, but the torchlight wavered as men's hands shook. I could no longer see the king. The flames ran between us. Shadows fled across the streams and staircases of fire, and the cave was full of eyes and wings and hammering hoofs and the scarlet rush of a great dragon stooping on his prey. A voice was shouting, high and monotonous, gasping. I couldn't get my breath. Pain broke through me, spreading from groin and belly like blood bursting from a wound. I could see nothing. I felt my hands knotting and stretching. My head hurt, and the rock was hard and streaming wet under my cheekbone. I'd fainted, and they had seized me as I lay, and were killing me. This was my blood seeping from me to spread into the pool and shore up the foundations of their rotten tower. I choked on breath like bile. My hands tore in pain at the rock, and my eyes were open, but all I could see was the whirl of banners and wings and wolves' eyes and sick mouths gaping and the tail of a comet like a brand and stars shooting through a rain of blood. Pain went through me again, a hot knife into the bowels. I screamed, and suddenly my hands were free. I threw them up between me and the flashing visions, and I heard my own voice calling but could not tell what I called. In front of me the visions whirled, fractured, broke open in intolerable light, then shut again into darkness and silence. Chapter 11. I woke in a room splendidly lined with embroidered hangings, where sunlight spilt through the window to lay bright oblongs on a boarded floor. I moved cautiously, testing my limbs. I had not been hurt. There was not even a trace of headache. I was naked, softly and warmly bedded in furs, and my limbs moved without a hint of stiffness. I blinked wonderingly at the window, then turned my head to see Cadal standing beside the bed, relief spreading over his face like light after cloud. "And about time," he said. "Cadal! Mithras, but it's good to see you. What's happened? Where is this?" "Vortigern's best guest chamber, that's where it is. You fixed him, young Merlin, you fixed him proper. Did I? I don't remember. I got the impression that they were fixing me. Do you mean they're not still planning to kill me? Kill you? Stick you in a sacred cave, more like, and sacrifice virgins to you. Pity it'd be such a waste. I could use a bit of that myself. I'll hand them over to you. Oh, Cadal, but it is good to see you. How did you get here? I just got back to the nunnery gate when they came for your mother. I heard them asking for her and saying they'd got you and were taking the pair of you off to Vortigern at cocklight next day. I spent half the night finding Marek and the other half trying to get a decent horse, and I might as well have saved myself the pains I had to settle for that screw you bought. Even the pace you went, I was near a day behind you by the time you'd got to Penal. Well, not that I wanted to catch up till I saw which way the land lay. Well, never mind, I got here in the end, at dusk yesterday, and found the place buzzing like a hive that's been trodden on. He gave a short bark of a laugh. It was Merlin this and Merlin that. Hey, they call you the king's prophet already. When I said I was your servant, they couldn't shove me in here fast enough. Seems there isn't exactly a rush to look after sorcerers of your class. Hey, can you eat something? No, yes. Yes, I can. I'm hungry. I pushed myself up against the pillows. Wait a minute. You say you got here yesterday. How long have I slept? The night and the day. It's wearing on for sunset. The night and the day? Then it's... Cadal, what's happened to my mother, do you know? She's gone, safe away home. But don't fret yourself about her. Get your food now, while I tell you. Here. He brought a tray on which was a bowl of steaming broth and a dish of meat with bread and cheese and dried apricots. I couldn't touch the meat, but ate the rest while he talked. She doesn't know a thing about what they tried to do or what happened. When she asked about you last night, they told her you were here, royally housed and high in the king's favour. They told her you'd spat in the priest's eyes, in a manner of speaking, and prophesied fit to beat Solomon, and were sleeping it off comfortable. She came to take a look at you this morning to make sure, and saw you sleeping like a baby. Then she went off. I didn't get a chance to speak to her, but I saw her go. She was royally escorted, I can tell you. She had half a troop of horse with her, and her women had litters nearly as grand as herself. You say I prophesied? Spat in the priest's eyes? I put a hand to my head. I wish I could remember. We were in the cave under King's Fort. They've told you about that, I suppose. I stared at him. What happened, Cadal? You mean to tell me you don't remember? I shook my head. All I know is they were going to kill me to stop their rotten tower from falling down, and I put up a bluff. I thought if I could discredit their priests, I might save my own skin. But all I ever hoped to do was to make a bit of time so that maybe I could get away. Aye, I heard what they were going to do. Some people are dead ignorant. You'd wonder at it. But he was watching me with the look that I remembered. It was a funny kind of bluff, wasn't it? How did you know where to find the tunnel? Oh, that. Well, that was easy. I've been in these parts before as a boy. I came to this very place once, years ago, with Cerdic, who was my servant then. And I was following a falcon through the wood when I found that old tunnel. I see. Some people might call that luck. If they didn't know you, that is. I suppose you've been right in. Yes. When I first heard about the west wall cracking above, I thought it must be something to do with the old mine workings. I told him then quickly all that I could remember of what had happened in the cave. The lights, I said. The water glittering, the shouting. It wasn't like the seeings I've had before. The white bull and other things that I've sometimes seen. And this was different. For one thing, it hurt far more. That must be what death is like. I suppose I did faint in the end. I don't remember being brought here at all. I don't know about that. When I got in to see you, you were just asleep. Very deep, but quite ordinary, it seemed to me. I make no bones about it. I took a good look at you to see if they'd hurt you, but I couldn't find any sign of it, bar a lot of scratches and grazes they said you'd got in the woods. Your clothes looked like it, too, I can tell you. But from the way you were housed here and the way they spoke of you, I didn't think they'd dare raise a finger to you, not now. Whatever it was, a faint or a fit or a trance, more like, you've put the wind up them proper. Now you have. Yes, but how exactly? Did they tell you? Oh, aye, they told me. The ones that could speak of it. Beric, he's the one that gave you the torch, he told me. He told me they'd all been set to cut your throat, those dirty old priests, and it seems if the king hadn't been at his wit's end, and impressed by your mother and the way the pair of you didn't seem frightened of them, he never would have waited. Oh, I heard all about it, don't worry. Beric said he'd not have given 2 pennies for your life back there in the hall when your mother told her story. He shot me a look. All that rigmarole about the devil in the dark, letting you in for this. What possessed her? She thought it would help. I suppose she thought that the king had found out who my father was, and had had us dragged here to see if we had news of his plans. That's what I thought myself. I spoke thoughtfully. And there was something else. When a place is full of superstition and fear, you get to feel it. I tell you, it was breathing goose pimples all over me. She must have felt it too. You might almost say she took the same line as I did, trying to face magic with magic. So she told the old tale about my being got by an incubus, with a few extra flourishes to carry it across. I grinned at him. She did it well. I could have believed it myself if I hadn't known otherwise. But never mind, go on. I want to know what happened in the cavern. Do you mean I talked some kind of sense? Well, no. I didn't mean that exactly. Couldn't make head or tail of what Beric told me. He swore he had it nearly word for word. It seems he has ambitions to be a singer or something. Well, what he said, you just stood there, staring at the water running down the walls, and then you started to talk, quite ordinary to start with, to the king, as if you were explaining how the shaft had been driven into the hill and the veins mined, but then the old priest, Morgan, isn't it, started to shout, "This is fool's talk," or something, when you lets out a yell that's fair froze the balls on them. Beric's expression, not mine. He's not used to gentleman's service. And your eyes turned up white, and you put your hands up as if you was pulling the stars out of their sockets. Beric again. He ought to be a poet. And started to prophesy. Yes? Well, that's what they all say. All wrapped up it was, with eagles and wolves and lions and boars and as many other beasts as they've ever had in the arena, and a few more besides, dragons and such, and going hundreds of years forward, which is safe enough, dear knows. But Beric said it sounded, the lot of it, as true as a trumpet, and as if you'd have given odds on it with your last penny. I may have to, I said dryly, if I said anything about Vortigern or my father. Which you did, said Cadal. Well, I'd better know. I'm going to have to stick by it. It was all dressed up like poet stuff. Red dragons and white dragons fighting and laying the place waste. Showers of blood, all that kind of thing. But it seems to me you gave them chapter and verse for everything that's going to happen. The white dragon of the Saxons and the red dragon of Ambrosius fighting it out. The red dragon looking not so clever to begin with, but winning in the end. Yes. Then a bear coming out of Cornwall to sweep the field clear. A bear? You mean the boar, surely. That's Cornwall's badge. Ah. Then he may be still for my father after all. Beric said a bear. Artos was the word. He took notice because he wondered about it himself. But you were clear about it, he says. Artos, you called him. Arthur, some name like that. You mean to tell me you don't remember a word of it? Not a word. Well, look, now, I can't remember any more, but if they start coming at you about it, you could find some way of getting them to tell you everything you said. It's quite the thing, isn't it, for prophets not to know what they were talking about? Oracles and that? I believe so. All I mean is, if you finished eating, and if you really feel all right, perhaps you'd better get up and dress. They're all waiting for you out there. What for the God's sake? They don't want more advice. Are they moving the site of the tower? No, they're doing what you told them to do. What's that? Draining the pool by a conduit. They've been working all night and day getting a pump rigged up to get the water out through the adit. But why? That won't make the tower any safer. In fact, it might bring the whole top of the crag in. Yes, I'm finished. Take it away. I pushed the tray into his hands and threw back the bed covers. Cadal, are you trying to tell me I said this in my delirium? Aye. You told them to drain the pool, and at the bottom they'd find the beasts that were bringing the king's fort down. Dragons, you said. Red and white. I sat on the edge of the bed, my head in my hands. I remember something now. Something I saw. Yes, that must be it. I did see something under the water, probably just a rock, dragon-shaped. And I remember starting to say something to the king about draining the pool. But I didn't tell them to drain it. I was saying, even if you drained the pool, it wouldn't help you. At least that's what I started to say. I dropped my hands and looked up. You mean they're actually draining the place? Thinking some water beast is there underneath, rocking the foundations? Well, that's what you told them, Beric says. Beric's a poet. He's dressing it up. Maybe. But they're out there at it now, and the pumps have been working full blast for hours. The king's there, waiting for you.
I sat silent. He threw me a doubtful look, then took the tray out and came back with towels and a silver basin of steaming water. While I washed, he busied himself over a chest at the far side of the room, lifting clothes from it and shaking out the folds, while he talked over his shoulder. You don't look worried. If they do drain that pool to the bottom, and there's nothing there, there will be something there. Don't ask me what, I don't know, but if I said so... It's true, you know. The things I see this way are true. I have the sight. His brows shot up. You think you're telling me news? Haven't you scared the toenails off me a score of times with what you say and the things you see that no one else can see? You used to be scared of me, didn't you, Cadal? Well, in a way. But I'm not scared now, and I've no intention of being scared. Someone's got to look after the devil himself as long as he wears clothes and needs food and drink. Now, if you're done, young master, we'll see if these things fit you that the king sent for you. The king sent them? Aye. Looks like the sort of stuff they think a magician ought to wear. I went over to look. Not long white robes with stars and moons on them and a staff with curled snakes. Oh, really, Cadal? Well, your own stuff's ruined. You've got to wear something. Come on, you look kind of fancy in these. And it seems to me you ought to try and impress them. The spot you're in. I laughed. You may be right. Let me see them. Oh, no, not the white. I'm not competing with Morgan's coven. Something dark, I think. And the black cloak. Yes, that'll do. And I'll wear the dragon brooch. I hope you do right to be so sure of yourself. Then he hesitated. Look, I know it's all wine and worship now, but maybe we ought to make a break for it straight away, not wait to see which way the dice falls. I could steal a couple of horses and... Make a break for it? Am I still a prisoner, then? There's guards all round. Looking after you this time, not holding on to you, but by the dog it comes to the same thing. He glanced at the window. It'll be dusk before long. Look, I could spin some tale out there to keep them quiet, and maybe you could pretend to go to sleep again till dark. No. I must stay. If I can get Vortigern to listen to me... Let me think, Cadal. You saw Marek the night we were taken. That means the news is on its way to my father, and if I'm any judge, he'll move straight away. So far, lucky. The sooner the better. If he can catch Vortigern here in the west before he gets a chance to join again with Hengist... I thought for a moment. Now, the ship was due to sail 4 days ago. It sailed before you left Maridunum, he said briefly. What? He smiled at my expression. Well, what did you expect? The Count's own son and his lady hauled off like that? Nobody knew for sure why, but there were stories going about, and even Marek saw the sense in getting straight back to Ambrosius with that tale. The ship sailed with the tide the same dawn. She'd be out of the estuary before you'd hardly ridden out of town. I stood very still. I remember that he busied himself around me, draping the black cloak, surreptitiously pulling a fold to cover the dragon brooch that pinned it. Then I drew a long breath. That's all I needed to know. Now I know what to do. The king's prophet, did you say? They speak truer than they know. What the king's prophet must do now is to take the heart out of these Saxon-loving vermin and drive Vortigern out of this tight corner of Wales into some place where Ambrosius can smoke him out quickly and destroy him. You think you can do this? I know I can. Then I hope you know how to get us both out of here before they find out whose side you're on. Why not? As soon as I know where Vortigern is bound for, we'll take the news to my father ourselves. I settled the cloak to my shoulders and grinned at him. So steal those horses, Cadal, and have them waiting down by the stream. There's a tree fallen clear across the water. You can't miss the place. Wait there where there's cover. I'll come. But first, I must go and help Vortigern uncover the dragon. I made for the door, but he got there ahead of me and paused with his hand on the latch. His eyes were scared. You mean leave you on your own in the middle of that wolf pack? I'm not on my own. Remember that. And if you can't trust me, trust what is in me. I've learnt to. I've learnt that the god comes when he will, and how he will, rending your flesh to get into you, and when he's done, tearing himself free as violently as he came. Afterwards, now, one feels light and hollow and like an angel flying. No, they can do nothing to me, Cadal. Don't be afraid. I have the power. They killed Galapas. Someday they may kill me, I said. But not today. Open the door. Chapter 12. They were all gathered at the foot of the crag where the workman's track met the marshy level of the corrie. I was still guarded, but this time, at least in appearance, it was a guard of honour. 4 uniformed men, with their swords safely sheathed, escorted me to the king. They had laid duckboards down on the marshy ground to make a platform, and set a chair for the king. Someone had rigged a windbreak of woven saplings and brushwood on 3 sides, roofed it, and draped the lot with worked rugs and dyed skins. Vortigern sat there, chin on fist, silent. There was no sign of his queen, or indeed of any of the women. The priest stood near him, but they kept back and didn't speak. His captains flanked his chair. The sun was setting behind the improvised pavilion in a splash of scarlet. It must have rained again that day. The grass was sodden, every blade heavy with drops. The familiar slate-grey clouds furled and unfurled slowly across the sunset. As I was led forward, they were lighting the torches. These looked small and dull against the sunset, more smoke than flame, dragged and flattened by the breeze that blew in gusts. I waited at the foot of the platform. The king's eyes looked me up and down, but he said nothing. He was still reserving judgment, and why not, I thought. The kind of thing I seemed to have produced must be fairly familiar to him. Now he waited for proof of at least some part of my prophecy. If it was not forthcoming, this was still the time and place to spill my blood. I wondered how the wind blew from Les Britain. The stream was a full 300 paces off, dark under its oaks and willows. Vortigern signed me to take my place on the platform beside him, and I mounted it to stand at his right on the opposite side from the priests. 1 or 2 of the officers moved aside from me. Their faces were wooden, and they didn't look at me, but I saw the crossed fingers and thought, dragon or no dragon, I can manage these. Then I felt eyes on me and looked round. It was the grey-beard. He was gazing fixedly at the brooch on my shoulder, where my cloak had blown back from it. As I turned my head, our eyes locked. I saw his widen. Then his hand crept to his side, not to make the sign, but to loosen his sword in its scabbard. I looked away. No one spoke. It was an uncomfortable vigil. As the sun sank lower, the chilly spring wind freshened, fretting at the hangings. Where puddles lay in the reedy ground, the water rippled and splashed under the wind. Cold draughts knifed up between the duckboards. I could hear a curlew whistling somewhere up in the darkening sky. Then it slanted down, bubbling like a waterfall, into silence. Above us the king's banner fluttered and snapped in the wind. The shadow of the pavilion lengthened on the soaked field. From where we waited, the only sign of activity was some coming and going in the trees. The last rays of the sun, level and red, shone full on the west face of King's Fort, lighting up the head of the crag crowned with the wrecked wall. No workmen were visible there. They must all be in the cave and the adit. Relays of boys ran across and back with reports of progress. The pumps were working well and gaining on the water. The level had sunk 2 spans in the last half hour. If my Lord King would have patience, the pumps had jammed, but the engineers were working on them, and meanwhile the men had rigged a windlass and were passing buckets. All was well again. The pumps were going now, and the level was dropping sharply. You could see the bottom, they thought. It was 2 full hours of chill, numb waiting, and it was almost dark before lights came down the track, and with them the crowd of workmen. They came fast, but deliberately, not like frightened men. And even before they came close enough to be clearly seen, I knew what they had found. Their leaders halted a yard from the platform, and as the others came crowding up, I felt my guards move closer. There were soldiers with the workmen. Their captain stepped forward, saluting.
"The pool is empty?"
asked Vortigern.
"Yes, sir."
"And what lies beneath it?" The officer paused. He should have been a bard. He need not have paused to gather eyes. They were all on him already. A gust of wind, sudden and stronger than before, tore his cloak to one side with a crack like a whip, and rocked the frame of the pavilion. A bird fled overhead, tumbling along the wind. Not a Merlin, not tonight. Only a rook, scudding late home.
"There is nothing beneath the pool, sir."
His voice was neutral, carefully official, but I heard a mutter go through the crowd like another surge of wind. Morgan was craning forward, his eyes bright as a vulture's, but I could see he didn't dare to speak until he saw which way the king's mind was bending. Vortigern leaned forward.
"You are certain of this? You drained it to the bottom?" "Indeed, sir."
He signed to the men beside him, and 3 or 4 of them stepped forward to tip a clutter of objects in front of the platform. A broken mattock, eaten with rust, some flint axe heads older than any Roman working, a belt buckle, a knife with its blade eaten to nothing, a short length of chain, a metal whipstock, some other objects impossible to identify, and a few shards of cooking pots. The officer showed me a hand, palm up.
"When I said nothing, sir, I meant only what you might expect, these. And we got as near to the bottom as made no difference. You could see down to the rock and mud, but we dredged the last bucket up for good measure. The foreman will bear me out."
The foreman stepped forward then, and I saw he had a full bucket in his hand, the water slopping over the brim.
"Sir, it's true. There's naught there. You could see for yourself if you came up, sir, right to the bottom. But better not try it. The tunnel's awash with mud now and not fit, but I brought the last pailful out for you to see yourself."
With the word, he tipped the full bucket out, deluging the already sodden ground, and the water sloshed down to fill the puddle round the base of the royal standard. With the mud that had lain in the bottom came a few broken fragments of stone and a silver coin. The king turned then to look at me. It must be a measure of what had happened in the cavern yesterday that the priest still kept silent, and the king was clearly waiting not for an excuse, but an explanation. God knows I had had plenty of time to think, all through that long, cold, silent vigil, but I knew that thinking wouldn't help me. If he was with me, he would come now. I looked down at the puddles where the last red light of sunset lay like blood. I looked across the crag where stars could be seen already stabbing bright in the clear east. Another gust of wind was coming. I could hear it tearing the tops of the oaks where Cadal would be waiting.
"Well?"
said Vortigern. I took a step forward to the edge of the platform. I felt empty still, but somehow I would have to speak. As I moved, the gust struck the pavilion sharp as a blow. There came a crack, a flurry of sound like hounds worrying a deer, and a cry from someone bitten short. Above our heads the king's banner whipped streaming out, then caught in its ropes, bellied like a sail holding the full weight of the wind. The shaft, jerked sharply to and fro in soft ground, loosened further by the thrown bucketful of water, tore suddenly free of the grabbing hands, to whirl over and down. It slapped, flat, on the sodden field at the king's feet. The wind fled past, and in its wake was a lull. The banner lay flat, held heavy with water. The white dragon on a green field. As we watched it sagged slowly into a pool, and the water washed over it. Some last faint ray from the sunset blooded the water. Someone said fearfully, "An omen," and another voice loudly, "Great Thor, the dragon is down!" Others began to shout. The standard-bearer, his face ashen, was already stooping, but I jumped off the platform in front of them all and threw up my arms. Can any doubt the god has spoken? Look up from the ground and see where he speaks again. Across the dark east, burning white-hot with a trail like a young comet, went a shooting star, the star men call the fire drake or dragon of fire. "There it runs!" I shouted. "There it runs, the red dragon of the west!" I tell you, King Vortigern, waste no more time here with these ignorant fools who babble of blood sacrifice and build a wall of stone for you, a foot a day. What wall will keep out the dragon? I, Merlin, tell you, send these priests away from the hills of Wales to your own country. King's Fort is not for you. You have seen the red dragon come tonight, and the white dragon lie beneath him, and by God you have seen the truth. Take warning. Strike your tents now, and go to your own country and watch your borders lest the dragon follow you and burn you out. You brought me here to speak, and I have spoken. I tell you, the dragon is here. The king was on his feet, and men were shouting. I pulled the black cloak round me and without hurrying turned away through the crowd of workmen and soldiers that milled round the foot of the platform. They didn't try to stop me. They would as soon, I suppose, have touched a poisonous snake. Behind me, through the hubbub, I heard Morgan's voice, and thought for a moment they were coming after me. But then men crowded off the platform and began thrusting their way through the mob of workmen on their way back to the encampment. Torches tossed. Someone dragged the sodden standard up, and I saw it rocking and dripping where presumably his captains were clearing a path for the king. I drew the black cloak closer and slipped into the shadows at the edge of the crowd. Presently, unseen, I was able to step round behind the pavilion. The oaks were 300 paces away across the dark field. Under them, the stream ran loud over smooth stones. Cadal's voice said low and urgent, "This way!" A hoof sparked on stone. "I got you a quiet one," he said, and put a hand under my foot to throw me into the saddle. I laughed a little. "I could ride the fire drake itself tonight, you saw it?" "Aye, my lord, and I saw you and heard you too." "Cadal, you swore you'd never be afraid of me. It was only a shooting star." "But it came when it came." "Yes, and now we'd better go while we can go." "Timing is all that matters, Cadal." "But you shouldn't laugh at it, Master Merlin." "By the God," I said, "I'm not laughing." The horses pushed out from under the dripping trees and went at a swift canter across the ridge. To our right a wooded hill blocked out the west. Ahead was the narrow neck of valley between hill and river. "Will they come after you?" "I doubt it." But as he kicked the beasts to a gallop between ridge and river, a horseman loomed and our horses swerved and shied. Cadal's beast jumped forward under the spur. Iron rasped. A voice, vaguely familiar, said clearly, "Put up, friend!" The horses stamped and blew. I saw Cadal's hand on the other's rein. He sat quietly. "Whose friend?" "Ambrosius." I said, "Wait, Cadal, it's the greybeard." "Your name, sir, and your business with me." He cleared his throat harshly. "Gorlois is my name, of Tintagel in Cornwall." I saw Cadal's movement of surprise and heard the bits jingle. He still had hold of the other's rein, and the drawn dagger gleamed. The old warrior sat unmoving. There was no sound of following hoofs. I said slowly, "Then, sir, I should rather ask you what your business was with Vortigern." "The same as yours, Merlin Ambrosius." I saw his teeth gleam in his beard. "I came north to see for myself, and to send word back to him. The west has waited long enough, and the time will be ripe come spring.
But you came early. I could have saved myself the pains, it seems.
You came alone? He gave a short, hard laugh, like a dog barking.
To Vortigern? Hardly. My men will follow, but I had to catch you. I want news.
Then, harshly,
God's grief, man, do you doubt me? I came alone to you.
No, sir. Let him go, Cadal. My lord, if you want to talk to me, you'll have to do it on the move. We should go, and quickly.
Willingly.
We set the horses in motion. As they struck into a gallop, I said over my shoulder, "You guessed when you saw the brooch."
"Before that. You have a look of him, Merlin Ambrosius."
I heard him laugh again, deep in his throat.
"And by God, there are times when you have a look of your devil sire as well. Steady now, we're nearly at the ford. It'll be deep. They say wizards can't cross water."
I laughed. "I'm always sick at sea, but I can manage this." The horses plunged across the ford unhindered, and took the next slope at a gallop. Then we were on the paved road, plain to see in the flying starlight, which leads straight across the high ground to the south. We rode all night with no pursuit. 3 days later, in the early morning, Ambrosius came to land. Book 4. The Red Dragon. Chapter 1. The way the chronicles tell it, you would think it took Ambrosius 2 months to get himself crowned king and pacify Britain. In fact, it took more than 2 years. The first part was quick enough. It was not for nothing that he had spent all those years in less Britain, he and Uther developing an expert striking force the like of which had not been seen in any part of Europe since the disbanding nearly 100 years ago of the force commanded by the Count of the Saxon Shore. Ambrosius had, in fact, modelled his own army on the force of the Saxon Shore, a marvellously mobile fighting instrument which could live off the country and do everything at twice the speed of the normal force. Caesar speed, they still called it when I was young. He landed at Totnes in Devon, with a fair wind and a quiet sea, and he had hardly set up the Red Dragon when the whole west rose for him. He was king of Cornwall and Devon before he even left the shore, and everywhere as he moved northwards, the chiefs and kings crowded to swell his army. Eldol of Gloucester, a ferocious old man who had fought with Constantine against Vortigern, with Vortigern against Hengist, and with Vortimer against both, and would fight anywhere for the sheer hell of it, met him at Glastonbury, and swore faith. With him came a host of lesser leaders, not least his own brother Eldad, a bishop whose devout Christianity made the pagan wolves look like lambs by comparison, and set me wondering where he spent the dark nights of the winter solstice. But he was powerful. I had heard my mother speak of him with reverence, and once he had declared for Ambrosius, all Christian Britain came with him, urgent to drive back the pagan hordes moving steadily inland from their landing places in the south and east. Last came Gorlois of Tintagel, straight from Vortigern's side, with news of Vortigern's hasty move out of the Welsh mountains, and ready to ratify the oath of loyalty which, should Ambrosius be successful, would add the whole kingdom of Cornwall for the first time to the high kingdom of Britain. Ambrosius's main trouble, indeed, was not lack of support, but the nature of it. The native Britons, tired of Vortigern, were fighting mad to clear the Saxons out of their country and get their homes and their own ways back. But a great majority of them knew only guerrilla warfare, or the kind of hit-and-ride-away tactics that do well enough to harass the enemy, but will not hold him back for long if he means business. Moreover, each troop came with its own leader, and it was as much as any commander's authority was worth to suggest that they might regroup and train under strangers. Since the last trained legion had withdrawn from Britain almost a century before, we had fought, as we had done before the Romans ever came, in tribes, and it was no use suggesting that, for instance, the men of Devet might fight beside the men of North Wales, even with their own leaders. Throats would have been cut on both sides before the first trumpet ever sounded. Ambrosius, here as everywhere, showed himself master. As ever, he used each man for what that man's strength was worth. He sowed his own officers broadcast among the British, for coordination, he said, no more, and through them quietly adapted the tactics of each force to suit his central plan, with his own body of picked troops taking the main brunt of attack. All this I heard later, or could have guessed from what I knew of him. I could have guessed also what would happen the moment his forces assembled and declared him king. His British allies clamoured for him to go straight after Hengist and drive the Saxons back to their own country. They were not unduly concerned with Vortigern. Indeed, such power as Vortigern had had was largely gone already, and it would have been simple enough for Ambrosius to ignore him and concentrate on the Saxons. But he refused to give way to pressure. The old wolf must be smoked out first, he said, and the field cleared for the main work of battle. Besides, he pointed out, Hengist and his Saxons were Northmen, and particularly amenable to rumours and fear. Let Ambrosius once unite the British to destroy Vortigern, and the Saxons would begin to fear him as a force really to be reckoned with. It was his guess that given the time, they would bring together one large force to face him, which might then be broken at one blow. They had a council about it, at the fort near Gloucester, where the first bridge crosses the Severn River. I could picture it, Ambrosius listening and weighing and judging, and answering with that grave, easy way of his, allowing each man his say for pride. Then taking at the end the decision he had meant to take from the beginning, but giving way here and there on the small things, so that each man thought he had made a bargain and got, if not what he wanted, then something near it, in return for a concession by his commander. The upshot was that they marched northwards within the week, and came on Vortigern at Doward. Doward is in the valley of the Goy, which the Saxons pronounce Wey, or Wye. This is a big river which runs deep and placid-seeming through a gorge whose high slopes are hung with forests. Here and there the valley widens to green pastures, but the tide runs many miles upriver, and these low meadows are often in winter awash under a roaring yellow flood, for the great Wye is not so placid as it seems, and even in summer there are deep pools where big fish lie, and the currents are strong enough to overturn a coracle and drown a man. Well north of the limit of the tidal floods, in a wide curve of the valley, stand the two hills called Doward. The one to the north is the greater, thick with forest and mined with caves inhabited, men say, by wild beasts and outlawed men. The hill called Lesser Doward is also forested, but more thinly, since it is rocky, and its steep summit, rising above the trees, makes a natural citadel so secure that it has been fortified time out of mind. Long before even the Romans came, some British king built himself a fortress on the summit which, with its commanding view and the natural defences of crag and river, made a formidable stronghold. The hill is wide-topped, and its sides steep and rough. And though siege engines could at one point be dragged up in dead ground, this ended in crags where the engines were useless. Everywhere, except at this point, there was a double rampart and ditch to get through before the outer wall of the fortress could be reached. The Romans themselves had marched against it once, and only managed to reduce it through treachery. This was in the time of Caractacus. Doward was the kind of place that, like Troy, must be taken from within. This time also it was taken from within, but not by treachery, by fire. Everyone knows what happened there. Vortigern's men were hardly settled after their headlong flight from Snowdon, when Ambrosius's army came up the valley of the Wye and encamped due west of Doward Hill at a place called Ganaru. I never heard what store of provisions Vortigern had, but the place had been kept prepared, and it was well known that there were 2 good springs within the fortress which had not yet been known to fail, so it might well have taken Ambrosius some time to reduce it by siege. But a siege was just what he could not afford, with Hengist gathering his forces, and the April seas opening between Britain and the Saxon shores. Besides, his British allies were restless, and would never have settled down for a prolonged siege. It had to be quick. It was both quick and brutal. I've heard it said since that Ambrosius acted out of vengeance for his long-dead brother. I don't believe this to be true. Such long-standing bitterness was not in his nature, and besides, he was a general and a good fighting commander before he was even a man. he was driven only by necessity, and in the end by Vortigern's own brutality. Ambrosius besieged the place in the conventional way for about 3 days. Where he could, he drew up siege engines and tried to break the defences. He did indeed breach the outer rampart in 2 places, above what was still called Roman's Way. But when he found himself stopped by the inner rampart, and his troops exposed to the defenders, he withdrew. When he saw how long the siege would take, and how, even in the 3 days, some of his British troops quietly left him and went off on their own like hounds after the rumour of Saxon hares, he decided to make an end quickly. He sent a man to Vortigern with conditions for surrender. Vortigern, who must have seen the defection of some of the British troops, and who well understood Ambrosius's position, laughed, and sent back the messenger without a message, but with the man's own 2 hands severed, and bound in a bloody cloth to the belt at his waist. He stumbled into Ambrosius's tent just after sundown of the 3rd day, and managed to stay on his feet long enough to give the only message he was charged with.
"They say that you may stay here, my lord, until your own army melts away, and you are left handless, as I. They have food in plenty, sir, I saw it, and water."
Ambrosius only said, "He ordered this himself?"
"The Queen," said the man. "It was the Queen."
He pitched forward on the word at Ambrosius's feet, and from the dripping cloth at his belt the hands fell sprawling. "Then we will burn out the wasp's nest, queen and all," said Ambrosius. "See to him." That night, to the apparent pleasure of the garrison, the siege engines were withdrawn from Roman's Way, and the breached places in the outer rampart. Instead, great piles of brushwood and hewn branches were stacked in the gaps, and the army tightened its ring round the crest of the hill, with a circle of archers waiting, and men ready to cut down any who should escape. In the quiet hours before daylight, the order was given. From every quarter, the arrows, pointed with flaming, oil-soaked rags, showered into the fortress. It didn't take long. The place was largely built of wood, and crowded with the wagons, provisions, beasts, and their fodder. It burned fiercely, and when it was alight, the brushwood outside the walls was fired, so that anyone leaping from the walls met another wall of fire outside, and outside that, the iron ring of the army. They say that throughout, Ambrosius sat his big white horse, watching till the flames made the horse as red as the red dragon above his head. And high on the fortress tower, the white dragon, showing against a plume of smoke, turned blood-red as the flames themselves, then blackened and fell. Chapter 2. While Ambrosius was attacking Doward, I was still at Marydunum, having parted from Gorlois on the ride south, and seen him on his way to meet my father. It happened this way. All through the first night we rode hard, but there was no sign of pursuit, so at sun-up we drew off the road and rested, waiting for Gorlois's men to come up with us. This they did during the morning, having been able in the near panic at Dinas Brennin to slip away unobserved. They confirmed what Gorlois had already suggested to me, that Vortigern would head not for his own fortress of Caer Gwent, but for Doward, a mountain fastness at the very edge of Wales on the River Wye. And he was moving, they said, by the eastbound road through Caer Gai toward Bravonium. Once past Tormeny Moor, there was no danger that we would be overtaken. So we rode on, a troop now about 20 strong, but going easily. My mother, with her escort of fighting men, was barely a day ahead of us, and her party, with the litters, would be much slower than we were. We had no wish to catch up with them and perhaps force a fight which might endanger the women. It was certain, said Gorlois to me, that the latter would be delivered safely to Marydunum. But, he added in his sharp, gruff way, we shall meet the escort on their way back. For come back they will. They cannot know the king is moving east, and every man less for Vortigern is another for your father. We'll get news at Bramir, and camp beyond it to wait for them. Bramir was nothing but a cluster of stone huts, smelling of peat smoke and dung, black doorways curtained from wind and rain with hide or sacking round which peered scared eyes of women and children. No men appeared, even when we drew rein in the midst of the place, and curs ran yapping round the horses' heels. This puzzled us, till, knowing the dialect, I called out to the eyes behind the nearest curtain to reassure the people and ask for news. They came out then, women, children, and one or two old men crowding eagerly round us and ready to talk. The first piece of news was that my mother's party had been there the previous day and night, leaving only that morning, at the princess's insistence. She had been taken ill, they told me, and had stayed for half the day and the night in the headman's house where she was cared for. Her women had tried to persuade her to turn aside for a monastic settlement in the hills nearby, where she might rest, but she had refused, and had seemed better in the morning, so the party had ridden on. It had been a chill, said the headman's wife. The lady had been feverish and coughing a little, but she had seemed so much better next morning, and Marydunum was not more than a day's ride, they had thought it better to let her do as she desired. I eyed the squalid hut from which she had come to meet me, and thought that, indeed, the danger of a few more hours in the litter might well be less than such miserable shelter in Bramia, so thanked the woman for her kindness, and asked where her man had gone. As to that, she told me, all the men had gone to join Ambrosius. She mistook my look of surprise. "Did you not know? There was a prophet at Dinas Brennan who said the Red Dragon would come. The princess told me herself, and you could see the soldiers were afraid. And now he has landed. He's here." "How can you know?" I asked her. "We met no messenger." She looked at me as if I were crazed or stupid. Had I not seen the fire drake? The whole village knew this for the portent, after the prophet had spoken so. The men had armed themselves, and had gone that very day. If the soldiers came back, the women and children would take to the hills, but everyone knew that Ambrosius could move more swiftly than the wind, and they were not afraid. I let her run on while I translated for Gorlois. Our eyes met with the same thought. We thanked the woman again, gave her what was due for her care of my mother, and rode after the men of Bramia. South of the village the road divides, the main way turning southeast past the gold mine, and then through the hills and deep valleys to the broad valley of the Wye, whence it is easy riding to the Cefn crossing and the southwest. The other, minor road goes straight south, a day's ride to Marydunum. I had decided that in any case I would follow my mother south and talk to her before I rejoined Ambrosius. Now the news of her illness made this imperative. Gorlois would ride straight to meet Ambrosius and give him the news of Vortigern's movements. At the fork where our ways parted, we came on the villagers. They'd heard us coming and taken cover. The place was all rocks and bushes, but not soon enough. The gusty wind must have hidden our approach from them till we were almost on them. The men were out of sight, but one of their miserable pack-donkeys was not, and stones were still rolling on the scree. It was Bramia over again. We halted, and I called out into the windy silence. This time I told them who I was, and in a moment it seemed the roadside was bristling with men. They came crowding round our horses, showing their teeth and brandishing a peculiar assortment of weapons, ranging from a bent Roman sword to a stone spearhead bound on a hay-rake. They told the same story as their women. They'd heard the prophecy, and they had seen the portent. They were marching south to join Ambrosius, and every man in the west would soon be with them. Their spirit was high, and their condition pitiful. It was lucky we had a chance to help them. "Speak to them," said Gorlois to me. "Tell them that if they wait another day here with us, they shall have weapons and horses. They've picked the right place for an ambush, as who should know better than they?" So I told them that this was the Duke of Cornwall, and a great leader, and that if they would wait a day with us, we would see they got weapons and horses. "For Vortigern's men will come back this way," I told them. "They are not to know that the High King is already fleeing eastwards. They will come back by this road, so we will wait for them here, and you will be wise to wait with us." So we waited. The escort must have stayed rather longer than need be in Marydunum, and after that cold, damp ride, who could blame them? But towards dusk of the second day they came back, riding at ease, thinking maybe of a night's shelter at Bramia. We took them nicely by surprise, and fought a bloody and very unpleasant little action. One roadside skirmish is very like another. This one only differed from the usual in being better generalled and more eccentrically equipped, but we had the advantages of both numbers and of surprise, and did what we had set out to do, robbed Vortigern of 20 men for the loss of only 3 of our own and a few cuts. I came out of it more creditably than I would have believed possible, killing the man I had picked out before the fighting swept over and past me, and another knocked me off my horse, and would possibly have killed me, if Cadal had not parried the stroke and killed the fellow himself. It was quickly over. We buried our own dead and left the rest for the kites, after we had stripped them of their arms. We had taken care not to harm the horses, and when next morning Gorlois said farewell and led his new troops southeast, every man had a horse, and a good weapon of some kind. Cadal and I turned south for Marydunum, and reached it by early evening.
The first person I saw as we rode down the street towards St. Peter's was my cousin Dinias. We came on him suddenly at a corner, and he jumped a foot and went white. I suppose rumours had been running like wildfire through the town ever since the escort had brought my mother back without me. "Merlin! I thought... Well met, cousin. I was coming to look for you," he said quickly. "Look, I swear I had no idea who those men were. I know that. What happened wasn't your fault. That isn't why I was looking for you. And I was drunk, you know that. But even if I had guessed who they were, how was I to know they'd take you up on a thing like that? I'd heard rumours of what they were looking for, I admit. But I swear it never entered my head. I said it wasn't your fault. And I'm back here again safely, aren't I? All's well that ends well. Leave it, Dinias. That wasn't what I wanted to talk to you about." But he persisted. "I took the money, didn't I? You saw. And if you did, you didn't give information for money, you took it afterwards. It's different, to my mind. If Vortigern likes to throw his money away, then by all means rob him of it. Forget it, I tell you. Have you news of my mother?" "I've just come from her. She's ill, did you know?" "I got news on my way south," I said. "What's the matter with her? How bad?" "A chill, they told me. But they say she's on the mend. I thought myself she still looked poor enough, but she was fatigued with the journey and anxious about you. What did Vortigern want you for in the end?" "To kill me," I said briefly. He stared, then began to stutter. In God's name, Merlin, I know you and I have never been... Well, that is, there have been times..." He stopped, and I heard him swallow. "I don't sell my kinsman, you know." "I told you I believed you. Forget it. It was nothing to do with you, some nonsense of his soothsayers. But, as I said, here I am, safe and sound." "Your mother said nothing about it. She didn't know. Do you think she'd have let him send her tamely home if she knew what he meant to do?" "The men who brought her home, they knew, you can be sure of that. So they didn't let it out to her." "It seems not," said Dinias, "but I'm glad of that. I'm hoping to get to see her soon, this time in daylight." "Then you're in no danger now from Vortigern?" "I would be, I suppose," I said, "if the place was still full of his men, but I was told at the gate that they'd cleared out to join him." "That's so. Some rode north and some east to Caer Glent. You've heard the news, then?" "What news?" Though there was nobody else in the street, he looked over his shoulder in the old furtive way. I slid down out of the saddle and threw the reins to Cadal. "What news?" I repeated. "Ambrosius," he said softly. "He's landed in the southwest, they say, and marching north. A ship brought the story yesterday, and Vortigern's men started moving out straight away." "But if you've just ridden in from the north, surely you'd meet them?" "2 companies this morning. But we saw them in good time and got off the road. We met my mother's escort the day before at the crossways." "Met?" He looked startled. "But if they knew Vortigern wanted you dead?" "They'd have known I had no business riding south and cut me down, exactly. So we cut them down instead." "Oh, don't look at me like that. It wasn't magician's work, only soldiers. We fell in with some Welsh who were on their way to join Ambrosius, and we ambushed Vortigern's troop and cut them up." "The Welsh knew already?" The prophecy, was it? I saw the whites of his eyes in the dusk. I'd heard about that. The place is buzzing with it. The troops told us. They said you'd showed them some kind of great lake under the crag. It was that place we stopped at years ago, and I'll swear there was no sign of any lake then. But there was this lake of water with dragons lying in it under the foundations of the tower. Is it true? That I showed them a lake, yes. But the dragons, what were they? I said slowly, dragons. Something conjured out of nothing for them to see, since without seeing they would not listen, let alone believe. There was a little silence, then he said with fear in his voice, And was it magic that showed you Ambrosius was coming? Yes and no. I smiled. I knew he was coming, but not when. It was the magic that told me he was actually on his way. He was staring again. You knew he was coming? Then you had tidings in Cornwall. You might have told me. Why? I'd have joined him. I looked at him for a moment, measuring. Well, you can still join him. You and your other friends who fought with Vortimer. What about Vortimer's brother, Pascentius? Do you know where he is? Is he still hot against Vortigern? Yes, but they say he's gone to make his peace with Hengist. He'll never join Ambrosius. He wants Britain for himself. And you, I asked, what do you want? He answered quite simply for once, without any bluster or bravado. Only a place I can call my own. This, if I can. It's mine now, after all. He killed the children, did you know? I didn't, but you hardly surprised me. It's a habit of his, after all. I paused. Look, Dineas, there's a lot to say, and I've a lot to tell you, but first I've a favour to ask of you. What's that? Hospitality. There's nowhere else I know of that I care to go until I've got my own place ready, and I've a fancy to stay in my grandfather's house again. He said without pretence or evasion, It's not what it was. I laughed. Is anything? As long as there's a roof against this hellish rain and a fire to dry our clothes and something to eat, no matter what. What do you say we send Cadal for provisions and eat at home? I'll tell you the whole thing over a pie and a flask of wine, but I warn you, if you so much as show me a pair of dice, I'll yell for Vortigern's men myself. He grinned, relaxing suddenly. No fear of that. Come along, then. There's a couple of rooms still habitable, and we'll find you a bed. I was given Camlach's room. It was draughty and full of dust, and Cadal refused to let me use the bedding until it had lain in front of a roaring fire for a full hour. Dineas had no servant except one slut of a girl who looked after him apparently in return for the privilege of sharing his bed. Cadal set her to carrying fuel and heating water, while he took a message to the nunnery for my mother, and then went to the tavern for wine and provisions. We ate before the fire, with Cadal serving us. We talked late. But here it is sufficient to record that I told Dineas my story, or such parts of it as he would understand. There might have been some personal satisfaction in telling him the facts of my parentage, but until I was sure of him, and the countryside was known to be clear of Vortigern's men, I thought it better to say nothing. So I told him merely how I had gone to Brittany, and that I'd become Ambrosius's man. Dineas had heard enough already of my prophecy in the cavern at King's Fort to believe implicitly in Ambrosius's coming victory, so our talk ended with his promise to ride westwards in the morning with the news, and summon what support he could for Ambrosius from the fringes of Wales. He would, I knew, have been afraid in any case to do other than keep that promise. Whatever the soldiers had said about the occasion there in King's Fort, it was enough to strike my simple cousin Dineas with the most profound awe of my powers. But even without that, I knew I could trust him in this. We talked till almost dawn. Then I gave him money and said good night. He was gone before I woke next morning. He kept his word, and joined Ambrosius later at York with a few hundred men. He was honourably received, and acquitted himself well, but soon afterwards, in some minor engagement, received wounds, of which he later died. Cadal shut the door behind him. At least there's a good lock and a stout bar. Are you afraid of Dineas? I asked. I'm afraid of everybody in this cursed town. I'll not be happy till we're quit of it, and back with Ambrosius. I doubt if you need worry now. Vortigern's men have gone. You heard what Dinias said. Aye, and I heard what you said, too. He'd stooped to pick up the blankets from beside the fire and paused with his arms full of bedding, looking at me. What did you mean you're getting your own place here ready? You're never thinking of setting up house here? Not a house, no. That cave? I smiled at his expression. When Ambrosius has done with me and the country's quiet, that is where I shall go. I told you, didn't I, that if you stayed with me, you'd live far from home. We were talking about dying as far as I remember. You mean live there? I don't know, I said. Perhaps not. But I think I shall need a place where I can be alone, away, aside from things happening. Thinking and planning is one side of life, doing is another. A man cannot be doing all the time. Tell that to Uther. I'm not Uther. Well, it takes both sorts, as they say. He dumped the blankets on the bed. What are you smiling at? Was I? Never mind. Let's get to bed. We'll have to be early at the nunnery. Did you have to bribe the old woman again? Old woman, nothing. He straightened. It was a girl this time. A looker, too. What I could see of her with that sack of a gown and a hood over her head. Whoever puts a girl like that in a nunnery deserves... He began to explain what they deserved, but I cut him short. Did you find out how my mother was? They said she was better. The fever's gone, but she'll not rest quiet till she's seen you. You'll tell her everything now? Yes. And then? We join Ambrosius. Ah, he said. And when he had dragged his mattress to lie across the door, he blew out the lamp and lay down without another word to sleep. My bed was comfortable enough, and the room, derelict or not, was luxury itself after the journey, but I slept badly. In imagination, I was out on the road with Ambrosius, heading for Doward. From what I'd heard of Doward, reducing it would not be an easy job. I began to wonder if, after all, I'd done my father a disservice in driving the High King out of his Snowdon fastness. I should have left him there, I thought, with his rotten tower, and Ambrosius would have driven him back to the sea. It was with an effort almost of surprise that I recalled my own prophecy. What I had done at Dinas Brennan, I had not done of myself. It was not I who had decided to send Vortigern fleeing out of Wales. Out of the dark, out of the wild and whirling stars, I'd been told. The red dragon would triumph, the white would fall. The voice that said so now in the musty dark of Camlach's room, was not my own. It was the gods. One did not lie awake looking for reasons. One obeyed, and then slept. Chapter 3. It was the girl Cadal had spoken of who opened the nunnery gate to us. She must have been waiting to receive us, for almost as soon as Cadal's hand was lifted to the bell pull, the gate opened, and she motioned us to come in. I got a swift impression of wide eyes under the brown hood, and a supple young body shrouded in the rough gown as she latched the heavy gate, and drawing her hood closer over her face and hair, led us quickly across the courtyard. Her feet, bare in canvas sandals, looked cold and were splashed with mud from the puddled yard, but they were slim and well-shaped, and her hands were pretty. She didn't speak, but led us across the yard and through a narrow passage between two buildings into a large square beyond. Here, against the walls, stood fruit trees, and a few flowers grew, but these were mostly weeds and wildflowers, and the door of the cells that opened off the courtyard were unpainted, and where they stood open gave on bare little rooms where simplicity had become ugliness, and too often squalor. Not so in my mother's cell. She was housed with adequate, if not royal, comfort. They had let her bring her own furniture. The room was lime-washed and spotlessly clean, and with the change in the April weather the sun had come out, and was shining straight in through the narrow window and across her bed. I remembered the furniture. It was her own bed from home, and the curtain at the window was one she had woven herself, the red cloth with the green pattern that she had been making the day my Uncle Camlach came home. I remembered, too, the wolfskin on the floor. My grandfather had killed the beast with his bare hands and the haft of his broken dagger. Its beady eyes and snarl had terrified me when I was small. The cross that hung on the bare walls at the foot of her bed was of dull silver, with a lovely pattern of locked but flowing lines, and studs of amethyst that caught the light. The girl showed me the door in silence and withdrew. Cadal sat down on the bench outside to wait. My mother lay propped on pillows in the shaft of sunshine. She looked pale and tired, and spoke not much above a whisper, but was, she told me, on the mend. When I questioned her about the illness and laid a hand on her temple, she put me aside, smiling and saying she was well enough looked after. I did not insist. Half of healing is in the patient's trust, and no woman ever thinks her own son is much more than a child. Besides, I could see that the fever had gone, and now that she was no longer anxious over me, she would sleep. So I merely pulled up the room's single chair, sat down, and began to tell her all she wanted to know, without waiting for her questions, about my escape from Marydunum, and the flight like the arrow from the god's bow, straight from Britain to Ambrosius's feet, and all that had happened since. She lay back against her pillows and watched me with astonishment, and some slowly growing emotion, which I identified as the emotion a cage bird might feel, if you set it to hatch a Merlin's egg. When I had finished, she was tired, and grey stood under her eyes so sharply drawn that I got up to go. But she looked contented and said, as if it was the sum and finish of the story, as I suppose it was for her, "He has acknowledged you." "Yes. They call me Merlin Ambrosius." She was silent a little, smiling to herself. I crossed to the window and leaned my elbows on the sill, looking out. The sun was warm. Cadal nodded on his bench, half asleep. From across the yard a movement caught my eye. In a shadowed doorway the girl was standing, watching my mother's door as if waiting for me to come out. She had put back her hood, and even in the shadows I could see the gold of her hair and a young face lovely as a flower. Then she saw me watching her. For perhaps 2 seconds our eyes met and held. I knew then why the ancients armed the cruelest god with arrows. I felt the shock of it right through my body. Then she'd gone, shrinking close-hooded back into the shadow, and behind me my mother was saying, "And now? What now?" I turned my back on the sunlight. "I go to join him, but not until you're better. When I go, I want to take news of you." She looked anxious. "You must not stay here. Marydunum is not safe for you." "I think it is. Since the news came in of the landing, the place has emptied itself of Vortigern's men. We had to take to the hill tracks on our way south. The road was alive with men riding to join him." "That's true, but—" "And I shan't go about, I promise you. I was lucky last night. I ran into Dinias as soon as I set foot in town. He gave me a room at home." "Dinias?" I laughed at her astonishment. "Well, Dinias feels he owes me something. Never mind what. But we agreed well enough last night." I told her what mission I had sent him on, and she nodded. "He," and I knew she did not mean Dinias, "will need every man who can hold a sword." She knitted her brows. "They say Hengist has 300,000 men. Will he," and again she was not referring to Hengist, "be able to withstand Vortigern? And after him Hengist and the Saxons?" I suppose I was still thinking of last night's vigil. I said, without pausing to consider how it would sound, "I've said so, so it must be true." A movement from the bed brought my eyes down to her. She was crossing herself, her eyes at once startled and severe, and through it all afraid. "Merlin—" But on the word a cough shook her, so that when she managed to speak again it was only a harsh whisper. "Beware of arrogance, even if God has given you power." I laid a hand on her wrist, stopping her. "You mistake me, madam. I put it badly. I only meant that the god had said it through me, and because he had said it, it must be true. Ambrosius must win. It's in the stars." She nodded, and I saw the relief wash through her and slacken her body and mind like an exhausted child. I said gently, "Don't be afraid for me, Mother. Whatever God uses me, I'm content to be his voice and instrument. I go where he sends me. And when he is finished with me, he will take me back. There is only one God, she whispered. I smiled at her. That's what I'm beginning to think. Now go to sleep. I'll come back in the morning. I went to see my mother again next morning. This time I went alone. I had sent Cadal to find provisions in the market, Dinias's slut having vanished when he did, leaving us to fend for ourselves in the deserted palace. I was rewarded, for the girl was again on duty at the gate, and again led me to my mother's room. But when I said something to her, she merely pulled the hood closer without speaking, so that again I saw no more of her than the slender hands and feet. The cobbles were dry today, and the puddles gone. She'd washed her feet, and in the grip of the coarse sandals they looked as fragile as blue-veined flowers in a peasant's basket. Or so I told myself, my mind working like a singer's, where it had no right to be working at all. The arrow still thrummed where it had struck me, and my whole body seemed to thrill and tighten at the sight of her. She showed me the door again, as if I could have forgotten it, and withdrew to wait. My mother seemed a little better and had rested well, she told me. We talked for a while. She had questions about the details of my story, and I filled them in for her. When I got up to go, I asked as casually as I could, "The girl who opened the gate, she's young, surely, to be here? Who is she?" "Her mother worked in the palace. Ceridwen. Do you remember her?" I shook my head. Should I? No. But when I asked her why she smiled, she would say nothing, and in the face of her amusement, I dared not ask any more. On the third day, it was the old deaf portress, and I spent the whole interview with my mother wondering if she had, as women will, seen straight through my carefully casual air as to what lay beneath, and passed the word that the girl must be kept out of my way. But on the fourth day, she was there, and this time I knew before I got 3 steps inside the gate that she had been hearing the stories about Dinas Brennan. She was so eager to catch a glimpse of the magician that she let the hood fall back a little, and in my turn I saw the wide eyes, grey-blue, full of a sort of awed curiosity and wonder. When I smiled at her and said something in greeting, she ducked back inside the hood again, but this time she answered. Her voice was light and small, a child's voice, and she called me, "My lord," as if she meant it. "What's your name?" I asked her. "Kerry, my lord." I hung back to detain her. "How's my mother today, Kerry?" But she wouldn't answer, just took me straight to the inner court and left me there. That night I lay awake again, but no god spoke to me, not even to tell me she was not for me. The gods do not visit you to remind you what you know already. By the last day of April, my mother was so much better that when I went to see her, she was in the chair by the window, wearing a woolen robe over her shift and sitting full in the sun. A quince tree, pinioned to the wall outside, was heavy with rosy cups where bees droned, and just beside her on the sill, a pair of white doves strutted and crooned. "You have news?" she asked as soon as she saw my face. "A messenger came in today. Vortigern is dead, and the Queen with him. They say that Hengist is coming south with a vast force, including Vortimer's brother Pascentius, and the remnant of his army. Ambrosius is already on his way to meet them." She sat very straight, looking past me at the wall. There was a woman with her today, sitting on a stool on the other side of the bed. It was one of the nuns who had attended her at Dinas Brennan. I saw her make the sign of the cross on her breast. But Ninian sat still and straight, looking past me at something, thinking. "Tell me, then." I told her all I had heard about the affair at Doward. The woman crossed herself again, but my mother never moved. When I'd finished, her eyes came back to me. "And you will go now?" "Yes. Will you give me a message for him?" "When I see him again," she said, "it will be time enough." When I took leave of her, she was still sitting, staring past the winking amethysts on the wall to something distant in place and time. Kerry was not waiting, and I lingered for a while before I crossed the outer yard slowly towards the gate. Then I saw her waiting in the deep shadow of the gateway's arch, and quickened my step. I was turning over a host of things to say, all equally useless to prolong what could not be prolonged, but there was no need. She put out one of those pretty hands and touched my sleeve beseechingly. "My lord." Her hood was half back, and I saw tears in her eyes. I said sharply, "What's the matter?" I believe that for a wild moment I thought she wept because I was going. "Kerry, what is it?" "I have the toothache." I gaped at her. I must have looked as silly as if I'd just been slapped across the face. "Here," she said, and put a hand to her cheek. The hood fell right back. "It's been aching for days. Please, my lord." I said hoarsely, I am not a tooth drawer." "But if you would just touch it." "Or a magician," I started to say. But she came close to me, and my voice strangled in my throat. She smelled of honeysuckle. Her hair was barley gold, and her eyes grey like bluebells before they opened. Before I knew it, she had taken my hand between both her own and raised it to her cheek. I stiffened fractionally as if to snatch it back, then controlled myself and opened the palm gently along her cheek. The wide grey-bell eyes were as innocent as the sky. As she leaned towards me, the neck of her gown hung forward slackly, and I could see her breasts. Her skin was smooth as water, and her breath sweet against my cheek. I withdrew the hand gently enough and stood back. "I can do nothing about it." I suppose my voice was rough. She lowered her eyelids and stood humbly with folded hands. Her lashes were short and thick and golden as her hair. There was a tiny mole at the corner of her mouth. I said, "If it's no better by morning, have it drawn." "It's better already, my lord. It stopped aching as soon as you touched it." Her voice was full of wonder, and her hand crept up to the cheek where mine had lain. The movement was like a caress, and I felt my blood jerk with a beat-like pain. With a sudden movement, she reached for my hand again and quickly, shyly, stooped forward and pressed her mouth to it. Then the door swung open beside me, and I was out in the empty street. Chapter 4. It seemed from what the messenger had told me that Ambrosius had been right in his decision to make an end of Vortigern before turning on the Saxons. His reduction of Doward and the savagery with which he did it had their effect. Those of the invading Saxons who had ventured farthest inland began to withdraw northwards towards the wild, debatable lands which had always provided a beachhead for invasion. They halted north of the Humber to fortify themselves where they could and wait for him. At first, Hengist believed that Ambrosius had at his command little more than the Breton invading army, and he was ignorant of the nature of that deadly weapon of war. He thought, it was reported, that very few of the island British had joined Ambrosius. In any case, the Saxons had defeated the British in their small tribal forces so often that they despised them as easy meat. But now, as reports reached the Saxon leader of the thousands who had flocked to the Red Dragon, and of the success at Doward, he decided to remain no longer fortified north of the Humber, but to march swiftly south again to meet the British at a place of his own choosing, where he might surprise Ambrosius and destroy his army. Once again, Ambrosius moved with Caesar speed. This was necessary because where the Saxons had withdrawn, they had laid the country waste. The end came in the second week of May, a week hot with sunshine that seemed to come from June, uninterrupted by showers left over from April. A borrowed week, and for the Saxons, a debt called in by fate. Hengist, with his preparations for ambush half complete, was caught by Ambrosius at Maes Belli, near Conan's fort, or Caer Conan, that men sometimes call Conisbrough. This is a hilly place with the fort on a crag and a deep ravine running by. Here the Saxons had tried to prepare an ambush for Ambrosius's force, but Ambrosius's scouts got news of it from a Briton they came across lurking in a hilltop cave, where he had fled to keep his woman and 2 small children from the axes of the Northmen. So Ambrosius, forewarned, increased the speed of his march and caught up with Hengist before the ambush could be fully laid, thus forcing him into open battle. Hengist's attempt to lay an ambush had turned the luck against him. Ambrosius, where he halted and deployed his army, had the advantage of the land. His main force, Bretons, Gauls, and the island British from the south and southwest, waited on a gentle hill, with a level field ahead over which they could attack unimpeded. Among these troops, medley-wise, were other native British who had joined him with their leaders. Behind this main army, the ground rose gently, broken only by breaks of thorn and yellow gorse, to a long ridge which curved to the west in a series of low rocky hills, and on the east was thickly forested with oak. The men from Wales, mountain men, were stationed mainly on the wings, the North Welsh in the oak forest, and, separated from them by the full body of Ambrosius's army, the South Welsh on the hills to the west. These forces, lightly armed, highly mobile, and with scores to settle, were to hold themselves in readiness as reinforcements, the swift hammer blows which could be directed during battle at the weakest points of the enemy's defence. They could also be relied upon to catch and cut down any of Hengist's Saxons who broke and fled the field. The Saxons, caught in their own trap, with this immense winged force in front of them and behind them the rock of Caerconan and the narrow defile where the ambush had been planned, fought like demons. But they were at a disadvantage. They started afraid of Ambrosius's reputation, of his recent ferocious victory at Doward, and more than both, so men told me, of my prophecy to Vortigern, which had spread from mouth to mouth as quickly as the fires in Doward Tower. And, of course, the omens worked the other way for Ambrosius. Battle was joined shortly before noon, and by sunset it was all over. I saw it all. It was my first great battlefield, and I'm not ashamed that it was almost my last. My battles were not fought with sword and spear. If it comes to that, I had already had a hand in the winning of Caerconan before I ever reached it, and when I did reach it, was to find myself playing the very part that Uther had once in jest assigned to me. I had ridden with Cadal as far as Caerleon, where we found a small body of Ambrosius's troops in possession of the fortress, and another on its way to invest and repair the fort at Maridunum. Also, their officer told me confidentially, to make sure that the Christian community, all the community, he added gravely with the ghost of a wink at me, such is the commander's piety, remained safe. He had been detailed, moreover, to send some of his men back with me, to escort me to Ambrosius. My father had even thought to send some of my clothes. So I sent Cadal back, to his disgust, to do what he could about Galapas's cave, then rode northeast with the escort. We came up with the army just outside Caerconan. The troops were already deployed for battle, and there was no question of seeing the commander, so we withdrew, as instructed, to the western hill, where the men of the South Welsh tribes eyed one another distrustfully over swords held ready for the Saxons below. The men of my escort troop eyed me in something the same manner. They had not intruded on my silence on the ride, and it was plain that they held me in some awe, not only as Ambrosius's acknowledged son, but as Vortigern's prophet, a title which had already stuck to me and which it took me some years to shed. When I reported with them to the officer in charge, and asked him to assign me a place in his troop, he was horrified, and begged me quite seriously to stay out of the fight, but to find some place where the men could see me, and know, as he put it, that the prophet was here with them. In the end, I did as he wished, and withdrew to the top of a small rocky crag hard by, where, wrapping my cloak about me, I prepared to watch the battlefield spread out below like a moving map. Ambrosius himself was in the centre. I could see the white stallion with the red dragon glimmering about it. Out to the right, Uther's blue cloak glinted as his horse cantered along the lines. The leader of the left wing I did not immediately recognise. A grey horse, a big, heavy-built figure striding it, a standard bearing some device in white which I could not at first distinguish. Then I saw what it was. A boar. The Boar of Cornwall. Ambrosius's commander of the left was none other than the greybeard Gorlois, Lord of Tintagel. Nothing could be read of the order in which the Saxons had assembled. All my life I'd heard of the ferocity of these great blonde giants, and all British children were brought up from babyhood on stories of their terror. They went mad in war, men said, and could fight bleeding from a dozen wounds, and with no apparent lessening of strength or ferocity. And what they had in strength and cruelty, they lacked in discipline. This seemed indeed to be so. There was no order to be read in the vast surge of glinting metal and tossing horsehair which was perpetually on the move, like a flood waiting for the dam to break. Even from that distance I could pick out Hengist and his brother, giants with long moustaches sweeping to their chest, and long hair flying as they spurred their shaggy, tough little horses up and down the ranks. They were shouting, and the echoes of the shouts came clearly. Prayers to the gods, vows, exhortations, commands, which rose towards a ferocious crescendo, till on the last wild shout of "Kill! Kill! Kill!" the axe-head swung up, glinting in the May sunlight, and the pack surged forward towards the ordered lines of Ambrosius's army. The two hosts met, with a shock that sent the jackdaws squalling up from Caer Conan, and seemed to splinter the very air. It was impossible, even from my point of vantage, to see which way the fight, or rather the several different movements of the fight, were going. At one moment it seemed as if the Saxons with their axes and winged helms were boring away into the British host. At the next, you would see a knot of Saxons cut off in a sea of British, and then apparently engulfed, vanish. Ambrosius's centre block met the main shock of the charge. Then Uther's cavalry, with a swift flanking movement, came in from the east. The men of Cornwall under Gorlois held back at first, but as soon as the Saxons' front line began to waver, they came in like a hammer blow from the left and smashed it apart. After that the field broke up into chaos. Everywhere men were fighting in small groups or even singly and hand to hand. The noise, the clash and shouting, even the smell of sweat and blood mingled, seemed to come up to this high perch where I sat with my cloak about me watching. Immediately below me I was conscious of the stirring and muttering of the Welshmen. Then the sudden cheer as a troop of Saxons broke and galloped in our direction. In a moment the hilltop was empty save for me, only that the clamour seemed to have washed nearer round the foot of the hill like the tide coming in fast. A robin lighted on a blackthorn at my elbow and began to sing. The sound came high and sweet and uncaring through all the noise of battle. To this day, whenever I think of the Battle of Caer Conan, it brings to mind a robin's song, mingled with the croaking of the ravens, for they were already circling high overhead. Men say they can hear the clash of swords 10 miles off. It was finished by sunset. Eldol, Duke of Gloucester, dragged Hengist from his horse under the very walls of Caer Conan, to which he had turned to flee, and the rest of the Saxons broke and fled, some to escape, but many to be cut down in the hills or the narrow defile at the foot of Caer Conan. At first dusk, torches were lit at the gate of the fortress. The gates were thrown open, and Ambrosius's white stallion paced across the bridge and into the stronghold, leaving the field to the ravens, the priests, and the burial parties. I didn't seek him out straight away, let him bury his dead and clear the fortress. There was work for me down there among the wounded, and besides, there was no hurry now to give him my mother's message. While I had sat there in the May sunlight between the robin's song and the crash of battle, I knew that she had sickened again, and was already dead. Chapter 5. I made my way downhill between the clumps of gorse and the thorn trees. The Welsh troops had vanished long since to a man, and long after sunset isolated shouts and battle cries showed where small parties were still hunting down the fugitives in forest and hill. Below on the plain the fighting was over. They were carrying the wounded into Caer Conan. Torches weaved everywhere till the plain was all light and smoke. Men shouted to one another, and the cries and groans of the wounded came up clearly with the occasional scream of a horse, the sharp commands from the officers, and the tramp of the stretcher-bearers' feet. Here and there in the dark corners away from the torchlight, men scurried singly or in pairs among the heaped bodies. One saw them stoop, straighten, and scurry off. Sometimes where they paused there was a cry, a sudden moan, sometimes the brief flash of metal or the quick downstroke of a shortened blow. Looters, rummaging among the dead and dying, keeping a few steps ahead of the official salvage parties. The ravens were coming down. I saw the tilt and slide of their black wings hovering above the torches, and a pair perched, waiting on a rock not too far from me. With nightfall, the rats would be there too, running up from the damp roots of the castle walls to attack the dead bodies. The work of salvaging the living was being done as fast and as efficiently as everything else the Count's army undertook. Once they were all within, the gates would be shut. I would seek him out, I decided, after the first tasks were done. He would already have been told that I was safely here, and he would guess I had gone to work with the doctors. There would be time later to eat, and then it would be time enough to talk to him. On the field, as I made my way across, the stretcher parties still strove to separate friend from foe. The Saxon dead had been flung into a heap in the centre of the field. I guessed they would be burned according to custom. Beside the growing hill of bodies, a platoon stood guard over the glittering pile of arms and ornaments taken from the dead men. The British dead were being laid nearer the wall in rows for identification. There were small parties of men, each with an officer, bending over them one by one. As I picked my way through trampled mud, oily and stinking with blood and slime, I passed among the armed and staring dead, the bodies of half a dozen ragged men, peasants or outlaws by the look of them. These would be looters, cut down or speared by the soldiers. One of them still twitched like a pinned moth, hastily speared to the ground by a broken Saxon weapon which had been left in his body. I hesitated, then went and bent over him. He watched me. He was beyond speech, and I could see he still hoped. If he had been cleanly speared, I would have drawn the blade out and let him go with blood. But as it was, there was a quicker way for him. I drew my dagger, pulled my cloak aside out of the way, and carefully, so that I would be out of the jet of blood, stuck my dagger in at the side of his throat. I wiped it on the dead man's rags and straightened, to find a cold pair of eyes watching me above a levelled short sword 3 paces away. Mercifully, it was a man I knew. I saw him recognize me, then he laughed and lowered his sword. "You were lucky. I nearly gave it to you in the back." I didn't think of that. I slid the dagger back into its sheath. It would have been a pity to die for stealing from that. What did you think he had worth taking? You'd be surprised what you catch them taking. Anything from a corn plaster to a broken sandal strap. He jerked his head towards the high walls of the fortress. "He's been asking where you were." "I'm on my way." "They say you foretold this, Merlin. And Doward, too." "I said the red dragon would overcome the white," I said. "But I think this is not the end yet." "What happened to Hengist?" "Yonder." He nodded again towards the citadel. "He made for the fort when the Saxon line broke and was captured just by the gate." "I saw that. He's inside then, still alive?" "Yes." "And Octa, his son?" "Got away. He and the cousin, Aosa, isn't it? Gallop north." "So it isn't the end. Has he sent after them?" "Not yet. He says there's time enough." He eyed me. "Is there?" "How would I know?" I was unhelpful. "How long does he plan to stay here? A few days?" 3, he says. Time to bury the dead." "What will he do with Hengist?" "What do you think?" He made a little chopping movement downward with the edge of his hand. "And long overdue, if you ask me. They're talking about it in there, but you could hardly call it a trial. The Count said nothing as yet, but Uther's roaring to have him killed, and the priests want a bit of cold blood to round the day off with. Well, I'll have to get back to work, see if I can catch more civilians looting." He added as he turned away, "We saw you up there on the hill during the fighting. People were saying it was an omen." He went. A raven flapped down from behind me with a croak and settled on the breast of the man I had killed. I called to a torchbearer to light me the rest of the way and made for the main gate of the fortress. While I was still some way short of the bridge, a blaze of tossing torches came out, and in the middle of them, bound and held, the big blonde giant that I knew must be Hengist himself. Ambrosius's troops formed a hollow square, and into this space his captors dragged the Saxon leader, and there must have forced him to his knees, for the flaxen head vanished behind the close ranks of the British. I saw Ambrosius himself then, coming out over the bridge, followed closely on his left by Uther, and on his other side by a man I didn't know in the robe of a Christian bishop, still splashed with mud and blood. Others crowded behind them. The bishop was talking earnestly in Ambrosius's ear. Ambrosius's face was a mask, the cold, expressionless mask I knew so well. I heard him say what sounded like, "You will see. They'll be satisfied." And then, shortly, something else that caused the priest at last to fall silent. Ambrosius took his place. I saw him nod to an officer. There was a word of command, followed by a whistle and thud of a blow. A sound, it could hardly be called a growl, of satisfaction from the watching men. The bishop's voice, hoarse with triumph, "So perish all pagan enemies of the one true God. Let his body be thrown now to the wolves and kites." And then Ambrosius's voice, cold and quiet, "He will go to his own gods with his army round him in the manner of his people." Then to the officer, "Send me word when all is ready and I will come." The bishop started to shout again, but Ambrosius turned aside as if he didn't exist, and with Uther and the other captains strode back across the bridge and into the fortress. I followed. Spears flashed down to bar my way. Then, the place was garrisoned by Ambrosius's Bretons, I was recognized, and the spears withdrawn. Inside the fortress was a wide square courtyard, now full of a bustling, trampling confusion of men and horses. At the far side a shallow flight of steps led to the door of the main hall and tower. Ambrosius's party was mounting the steps, but I turned aside. There was no need to ask where the wounded had been taken. On the east side of the square a long double-storied building had been organized as a dressing station. The sounds coming from this guided me. I was hailed thankfully by the doctor in charge, a man called Gandar, who had taught me in Brittany, and who avowedly had no use either for priests or magicians, but who very much needed another pair of trained hands. He assigned me a couple of orderlies, found me some instruments and box of salves and medicines, and thrust me, literally, into a long room that was little better than a roofed shed, but which now held some 50 wounded men. I stripped to the waist and started work. Somewhere around midnight the worst was done and things were quieter. I was at the far end of my section when a slight stir near the entrance made me look round to see Ambrosius, with Gandar and 2 officers, come quietly in and walk down the row of wounded, stopping by each man to talk or, with those worst wounded, to question the doctor in an undertone. I was stitching a thigh wound. It was clean and would heal, but it was deep and jagged, and to everyone's relief, the man had fainted, when the group reached me. I didn't look up, and Ambrosius waited in silence until I had done, and reaching for the dressings the orderly had prepared, bandaged the wound. I finished and got to my feet as the orderly came back with a bowl of water. I plunged my hands into this and looked up to see Ambrosius smiling. He was still in his hacked and spattered armour, but he looked fresh and alert, and ready, if necessary, to start another battle. I could see the wounded men watching him, as if they would draw strength just from the sight. "My lord," I said. He stooped over the unconscious man. "How is he?" "A flesh wound. He'll recover. And live to be thankful it wasn't a few inches to the left." "You've done a good job, I see." Then, as I finished drying my hands and dismissed the orderly with a word of thanks, Ambrosius put out his own hand. "And now, welcome. I believe we owe you quite a lot, Merlin. I don't mean for this. I mean for Doward, and for today as well. At any rate, the men think so, and if soldiers decide something is lucky, then it is lucky. Well, I'm glad to see you safe. You have news for me, I believe." "Yes." I said it without expression, because of the men with us. But I saw the smile fade from his eyes. He hesitated, then said quietly, "Gentlemen, give us leave." They went. He and I faced one another across the body of the unconscious man. Nearby a soldier tossed and moaned, and another cried out and bit the sound back. The place smelt vile, of blood and drying sweat and sickness. "What is this news?" "It concerns my mother." I think he already knew what I was going to tell him. He spoke slowly, measuring the words as if each one carried with it some weight that he ought to feel.
The men who rode here with you, they brought me news of her. She had been ill but was recovered, they said, and safely back in Marydunum. Was this not true?
It was true when I left Marydunum. If I had known the illness was mortal, I should not have left her.
Was mortal?
Yes, my lord. He was silent, looking down, but without seeing him, at the wounded man. The latter was beginning to stir. Soon he would be back with the pain and the stench and the fear of mortality. I said, "Shall we go out into the air? I've finished here. I'll send someone back to this man."
Yes, and you must get your clothes. It's a cool night.
Then, still without moving,
When did she die?
At sunset today. He looked up quickly at that, his eyes narrow and intent. Then he nodded, accepting it. He turned to go out, gesturing me to walk with him. As we went, he asked me,
Do you suppose she knew?
I think so, yes.
She sent no message?
Not directly. She said, "When we meet again, it will be soon enough." She is a Christian, remember. They believe...
I know what they believe.
Some commotion outside made itself heard, a voice barking a couple of commands, feet tramping. Ambrosius paused, listening. Someone was coming our way quickly.
We'll talk later, Merlin. You have a lot to tell me. But first, we must send Hengist's spirit to join his fathers. Come.
They had heaped the Saxon dead high on a great stack of wood, and poured oil and pitch over them. At the top of the pyramid, on a platform roughly nailed together of planks, lay Hengist. How Ambrosius had stopped them robbing him, I shall never know, but he had not been robbed. His shield lay on his breast, and a sword by his right hand. They had hidden the severed neck with a broad leather collar of the kind some soldiers use for throat guards. It was studded with gold. A cloak covered his body from throat to feet, and its scarlet folds flowed down over the rough wood. As soon as the torches were thrust in below, the flames caught greedily. It was a still night, and the smoke poured upwards in a thick black column laced with fire. The edges of Hengist's cloak caught, blackened, curled, and then he was lost to sight in the gush of smoke and flames. The fire cracked like whips, and as the logs burned and broke, men ran, sweating and blackened, to throw more in. Even from where we stood, well back, the heat was intense, and the smell of burnt pitch and roasting meat came in sickening gusts on the damp night air. Beyond the lighted ring of watching men, torches moved still on the battlefield, and one could hear the steady thud of spades striking into the earth for the British dead. Beyond the brilliant pyre, beyond the dark slopes of the far hill, the May moon hung faint through the smoke.
What do you see?
Ambrosius's voice made me start. I looked at him, surprised. See?
In the fire, Merlin the prophet.
Nothing but dead men roasting.
Then look and see something for me, Merlin. Where has Octa gone?
I laughed. How should I know? I told you all I could see. But he did not smile.
Look harder. Tell me where Octa has gone, and Eosa. Where they will dig themselves in to wait for me, and how soon.
I told you I don't look for things. If it is the gods' will that they should come to me, they come out of the flames or out of the black night, and they come silently like an arrow out of ambush. I do not go to find the bowman. All I can do is stand with my breast bare and wait for the arrow to hit me.
Then do it now.
He spoke strongly, stubbornly. I saw he was quite serious.
You saw for Vortigern.
You call it for him? To prophesy his death? When I did that, my lord, I did not even know what I was saying. I suppose Gorlois told you what happened. Even now I couldn't tell you myself. I neither know when it will come, nor when it will leave me.
Only today you knew about Ninian, and without either fire or darkness.
That's true. But I can't tell you how, any more than how I knew what I told Vortigern.
The men call you Vortigern's prophet.
You prophesied victory for us, and we had it, here and at Doward. The men believe you and have faith in you, so have I. Is it not a better title now to be Ambrosius's prophet? My lord, you know I would take any title from you that you cared to bestow, but this comes from somewhere else. I cannot call it, but I know that if it matters, it will come. And when it comes, be sure I will tell you. You know I am at your service. Now, about Octa and Aosa, I know nothing. I can only guess, and guess as a man. They fight still under the White Dragon, do they? His eyes narrowed. Yes. Then what Vortigern's prophet said must still hold good. I can tell the men this. If they need it. When do you plan to march? In 3 days. Aiming for where? York. I turned up a hand. Then your guess as a commander is probably as good as my guess as a magician. Will you take me? He smiled. Will you be any use to me? Probably not as a prophet, but do you need an engineer, or an apprentice doctor, or even a singer? He laughed. A host in yourself, I know. As long as you don't turn priest on me, Merlin, I have enough of them. You needn't be afraid of that. The flames were dying down. The officer in charge of the proceedings approached, saluted, and asked if the men might be dismissed. Ambrosius gave him leave, then looked at me. Come with me to York, then. I shall have work for you there, real work. They tell me the place is half ruined, and I'll need someone to help direct the engineers. Tremorinus is at Caerleon. Now, find Caius Valerius, and tell him to look after you, and bring you to me in an hour's time. He added over his shoulder as he turned away, and in the meantime, if anything should come to you out of the dark like an arrow, you'll let me know. Unless it really is an arrow. He laughed and went. Uther was beside me suddenly. Well, Merlin the bastard, they're saying you won the battle for us from the hilltop. I noticed with surprise that there was no malice in his tone. His manner was relaxed, easy, almost gay, like that of a prisoner let loose. I supposed this was indeed how he felt after the long frustration of the years in Brittany. Left to himself, Uther would have charged across the narrow sea before he was fairly into manhood and been valiantly smashed in pieces for his pains. Now, like a hawk being flown for the first time at the quarry, he was feeling his power. I could feel it too. It clothed him like folded wings. I said something in greeting, but he interrupted me. Did you see anything in the flames just now? Oh, not you too, I said warmly. The commander seems to think all I have to do is to look at a torch and tell the future. I've been trying to explain it doesn't work like that. You disappoint me. I was going to ask you to tell my fortune. Oh, Eros, that's easy enough. In about an hour's time, as soon as you've settled your men, you'll be bedded down with a girl. Well, it's not as much of a certainty as all that. How the devil did you know I'd managed to find one? They're not very thick on the ground just here. There's only about 1 man in 50 managed to get one. I was lucky. That's what I mean, I said. Given 50 men and only 1 woman amongst them, then Uther has the woman. That's what I call one of the certainties of life. Where will I find Caius Valerius? I'll send someone to show you. I'd come myself, only I'm keeping out of his way. Why? When we tossed for the girl, he lost, said Uther cheerfully. He'll have plenty of time to look after you. In fact, all night. Come along. Chapter 6. We went into York 3 days before the end of May. Ambrosius's scouts had confirmed his guess about York. There was a good road north from Caerconan, and Octa had fled up this with Aosa, his kinsman, and had taken refuge in that fortified city which the Romans call Eboracum, and the Saxons Eoforwic, or York. But the fortifications at York were in poor repair, and the inhabitants, when they heard of Ambrosius's resounding victory at Caerconan, offered the fleeing Saxons cold comfort. For all Octa's speed, Ambrosius was barely 2 days behind him, and at the sight of our vast army, rested and reinforced by fresh British allies encouraged by the Red Dragon's victories, the Saxons, doubting whether they could hold the city against him, decided to beg for mercy. I saw it myself. being right up in the van with the siege engines, under the walls. In its way it was more unpleasant even than a battle. The Saxon leader was a big man, blond like his father, and young. He appeared before Ambrosius stripped to his trews, which were of coarse stuff bound with thongs. His wrists likewise were bound, this time with a chain, and his head and body were smeared with dust, a token of humiliation he hardly needed. His eyes were angry, and I could see he had been forced into this by the cowardice, or wisdom, as you care to call it, of the group of Saxon and British notables who crowded behind him out of the city gate, begging Ambrosius for mercy on themselves and their families. This time he gave it. He demanded only that the remnants of the Saxon army should withdraw to the north, beyond the old wall of Hadrian, which, he said, he would count the border of his realm. The lands beyond this, so men say, are wild and sullen and scarcely habitable. But Octa took his liberty gladly enough, and after him, eager for the same mercy, came his cousin Eosa, throwing himself on Ambrosius's bounty. He received it, and the city of York opened its gates to its new king. Ambrosius's first occupation of a town was always to follow the same pattern. First of all, the establishment of order. He would never allow the British auxiliaries into the town. His own troops from less Britain, with no local loyalties, were ones that established and held order. The streets were cleaned, the fortifications temporarily repaired, and plans drawn up for the future work and put into the hands of a small group of skilled engineers, who were to call on local labour. Then a meeting of the city's leaders, a discussion on future policy, an oath of loyalty to Ambrosius, and arrangements made for the garrisoning of the city when the army departed. Finally, a religious ceremony of thanksgiving with a feast and a public holiday. In York, the first great city invested by Ambrosius, the ceremony was held in the church, on a blazing day near the end of June, and in the presence of the whole army and a vast crowd of people. I had already attended a private ceremony elsewhere. It was not to be expected that there was still a temple of Mithras in York. The worship was forbidden, and in any case would have vanished when the last legion left the Saxon shore almost a century ago, but in the day of the legions the temple at York had been one of the finest in the country. Since there was no natural cave nearby, it had originally been built below the house of the Roman commander in a large cellar, and because of this, the Christians had not been able to desecrate and destroy it, as was their wont with the sacred places of other men. But time and damp had done their work, and the sanctuary had crumbled into disrepair. Once, under the Christian governor, there had been an attempt to turn the place into a chapel crypt, but the next governor had been outspokenly, not to say violently, opposed to this. He was a Christian himself, but he saw no reason why the perfectly good cellar under his house should not be used for what, to him, was the real purpose of a cellar, namely to store wine. And a wine store it had remained, till the day Uther sent a working party down to clean and repair it for the meeting, which was to be held on the god's own feast day, the 16th day of June. This time the meeting was secret, not from fear, but from policy, since the official thanksgiving would be Christian, and Ambrosius would be there to offer thanks in the presence of the bishops and all the people. I myself had not seen the sanctuary, having been employed during my first days in York on the restoring of the Christian church in time for the public ceremony. But on the feast of Mithras I was to present myself at the underground temple with others of my own grade. Most of these were men I didn't know or could not identify by the voice behind the mask. But Uther was recognizable, and my father would of course be there in his office as Courier of the Sun. The door of the temple was closed. We of the lowest grade waited our turn in the antechamber. This was a smallish square room lit only by the 2 torches held in the hands of the statues, one to either side of the temple door. Above the doorway was the old stone mask of a lion, worn and fretted, part of the wall. To either side, as worn and chipped, and with noses and members broken and hacked away, the 2 stone torchbearers still looked ancient and dignified. The anteroom was chill in spite of the torches and smelled of smoke. I felt the cold at work on my body. It struck up from the stone floor into my bare feet, and under the long robe of white wool I was naked. But just as the first shiver ran up my skin, the temple door opened, and in an instant all was light and colour and fire. Even now, after all these years, and knowing all that I have learnt in a lifetime, I cannot find it in me to break the vow I made of silence and secrecy. Nor, so far as I know, has any man done so. Men say that what you're taught when young can never be fully expunged from your mind, and I know that I myself have never escaped the spell of the secret God who led me to Brittany and threw me at my father's feet. Indeed, whether because of the curb on the spirit of which I have already written, or whether by intervention of the God himself, I find that my memory of his worship has gone into a blur, as if it was a dream. And a dream it may be, and not of this time alone, but made up of all the other times, from the first vision of the midnight field to this night's ceremony, which was the last. A few things I remember. More torch-bearers of stone, the long benches to either side of the centre aisle where men reclined in their bright robes, the masks turned to us, eyes watchful. The steps at the far end and the great apse, with the arch like a cave mouth opening on the cave within, where under the star-studded roof was the old relief in stone of Mithras at the bull-slaying. It must have been somehow protected from the hammers of the god-breakers, for it was still strongly carved and dramatic. There he was in the light of the torches, the young man of the standing stone, the fellow in the cap, kneeling on the fallen bull, and with his head turned away in sorrow, striking the sword into its throat. At the foot of the steps stood the fire altars, one at each side. Beside one of them a man robed and masked as a lion with a rod in his hand. Beside the other, the Heliodromos, the courier of the sun. And at the head of the steps, in the centre of the apse, the father waiting to receive us. My raven mask had poor eye-holes, and I could only see straight forward. It would not have been seemly to look from side to side with that pointed bird mask, so I stood listening to the voices and wondering how many friends were here, how many men I knew. The only one I could be sure of was the courier, tall and quiet there by the altar fire, and one of the lions, either him by the archway or one of the grade who watched from somewhere along the makeshift benches. This was the frame of the ceremony, and all that I can remember except the end. The officiating lion was not Uther after all. He was a shorter man of thick build and seemingly older than Uther, and the blow he struck me was no more than the ritual tap, without the sting that Uther usually managed to put into it. Nor was Ambrosius the courier. As the latter handed me the token meal of bread and wine, I saw the ring on the little finger of his left hand made of gold, enclosing a stone of red jasper with a dragon crest carved small. But when he lifted the cup to my mouth and the scarlet robe slipped back from his arms, I saw a familiar scar white on the brown flesh, and looked up to meet the blue eyes behind the mask, alight with a spark of amusement that quickened to laughter as I started and spilled the wine. Uther had stepped up 2 grades, it seemed, in the time since I had last attended the mysteries, and since there was no other courier present, there was only one place for Ambrosius. I turned from the courier to kneel at the father's feet, but the hands which took my own between them for the vow were the hands of an old man, and when I looked up, the eyes behind the mask were the eyes of a stranger. 8 days later was the official ceremony of Thanksgiving. Ambrosius was there with all his officers, even Uther. "For," said my father to me afterwards when we were alone, "as you will find, all gods who are born of the light are brothers, and in this land, if Mithras who gives us victory is to bear the face of Christ, why then we worship Christ." We never spoke of it again. The capitulation of York marked the end of the first stage of Ambrosius's campaign. After York we went to London in easy stages, and with no more fighting unless you count a few skirmishes by the way. What the king had to undertake now was the enormous work of reconstruction and the consolidation of his kingdom. In every town and strong point he left garrisons of tried men under trusted officers, and appointed his own engineers to help organize the work of rebuilding and repairing towns, roads, and fortresses. Everywhere the picture was the same. Once fine buildings, ruined or damaged almost beyond repair. Roads half obliterated through neglect, villages destroyed, and people hiding fearfully in caves and forests. Places of worship pulled down or polluted. It was as if the stupidity and lawless greed of the Saxon hordes had cast a blight over the whole land. Everything that had given light, Art, song, learning, worship, the ceremonial meetings of the people, the feasts at Easter or Hallowmass or midwinter, even the arts of husbandry, all these had vanished under the dark clouds on which rode the northern gods of war and thunder. And they had been invited here by Vortigern, a British king. This now was all that people remembered. They forgot that Vortigern had reigned well enough for 10 years, and adequately for a few more before he found that the war spirit he had unleashed on his country had outgrown his control. They remembered only that he had gained his throne by bloodshed and treachery and the murder of a kinsman, and that the kinsman had been the true king. So they came flocking now to Ambrosius, calling on him the blessings of their different gods, hailing him with joy as king, the first king of all Britain, the first shining chance for the country to be won. Other men have told the story of Ambrosius's crowning and his first work as King of Britain. It has even been written down, so here I will only say that I was with him for the first 2 years, as I have told. But then, in the spring of my 20th year, I left him. I'd had enough of councils and marching and long legal discussions, where Ambrosius tried to reimpose the laws that had fallen into disuse, and the everlasting meetings with elders and bishops droning like bees, days and weeks for every drop of honey. I was even tired of building and designing. This was the only work I had done for him in all the long months I served with the army. I knew, at last, that I must leave him, get out of the press of affairs that surrounded him. The god does not speak to those who have no time to listen. The mind must seek out what it needs to feed on, and it came to me at last that what work I had to do, I must do among the quiet of my own hills. So, in spring, when we came to Winchester, I sent a message to Cadal, then sought Ambrosius out to tell him I must go. He listened half absently. Cares pressed heavily on him these days, and the years which had sat lightly on him before now seemed to weigh him down. I've noticed that this is often the way with men who set their lives towards the distant glow of one high beacon. When the hilltop is reached and there is nowhere further to climb, and all that is left is to pile more on the flame and keep the beacon burning, why, then they sit down beside it and grow old. Where their leaping blood warmed them before, now the beacon fire must do it from without. So it was with Ambrosius. The king who sat in his great chair at Winchester and listened to me was not the young commander whom I had faced across the map-strewn table in Les Britain, or even the courier of Mithras who had ridden to me across the frost-bound field. "I cannot hold you," he said. "You're not an officer of mine, you're only my son. You will go where you wish." "I serve you, you know that. But I know now how best I can serve you. You spoke the other day of sending a troop towards Caerleon. Who's going?" He looked down at a paper. A year ago he would have known without looking. "Priscus, Valens, probably Sidonius. They go in 2 days' time." "Then I'll go with them." He looked at me. Suddenly it was the old Ambrosius back again. "An arrow out of the dark?" "You might say so. I know I must go." "Then go safely. And some day, come back to me." Someone interrupted us then. When I left him, he was already going word by word through some laborious draft of the new statutes for the city. Chapter 7. The road from Winchester to Caerleon is a good one. The weather was fine and dry, so we didn't halt in Sarum, but held on northwards while the light lasted, straight across the great plain. A short way beyond Sarum lies the place where Ambrosius was born. I cannot even call to mind now what name it had gone by in the past, but already it was being called by his name, Ameresburg, or Amesbury. I had never been that way, and had a mind to see it. So we pressed on, and arrived just before sunset. I, together with the officers, was given comfortable lodging with the head man of the town. It was little more than a village, but very conscious now of its standing as the king's birthplace. Not far away was the spot where many years ago some 100 or more British nobles had been treacherously massacred by the Saxons and buried in a common grave. This place lay some way west of Amesbury, beyond the stone circle that men call the Giant's Dance, or the Dance of the Hanging Stones. I'd long heard about the dance, and had been curious to see it, so when the troop reached Amesbury and were preparing to settle in for the night, I made my excuses to my host and rode out westwards alone over the open plain. Here, for mile on mile, the long plain stretches without hill or valley, unbroken save for clumps of thorn trees and gorse, and here and there a solitary oak stripped by the winds. The sun sets late, and this evening as I rode my tired horse slowly westward, the sky ahead of me was still tinged with the last rays, while behind me in the east the clouds of evening piled slate blue, and one early star came out. I think I'd been expecting the dance to be much less impressive than the ranked armies of stones I had grown accustomed to in Brittany. Something perhaps on the scale of the circle on the Druids' Island. But these stones were enormous, bigger than any I'd ever seen. And their very isolation, standing as they did in the centre of that vast and empty plain, struck the heart with awe. I rode some of the way round, slowly, staring, then dismounted and, leaving my horse to graze, walked forward between two standing stones of the outer circle. My shadow, thrown ahead of me between their shadows, was tiny, a pygmy thing. I paused involuntarily, as if the giants had linked hands to stop me. Ambrosius had asked me if this had been an arrow out of the dark. I told him yes. And this was true, but I had yet to find out why I had been brought here. All I knew was that now I was here, I wished myself away. I had felt something of the same thing in Brittany as I first passed among the avenues of stones, a breathing on the back of the neck as if something older than time were looking over one's shoulder. But this wasn't quite the same. It was as if the ground, the stones that I touched, though still warm from the spring sunlight, were breathing cold from somewhere deep below. Half reluctantly I walked forward. The light was going rapidly, and to pick one's way into the centre needed care. Time and storm, and perhaps the gods of war, had done their work, and many of the stones were cast down to lie haphazard, but the pattern could still be discerned. It was a circle, but like nothing I'd seen in Brittany, like nothing I'd ever imagined. There had been originally an outer circle of the huge stones, and where a crescent of these still stood, I saw that the uprights were crowned with a continuous lintel of stones as vast as themselves, a great linked curve of stone, standing like a giant's fence across the sky. Here and there others of the outer circle were still standing, but most had fallen, or were leaning at drunken angles, with the lintel stones beside them on the ground. Within the bigger circle was a smaller one of uprights, and some of the outer giants had fallen against these and brought them flat. Within these again, marking the centre, was a horseshoe of enormous stones crowned in pairs. 3 of these trilithons stood intact. The 4th had fallen, and brought its neighbour down with it. Echoing this once again was an inner horseshoe of smaller stones, nearly all standing. The centre was empty, and crossed with shadows. The sun had gone, and with its going the western sky drained of colour, leaving one bright star in a swimming sea of green. I stood still. It was very quiet, so quiet that I could hear the sound of my horse cropping the turf and the thin jingle of his bit as he moved. The only other sound was the whispering chatter of nesting starlings among the great trilithons overhead. The starling is a bird sacred to the Druids, and I had heard that in past time the dance had been used for worship by the Druid priests. There are many stories about the dance, how the stones were brought from Africa and put up by giants of old, or how they were the giants themselves caught and turned to stone by a curse as they danced in a ring. But it was not giants or curses that were breathing the cold now from the ground and from the stones. These stones had been put here by men, and their raising had been sung by poets like the old blind man of Brittany. A lingering shred of light caught the stone near me. The huge knob of stone on one sandstone surface echoed the hole in the fallen lintel alongside it. These tenons and sockets had been fashioned by men, craftsmen such as I had watched almost daily for the last few years in less Britain, then in York, London, Winchester. And massive as they were, giants building as they seemed to be, they had been raised by the hands of workmen to the commands of engineers and to the sound of music, such as I had heard from the blind singer of Kerrick. I walked slowly forward across the circle's centre. The faint light in the western sky threw my shadow slanting ahead of me, and etched, momentarily in fleeting light, the shape of an axe two-headed on one of the stones. I hesitated, then turned to look. My shadow wavered and dipped. I trod in a shallow pit and fell, measuring my length. It was only a depression in the ground, the kind that might have been made years past by the falling of one of the great stones, or by a grave. There was no stone nearby of such a size, no sign of digging, no one buried here. The turf was smooth and grazed by sheep and cattle, and under my hands as I picked myself up slowly were the scented, frilled stars of daisies. But as I lay, I had felt the cold strike up from below in a pang as sudden as an arrow striking, and I knew that this was why I had been brought here. I caught my horse, mounted, and rode the 2 miles back to my father's birthplace.
We reached Caerleon 4 days later, to find the place completely changed. Ambrosius intended to use it as one of his 3 main stations along with London and York, and Tremorinus himself had been working there. The walls had been rebuilt, the bridge repaired, the river dredged, and its banks strengthened, and the whole of the east barrack block rebuilt. In earlier times, the military settlement at Caerleon, circled by low hills and guarded by a curve of the river, had been a vast place. There was no need for even half of it now, so Tremorinus had pulled down what remained of the western barrack blocks and used the material on the spot to build the new quarters, the baths and some brand new kitchens. The old ones had been in even worse condition than the bath-house at Marydunum. And now, "You'll have every man in Britain asking to be posted here," I told Tremorinus, and he looked pleased. "We'll not be ready a moment too soon," he said. "The rumour's going round of fresh trouble coming. Have you heard anything?" "Nothing. But if it's recent news, I wouldn't have had it. We've been on the move for nearly a week. What kind of trouble? Not Opta again, surely?" "No, Plascentius." This was Vortimer's brother, who had fought with him in the rebellion and fled north after Vortimer's death. "You knew he took ship to Germany. They say he'll come back." "Give him time," I said. "You may be sure he will." "Well, you'll send me any news that comes." "Send you? You're not staying here?" "No, I'm going to Marydunum. It's my home, you know." "I'd forgotten." "Well, perhaps we'll see something of you. I'll be here myself a bit longer. We've started work on the church now." He grinned. "The bishop's been at me like a gadfly. It seems I should have been thinking of that before I'd spent so much time on the things of this earth. And there's talk, too, of putting up some kind of monument to the king's victories. A triumphal arch, some say. The old Roman style of thing. Of course, they're saying here in Caerleon that we should build the church for that. The glory of God with Ambrosius thrown in. Though myself, I think if any bishop should get the credit of God's glory and the king's combined, it should be Gloucester. Old Eldad laid about him with the best of them. Did you see him?" "I heard him." He laughed. "Well, in any case, you'll stay tonight, I hope. Have supper with me." "Thanks, I'd like to." We talked late into the night, and he showed me some of his plans and designs, and seemed flatteringly anxious that I should come back from Marydunum to see the various stages of the building. I promised, and next day left Caerleon alone, parrying an equally flattering and urgent request from the camp commandant to let him give me an escort. But I refused, and in late afternoon came alone at last in sight of my own hills. There were rain clouds massing in the west, but in front of them, like a bright curtain, the slanting sunlight. One could see on a day like this why the green hills of Wales had been called the Black Mountains, and the valleys running through them the valleys of gold. Bars of sunlight lay along the trees of the golden valleys, and the hills stood slate blue or black behind them, with their tops supporting the sky. I took 2 days for the journey, going easily, and noticing by the way how the land seemed already to have got back its bloom of peace. A farmer building a wall barely looked my way as I rode by, and a young girl minding a flock of sheep smiled at me. And when I got to the mill on the Towy, it seemed to be working normally. There were grain sacks piled in the yard, and I could hear the clack, clack, clack of the turning wheel.
I passed the bottom of the path which led up to the cave, and held on straight for the town. I believe I told myself that my first duty and concern was to visit St. Peter's to ask about my mother's death, and to see where she was buried. But when I got from my horse at the nunnery gate and lifted a hand to the bell, I knew from the knocking of my heart that I had told myself a lie. I could have spared myself the deception. It was the old portress who let me in, and who led me straight without being asked through the inner court and down to the green slope near the river, where my mother was buried. It was a lovely place, a green plot near a wall where pear trees had been brought early into blossom by the warmth, and where above their snow the white doves she had loved were rounding their breasts to the sun. I could hear the ripple of the river beyond the wall, and down through the rustling trees the note of the chapel bell. The abbess received me kindly, but had nothing to add to the account which I had received soon after my mother's death, and had passed on to my father. I left money for prayers and for a carved stone to be made, and when I left, it was with her silver cross with the amethysts tucked into my saddlebag. One question I dared not ask, even when a girl who was not Kerry brought wine for my refreshment, and finally, with my question unasked, I was ushered to the gate and out into the street. Here I thought for a moment that my luck had changed, for as I was untying my horse's bridle from the ring beside the gate, I saw the old portress peering at me through the grille, remembering no doubt the gold I had given her on my first visit. But when I produced money and beckoned her close to shout my question in her ear, and even after 3 repetitions got through to her, the only answer was a shrug and the one word, "Gone," which, even if she had understood me, was hardly helpful. In the end I gave up. In any case, I told myself this was something that had to be forgotten. So I rode out of town and back over the miles to my valley with the memory of her face burnt into everything I saw, and the gold of her hair lying in every shaft of the slanting sunlight. Cadal had rebuilt the pen which Galapas and I had made in the hawthorn brake. It had a good roof and a stout door, and could easily house a couple of big horses. One, Cadal's own, I suppose, was already there. Cadal himself must have heard me riding up the valley, because almost before I had dismounted he came running down the path by the cliff, had the bridle out of my hand, and lifting both my hands in his, kissed them. "Why, what's this?" I asked, surprised. He need have no fears for my safety. The messages I had sent him had been regular and reassuring. "Didn't you get the message I was coming?" "Yes, I got it. It's been a long time." "You're looking well." "And you? Is all well here?" "You'll find it so. If you must live in a place like this, there's ways and ways of making it fit. Now, get away up. Your supper's ready." He bent to unbuckle the horse's girths, leaving me to go up to the cave alone. He had had a long time in which to do it, but even so it came with a shock like a miracle. It was as it had always been, a place of green grass and sunlight. Daisies and heartsease starred the turf between the green curls of young bracken, and young rabbits whisked out of sight under the flowering blackthorn. The spring ran crystal clear, and crystal clear through the water of the well could be seen the silver gravel at the bottom. Above it, in its ferny niche, stood the carved figure of the god. Cadal must have found it when he cleared the rubbish from the well. He had even found the cup of horn. It stood where it had always stood. I drank from it, sprinkled the drops for the god, and went into the cave. My books had come from Les Britain. The great chest was backed against the wall of the cave where Galapas's box had been. Where his table had stood there was another, which I recognized from my grandfather's house. The bronze mirror was back in place. The cave was clean, sweet-smelling and dry. He had built a hearth of stone, and logs were laid ready to light. I half expected to see Galapas sitting beside the hearth, and on the ledge near the entrance the falcon which had perched there on the night a small boy left the cave in tears. Deep among the shadows, above the ledge at the rear, was the gash of deeper shadow which hid the crystal cave. That night, lying on the bed of bracken with the rugs pulled round me, I lay listening, after the dying of the fire, to the rustle of leaves outside the cave, and beyond that, the trickle of the spring. They were the only sounds in the world. I closed my eyes and slept as I had not slept since I was a child. Chapter 8. Like a drunkard who, as long as there is no wine to be had, thinks himself cured of his craving, I had thought myself cured of the thirst for silence and solitude. But from the first morning of waking on Bryn Myrddin, I knew that this was not merely a refuge. It was my place. April lengthened into May, and the cuckoos shouted from hill to hill, the bluebells unfurled in the young bracken, and evenings were full of the sound of lambs crying. And still I had never once gone nearer the town than the crest of a hill 2 miles north, where I gathered leaves and cresses. Cadal went down daily for supplies, and for what news was current, and twice a messenger rode up the valley, once with a bundle of sketches from Tremarinus, once with news from Winchester, and money from my father. No letter, but confirmation that Pascentius was indeed massing troops in Germany, and war must surely come before the end of summer. For the rest, I read, and walked on the hills, and gathered plants and made medicines. I also made music and sang a number of songs which made Cadal look sideways at me over his tasks and shake his head. Some of them are still sung, but most are best forgotten. One of the latter was this, which I sang one night when May was in town with all her wild clouds of blossom, and grey bell turned to bluebell along the breaks. The land is grey and bare, the trees naked as bone. Their summer stripped from them, the willow's hair, the beauty of blue water, the golden grasses. Even the bird's whistle has been stolen. Stolen by a girl, robbed by a girl, lithe as willow. Blithe she is as the bird on the May bough. Sweet she is as the bell in the tower. She dances over the bending rushes, and her steps shine on the grey grass. I would take a gift to her, queen of maidens. But what is left to offer from my bare valley? Voices of wind in the reeds, and jewel of rain, and fur of moss on the cold stone. What is there left to offer but moss on the stone? She closes her eyes and turns from me in sleep. The next day I was walking in a wooded valley a mile from home looking for wild mint and bitterweed, when, as if I'd called her, she came up the path through the bluebells and bracken. For all I know, I may have called her. An arrow is an arrow, whichever god looses it. I stood still by a clump of birches, staring as if she would vanish, as if I had indeed conjured her up that moment from dream and desire, a ghost in sunlight. I couldn't move, though my whole body and spirit seemed to leap at once to meet her. She saw me, and laughter broke in her face, and she came to me walking lightly. In the chequer of dancing light and shadow as the birch boughs moved, she still seemed insubstantial, as if her step would hardly stir the grasses. But then she came closer, and it was no vision, but Kerry as I remembered her, in brown homespun and smelling of honeysuckle. But now she wore no hood, her hair was loose over her shoulders, and her feet were bare. The sun glanced through the moving leaves, making her hair sparkle like light on water. She had her hands full of bluebells. "My lord!" The small, breathless voice was full of pleasure. I stood, still with all my dignity round me like a robe, and under it my body fretting like a horse that feels curb and spur at the same time. I wondered if she were going to kiss my hand again, and if so, what I would do. "Kerry, what are you doing here?" "Why, gathering bluebells." The wide innocence of her look robbed the words of pertness. She held them up, laughing at me across them. God knows what she could see in my face. No, she was not going to kiss my hand. "Didn't you know I'd left St. Peter's?" "Yes, they told me." "I thought you must have gone to some other nunnery." "No, never that. I hated it. It was like being in a cage. Some of them liked it. It made them feel safe, but not me. I wasn't made for such a life." "They tried to do the same thing to me once," I said. "Did you run away too?" "Oh, yes. But I ran before they shut me up." "Where are you living now, Kerry?" She didn't seem to have heard the question. "You weren't meant for it either. Being in chains, I mean." "Not those chains." I could see her puzzling over this, but I was not sure what I had meant myself, so held my tongue, watching her without thought, feeling only the strong happiness of the moment. "I was sorry about your mother," she said. "Thank you, Kerry. She died just after you'd left. I suppose they told you all about it?" "Yes, I went to the nunnery as soon as I came back to Marydunum." She was silent for a moment, looking down. She pointed a bare toe in the grass, a little shy dancing movement which set the golden apples at her girdle jingling. "I knew you'd come back. Everyone's talking about it." "Are they?" She nodded. "They told me in the town that you were a prince as well as a great magician." She looked up then, her voice fading to doubt, as she eyed me. I was wearing my oldest clothes, a tunic with grass stains that not even Cadal could remove, and my mantle was burred and pulled by thorns and brambles. My sandals were of canvas like a slave's. It was useless to wear leather through the long wet grass. Compared even with the plainly dressed young man she had seen before, I must look like a beggar. She asked with the directness of innocence, "Are you still a prince now that your mother is gone?" "Yes. My father is the High King." Her lips parted. "Your father? The king? I didn't know, nobody said that." "Not many people know. But now that my mother is dead, it doesn't matter. Yes, I am his son." "The son of the High King." She breathed it with awe. "And a magician, too. I know that's true." "Yes, that is true." "You once told me you weren't." I smiled. "I told you I couldn't cure your toothache." "But you did cure it." "So you said. I didn't believe you." "Your touch would cure anything," she said, and came close to me. The neck of her gown hung slack. Her throat was pale as honeysuckle. I could smell her scent and the scent of the bluebells and the bittersweet juice of the flowers crushed between us. I put out a hand and pulled at the neck of the gown, and the drawstring snapped. Her breasts were round and full and softer than anything I had imagined. They rounded into my hands like the breasts of my mother's doves. I believe I had expected her to cry out and pull away from me. But she nestled towards me warmly and laughed and put her hands up behind my head and dug her fingers into my hair and bit me on the mouth. Then suddenly she let her whole weight hang against me, so that, reaching to hold her, plunging clumsily into the kiss, I stumbled forward and fell to the ground with her under me and the flowers scattering round us as we fell. It took me a long time to understand. At first it was laughter and snatched breathing, and all that burns down into the imagination in the night, but still held down hard and steady because of her smallness and the soft sounds she made when I hurt her. She was slim as a reed and soft with it, and you would have thought it would make me feel like a duke of the world. But then suddenly she made a sound deep in her throat as if she was strangling, and twisted in my arms as I have seen a dying man twist in pain, and her mouth came up like something striking and fastened on mine. Suddenly it was I who was strangling. Her arms dragged at me, her mouth sucked me down, her body drew me into that tight and final darkness. No air, no light, no breath, no whisper of waking spirit. A grave inside a grave. Fear burned down into my brain like a white-hot blade laid across the eyes. I opened them and could see nothing, but the spinning light and the shadow of a tree laid across me, whose thorns tore like spikes. Some shape of terror clawed my face. The thorn tree's shadow swelled and shook, the cave mouth gaped, and the walls breathed, crushing me. I struggled back, out, tore myself away, and rolled over apart from her, sweating with fear and shame. "What's the matter?" Even her voice sounded blind. Her hands still moved over the space of air where I had been. "I'm sorry, Kerry, I'm sorry." "What do you mean? What's happened?" She turned her head in its fallen flurry of gold. Her eyes were narrow and cloudy. She reached for me. "Oh, if that's all, come here." "It's all right, I'll show you. Just come here." "No." I tried to put her aside gently, but I was shaking. "No, Kerry, leave me, no." "What's the matter?" Her eyes opened suddenly wide. She pushed herself up on her elbow. "Why, I do believe you've never done it before. Have you? Have you?" I didn't speak. She gave a laugh that seemed meant to sound gay, but came shrilly. She rolled over again and stretched out her hands. "Well, never mind. You can learn, can't you? You're a man, after all. At least I thought you were." Then suddenly, in a fury of impatience, "Oh, for God's sake, hurry, can't you? I tell you it'll be all right." I caught her wrists and held them. "Kerry, I'm sorry. I can't explain, but this is... I must not. That's all I know. No, listen, give me a minute. Let me go!" I loosed her and she pulled away and sat up. Her eyes were angry. There were flowers caught in her hair. I said, "This isn't because of you, Kerry. Don't think that. It has nothing to do with you." "Not good enough for you, is that it? Because my mother was a whore?" Was she? I didn't even know. I felt suddenly immensely tired. I said carefully, "I told you this was nothing to do with you. You are very beautiful, Kerry, and the first moment I saw you, I felt... You must know what I felt. But this is nothing to do with feeling. It's between me and... Well, it's something to do with my..." I stopped. It was no use. Her eyes watched me bright and blank, then she turned aside with a little flouncing movement and began to tidy her dress. Instead of power, I finished, "Something to do with my magic." "Magic?" Her lip was thrust out like a hurt child's. She knotted her girdle tight with a sharp little tug and began to gather up the fallen bluebells, repeating spitefully, "Magic? Do you think I believe in your silly magic? Did you really think I even had the toothache that time?" "I don't know," I said wearily. I got to my feet. "Well, maybe you don't have to be a man to be a magician. You ought to have gone into that monastery after all." Perhaps. A flower was tangled in her hair, and she put a hand up to pull it out. The fine floss glinted in the sun like gossamer. My eye caught the blue mark of a bruise on her wrist. "Are you all right? Did I hurt you?" She neither answered nor looked up, and I turned away. "Well, goodbye, Kerry." I had gone perhaps 6 steps when her voice stopped me. "Prince?" I turned. "So you do answer to it," she said. "I'm surprised. Son of the High King, you say you are? And you don't even leave me a piece of silver to pay for my gown?" I must have stood staring like a sleepwalker. She tossed the gold hair back over her shoulder and laughed up at me. Like a blind man fumbling, I felt in the purse at my belt and came out with a coin. It was gold. I took a step back towards her to give it to her. She leaned forward, still laughing, her hands out, cupped like a beggar's. The torn gown hung loose from the lovely throat. I flung the coin down and ran away from her, up through the wood. Her laughter followed me till I was over the ridge and down in the next valley, and had flung myself on my belly beside the stream and drowned the feel and the scent of her in the rush of the mountain water that smelled of snow. Chapter 9. In June, Ambrosius came to Caerleon and sent for me. I rode up alone, arriving one evening well past supper time, when the lamps had been lit and the camp was quiet. The king was still working. I saw the spill of light from headquarters and the glimmer on the dragon standard outside. While I was still some way off, I heard the clash of a salute, and a tall figure came out whom I recognized as Uther. He crossed the way to a door opposite the king's, but with his foot on the bottom step saw me, stopped and came back. "Merlin! So you got here. You took your time, didn't you?" "The summons was hasty. If I'm to go abroad, there are things I have to do." He stood still. "Who said you were to go abroad?" "People talk of nothing else. It's Ireland, isn't it? They say Pascentius has made some dangerous allies over there and that Ambrosius wants them destroyed quickly, but why me?" "Because it's their central stronghold he wants destroyed. Have you ever heard of Kildare?" "Who hasn't? They say it's a fortress that's never been taken." "Then they say the truth. There's a mountain in the centre of all Ireland, and they say that from the summit of it you can see every coast. And on top of that hill there's a fortress, not of earth and palisades, but of strong stones. That, my dear Merlin, is why you..." "I see. You need engines." "We need engines. We have to attack Kildare. If we can take it, you can reckon that there'll be no trouble there for a few years to come. So I take Tremorinus, and Tremorinus insists on taking you." "I gather the king isn't going." "No. Now I'll say good night. I have business to attend to, or I would ask you in to wait. He's got the camp commandant with him, but I don't imagine they'll be long." On this he said a pleasant enough good night and ran up the steps into his quarters, shouting for his servant before he was well through the door. Almost immediately from the king's doorway came the clash of another salute, and the camp commandant came out. Not seeing me, he paused to speak to one of the sentries, and I stood waiting until he had done. A movement caught my eye, a furtive stir of shadow where someone came softly down a narrow passage between the buildings opposite, where Uther was housed. The sentries, busy with the commandant, had seen nothing. I drew back out of the torchlight, watching. A slight figure, cloaked and hooded. A girl. She reached the lighted corner and paused there, looking about her. Then, with a gesture that was secret rather than afraid, she pulled the hood closer about her face. It was a gesture I recognized, as I recognized the drift of scent on the air like honeysuckle, and from under the hood the lock of hair curling gold in the torchlight. I stood still. I wondered why she had followed me here and what she hoped to gain. I didn't think it was shame I felt, not now, but there was pain, and I believe there was still desire. I hesitated, then took a step forward and spoke. "Kerry?" But she paid no attention. She slid out from the shadows and quickly and lightly ran up the steps to Uther's door. I heard the sentry challenge, then a murmur, and a soft laugh from the man. When I drew level with Uther's doorway, it was shut. In the light of the torch, I saw the smile still on the sentry's face. Ambrosius was still sitting at his table, his servant hovering behind him in the shadows. He pushed his papers aside and greeted me. The servant brought wine and poured it, then withdrew and left us alone. We talked for a while. He told me what news there was since I had left Winchester, the building that had gone forward, and his plans for the future. Then we spoke of Tremorinus's work at Caerleon, and so came to the talk of war. I asked him for the latest about Pascentius. For, I said, we've been waiting weekly to hear that he had landed in the north and was harrying the countryside. Not yet. In fact, if my plans come to anything, we may hear nothing more of Pascentius until the spring, and then we shall be more than prepared. If we allow him to come now, he may well prove more dangerous than any enemy I have yet fought. I've heard something about this. You mean the Irish news? Yes, the news is bad from Ireland. You know, they have a young king there, Gilloman. A young fire-drake, they tell me, and eager for war. Well, you may have heard it. The news is that Pascentius is contracted to Gilloman's sister. You see what this could mean. Such an alliance as that might put the north and west of Britain both at risk together. Is Pascentius in Ireland? We heard he was in Germany gathering support. That is so, he said. I can't get accurate information about his numbers, but I'd say about 20,000 men. Nor have I yet heard what he and Gilloman plan to do. He lifted an eyebrow at me, amused. Relax, boy. I haven't called you here to ask for a prediction. You made yourself quite clear at Caer Conan. I'm content to wait, like you, on your God. I laughed. I know. You want me for what you call real work. Indeed, this is it. I am not content to wait here in Britain while Ireland and Germany gather their forces and then come together on both our coasts like a summer storm and meet in Britain to overwhelm the north. Britain lies between them now, and she can divide them before ever they combine to attack. And you'll take Ireland first? Gilloman, he said, nodding. He's young and inexperienced, and he's also nearer. Uther will sail for Ireland before the month's end. There was a map in front of him. He half turned it so that I could see. Here. This is Gilloman's stronghold. You'll have heard of it, I don't doubt. It is a mountain fortress called Kildare. I've not found a man who has seen it, but I'm told it is strongly fortified and can be defended against any assault. I am told, indeed, that it has never fallen. Now, we can't afford to have Uther sit down in front of it for months while Pascentius comes in at the back door. Kildare must be taken quickly, and it cannot, they tell me, be taken by fire. Yes? I had already noticed that there were drawings of mine on the table among the maps and plans. He said, as if at a tangent, Tremorinus speaks very highly of you. That's good of him. Then, at my own tangent, "I met Uther outside. He told me what you wanted."
"Then will you go with him?"
"I'm at your service, of course. But, sir," I indicated the drawings, "I've made no new designs. Everything I have designed has already been built here. And if there is so much hurry—"
"Not that, no. I'm asking for nothing new. The machines we have are good and must serve. What we have built is ready now for shipping. I want you for more than this."
He paused.
"Kildare, Merlin, is more than a stronghold. It is a holy place. The holy place of the kings of Ireland. They tell me the crest of the hill holds a dance of stone, a circle such as you knew in Brittany, and on Kildare, men say, is the heart of Ireland, and the holy place of Gilloman's kingdom. I want you, Merlin, to throw down the holy place and take the heart out of Ireland."
I was silent.
"I spoke of this to Tremorinus," he said, "and he told me I must send for you. Will you go?"
"I've said I will, of course." He smiled and thanked me, not as if he were High King and I a subject obeying his wish, but as if I were an equal giving him a favour. He talked then for a little longer about Kildare, what he'd heard of it and what preparations he thought we should make, and finally leaned back, saying with a smile,
"One thing I regret. I'm going to marry Dunham, and I should have liked your company. But now there is no time for that. You may charge me with any messages you care to."
"Thank you, I have none. Even if I had been there, I would hardly have dared to offer you the hospitality of a cave."
"I should like to see it."
"Anyone will tell you the way, but it's hardly fit to receive a king." I stopped. His face was lit with laughter that all at once made him look 20 again. I set down my cup.
"I am a fool.
I'd forgotten."
"That you were begotten there. I thought you had. I can find my way to it, never fear."
He spoke then about his own plans. He himself would stay in Caerleon.
"For if Pascentius attacks," he told me, "my guess is that he will come down this way."
His finger traced a line on the map.
"And I can catch him south of Carlisle. Which brings me to the next thing. There was something else I wanted to discuss with you. When you last came through Caerleon, on your way to marry Dunham in April, I believe you had a talk with Tremorinus."
I waited.
"About this."
He lifted a sheaf of drawings, not mine, and handed them across. They were not of the camp, or indeed of any buildings I'd seen. There was a church, a great hall, a tower. I studied them for a few minutes in silence. For some reason I felt tired, as if my heart were too heavy for me. The lamp smoked and dimmed and sent shadows dancing over the papers. I pulled myself together and looked up at my father. "I see, you must be talking about the memorial building."
He smiled. "I'm Roman enough to want a visible monument."
I tapped the drawings. "And British enough to want it British?" "Yes, I heard that too."
"What did Tremorinus tell you?"
"That it was thought some kind of monument to your victories should be erected and to commemorate your kingship of a united kingdom. I agreed with Tremorinus that to build a triumphal arch here in Britain would be absurd. He did say that some churchmen wanted a big church built. The Bishop of Caerleon, for instance, wanted one here. But surely, sir, this would hardly do. If you build at Caerleon, you'll have London and Winchester, not to mention York, thinking it should have been there. Of them all, I suppose, Winchester would be the best. It is your capital."
"No, I've had a thought about this myself. When I travelled up from Winchester, I came through Amesbury."
He leaned forward suddenly.
"What's the matter, Merlin? Are you ill?"
"No, it's a hot night, that's all. A storm coming, I think. Go on, you came through Amesbury."
"You knew it was my birthplace. Well, it seemed to me that to put my monument in such a place could give no cause for complaint. And there is another reason why it's a good choice."
He knitted his brows.
"You're like a sheet, boy. Are you sure you're all right?"
"Perfectly, perhaps a little tired."
"Have you supped?" "It was thoughtless of me not to ask."
"I ate on the way, thank you. I've had all I need. Perhaps some more wine." I half rose. But before I could get to my feet, he was on his, and came round the table with the jug and served me himself. While I drank, he stayed where he was, near me, sitting back against the table's edge. I was reminded sharply of how he had stood this way that night in Brittany, when I discovered him. I remember that I held it in my mind, and in a short while was able to smile at him. I'm quite well, sir, indeed I am. Please go on. You were giving me the second reason for putting your monument at Amesbury.
You probably know that it is not far from there that the British dead lie buried, who were slain by Hengist's treachery. I think it fitting, and I think there is no man who will argue with this, that the monument to my victory to the making of one kingdom under one king should also be a memorial for these warriors.
He paused.
And you might say there is yet a third reason, more powerful than the other two.
I said, not looking at him, but down into the cup of wine and speaking quietly, that Amesbury is already the site of the greatest monument in Britain. Possibly the greatest in the whole West?
Ah.
It was a syllable of deep satisfaction.
So, your mind moves this way too. You have seen the Giants' Dance.
I rode out to it from Amesbury when I was on my way home from Winchester. He stood up at that and walked back round the table to his chair. He sat, then leaned forward, resting his hands on the table.
Then you know how I am thinking. You saw enough when you lived in Brittany to know what the dance was once. And you've seen what it is now, a chaos of giant stones in a lonely place where the sun and the winds strike.
He added more slowly, watching me,
I have talked of this to Tremorinus. He says that no power of man could raise those stones.
I smiled. So, you sent for me to raise them for you?
You know they say it was not men who raised them, but magic.
Then I said, no doubt they will say the same again. His eyes narrowed.
You are telling me you can do it?
Why not? He was silent, merely waiting. It was a measure of his faith in me that he did not smile. I said, oh, I've heard all the tales they tell, the same tales they told in less Britain of the standing stones. But the stones were put there by men, sir. And what men put there once, men can put there again.
Then if I don't possess a magician, at least I possess a competent engineer.
That's it.
How will you do it?
As yet, I know less than half of it. But if it was done once, it can be done again.
Then will you do this for me, Merlin?
Of course. Have I not said I am here only to serve you as best I can? I will rebuild the Giants' Dance for you, Ambrosius.
A strong symbol for Britain.
He spoke broodingly now, frowning down at his hands.
I shall be buried there, Merlin, when my time comes. What Vortigern wanted to do for his stronghold in darkness, I shall do for mine in the light. I shall have the body of her king buried under the stones, the warrior under the threshold of all Britain.
Someone must have drawn the curtains back from the door. The sentries were out of sight, the camp silent. The stone doorposts and the heavy lintel lying across them framed a blue night burning with stars. All round us the vast shadows reared giant stones linked like pleached trees where some hands long since gone had cut the signs of the gods of air and earth and water. Someone was speaking quietly, a king's voice. Ambrosius's voice. It had been speaking for some time, vaguely like echoes in the dark. I heard it.
And while the king lies there under the stone, the kingdom shall not fall. For as long and longer than it has stood before, the dance shall stand again, with the light striking it from the living heaven. And I shall bring back the great stone to lay upon the grave place, and this shall be the heart of Britain. And from this time on all the kings shall be one king, and all the gods one god. And you shall live again in Britain, and forever. For we will make between us a king whose name will stand as long as the dance stands, and who will be more than a symbol. He will be a shield and a living sword.
It was not the king's voice, it was my own. The king was still sitting on the other side of the map-strewn table, his hands still and flat on the papers, his eyes dark under the straight brows. Between us the lamp dimmed, flickering in a draught from the door. I stared at him, while my sight slowly cleared. What did I say? He shook his head, smiling, and reached for the wine jug. I said irritably, "It comes on me like a fainting fit on a pregnant girl. I'm sorry. Tell me what I said." "You gave me a kingdom, and you gave me immortality. What more is there? Drink now, Ambrosius's prophet." "Not wine. Is there water?" "Here." He got to his feet. "And now you must go and sleep, and so must I. I leave early for Maridunum. You're sure you have no messages?" "Tell Cadal he is to give you the silver cross with the amethysts." We faced one another in a small silence. I was almost as tall as he. He said gently, "So now it is goodbye." How does one say goodbye to a king who has been given immortality? He gave me a strange look. "Shall we meet again, then?" "We shall meet again, Ambrosius." It was then I knew that what I had prophesied for him was his death. Chapter 10. Kildare, I had been told, is a mountain in the very centre of Ireland. There are in other parts of this island mountains which, if not as great as those of our own country, could still merit the name. But the hill of Kildare is no mountain. It is a gentle, conical hill, whose summit is, I suppose, no more than 300 metres high. It is not even forested, but clothed over with rough grass, with here and there a copse of thorn trees, or a few single oaks. Even so, standing where it does, it looms like a mountain to those approaching it, for it stands alone, the only hill at the centre of a vast plain. On every hand, with barely the least undulation, the country stretches flat and green, north, south, east, west, it is the same. But it's not true that you can see the coasts from that summit. There is only the interminable view on every hand of that green, gentle country, with above it a soft and cloudy sky. Even the air is mild there. We had fair winds, and landed on a long grey strand on a soft summer morning with a breeze off the land smelling of bog myrtle and gorse and salt-soaked turf. The wild swans sailed the lochs with the half-grown cygnets, and the peewits screamed and tumbled over the meadows, where their young nestled down between the reeds. It was not a time, or a country, you would have thought for war, and indeed the war was soon over. Galapas, the king, was young. They said not more than 18, and he would not listen to his advisers and wait for a good moment to meet our attack. So high was his heart that at the first news of foreign troops landing on the sacred soil of Ireland, the young king gathered his fighting men together and threw them against Uther's seasoned troops. They met us on a flat plain, with a hill at our backs and a river at theirs. Uther's troops stood the first wild, brave attack without giving ground even a couple of paces, then advanced steadily in their turn, and drove the Irish into the water. Luckily for them, this was a wide stream, and shallow, and though it ran red that evening, many hundreds of Irishmen escaped. Galapas, the king, was one of them, and when we got the news that he had fled west with a handful of trusted followers, Uther, guessing he would be making for Kildare, sent 1,000 mounted troops after him, with instructions to catch him before he reached the gates. This they just managed to do, coming up with him barely half a mile short of the fortress, at the very foot of the hill, and within sight of the walls. The second battle was short, and bloodier than the first, but it took place in the night, and in the confusion of the melee, Galapas himself escaped once more, and galloped away with a handful of men, this time nobody knew where. But the thing was done by the time we, the main body of the army, came to the foot of Mount Kildare. The British troops were already in possession, and the gates were open. A lot of nonsense has been talked about what happened next. I myself have heard some of the songs and even read one account which was set down in a book. Ambrosius had been misinformed. Kildare was not strong built of great stones. That is to say, the outer fortifications were as usual of earthworks and palisades behind a great ditch, and inside that was a second ditch, deep and with spikes set. The central fortress itself was certainly stone-walled, and the stones were big ones, but nothing that a normal team with the proper tackle couldn't handle easily. Inside this fortress wall were houses, of the most part built of wood, but also some strong places underground, as we have in Britain. Higher yet stood the innermost ring, a wall round the crest of the hill like a crown round the brow of a king, and inside this, at the very centre and apex of the hill, was the holy place. Here stood the dance, the circle of stones that was said to contain the heart of Ireland. It couldn't compare with the great dance of Amesbury, being only a single circle of unlinked stones, but it was impressive enough, and still stood firm with much of the circle intact, and two capped uprights near the centre, where other stones lay seemingly without pattern in the long grass. I walked up alone that same evening. The hillside was alive with the bustle and roar, familiar to me from Caerconan, of the aftermath of battle. But when I passed the wall that hedged the holy place and came out towards the crest of the hill, it was like leaving a bustling hall for the quiet of some tower room upstairs. Sounds fell away below the walls, and as I walked up through the long summer grass, there was almost silence, and I was alone. A round moon stood low in the sky, pale still and smudged with shadow, and thin at one edge like a worn coin. There was a scatter of small stars, with here and there the shepherd stars herding them, and across from the moon one great star alone, burning white. The shadows were long and soft on the seeding grasses. A tall stone stood alone, leaning a little towards the east. A little further was a pit, and beyond that again a round boulder that looked black in the moonlight. There was something here. I paused. Nothing I could put a name to, but the old black stone itself might even have been some dark creature hunched there over the pit's edge. I felt the shiver run over my skin and turned away. This I would not disturb. The moon climbed with me, and as I entered the circle, she lifted her white disk over the capstones and shone clear into the centre of the ring. My footsteps crunched dry and brittle over a patch of ground where fires had recently been lit. I saw the white shapes of bones and a flat stone shaped like an altar. The moonlight showed carving on one side, crude shapes twisted of ropes or serpents. I stooped to run a finger over them. Nearby a mouse rustled and squeaked in the grass. No other sound. The thing was clean, dead, godless. I left it, moving on slowly through the moon-thrown shadows. There was another stone, domed like a beehive or a navel stone, and here an upright fallen, with the long grass almost hiding it. As I passed it, searching still, a ripple of breeze ran through the grasses, blurring the shadows and dimming the light like mist. I caught my foot on something, staggered, and came down to my knees at the end of a long, flat stone which lay almost hidden in the grass. My hands moved over it. It was massive, oblong, uncarved, simply a great natural stone onto which now the moonlight poured. It hardly needed the cold at my hands, the hiss of the bleached grasses under the sudden run of wind, the scent of daisies, to tell me that this was the stone. All round me, like dancers drawing back from the centre, the silent stones stood black. On one side the white moon, on the other the king star, burning white. I got slowly to my feet and stood there at the foot of the long stone, as one might stand at the foot of a bed, waiting for a man in it to die. It was warmth that woke me. Warmth, and the voices of men near me. I lifted my head. I was half kneeling, half lying, with my arms and the upper part of my body laid along the stone. The morning sun was high and pouring straight down into the centre of the dance. Mist smoked up from the damp grass, and its white wreaths hid the lower slopes of the hill. A group of men had come in through the stones to the dance and were standing there muttering among themselves, watching me. As I blinked, moving my stiff limbs, the group parted, and Uther came through, followed by a dozen of his officers, among whom was Tremorinus. 2 soldiers pushed between them what was obviously an Irish prisoner. His hands were tied, and there was a cut on one cheek where blood had dried, but he held himself well, and I thought the men who guarded him looked more afraid than he. Uther checked when he saw me, then came across as I got stiffly to my feet. The night must have shone still in my face, for in the group of officers behind him I saw the look I had grown used to, of men both wary and amazed. And even Uther spoke a fraction too loudly. "So your magic is as strong as theirs?" The light was too strong for my eyes. He looked vivid and unreal, like an image seen in moving water. I tried to speak, cleared my throat, and tried again. "I'm still alive, if that's what you mean." Tremorinus said gruffly, "There's not another man in the army would have spent the night here." "Afraid of the Black Stone?" I saw Uther's hand move in an involuntary gesture as if it sprang of itself to make the sign. He saw I'd noticed and looked angry. "Who told you about the Black Stone?" Before I could answer, the Irishman said suddenly, "You saw it? Who are you?" "My name is Merlin." He nodded slowly. He still showed no sign of fear or awe. He read my thought and smiled as if to say, "You and I, we can look after ourselves." "Why do they bring you here like this?" I asked him. "To tell them which is the King's Stone." Uther said, "He's told us. It's the carved altar over there." "Let him go," I said. "You have no need of him. And leave the altar alone. This is the stone." There was a pause. Then the Irishman laughed. "Faith, if you bring the king's enchanter himself, what hope had a poor poet? It's written in the stars that you would take it, and indeed it is nothing but justice. It's not the heart of Ireland that stone has been, but the curse of it, and maybe Ireland will be all the better to see it go." "How so?" I asked him. Then to Uther, "Tell them to loose him." Uther nodded, and the men loosed the prisoner's hands. He rubbed his wrists, smiling at me. You would have thought we two were alone in the dance. "They say that in times past that stone came out of Britain, out of the mountains of the west, in sight of the Irish Sea, and that the great king of all Ireland, Finn Macool was his name, carried it in his hand one night and walked through the sea with it to Ireland and set it here. And now," I said, "we carry it a little more painfully back to Britain." He laughed. "I would have thought the great magician that's yourself would have picked it up in one hand." "I'm no Finn," I said. "And now, if you're wise, poet, you will go back to your home and your harp, and make no more wars, but make a song about the stone, and how Merlin the enchanter took the stone from the dance of Kildare and carried it lightly to the dance of the hanging stones at Amesbury." He saluted me, laughing still, and went. And indeed he did walk safely down through the camp and away, for in later years I heard the song he made. But now his going was hardly noticed. There was a pause while Uther frowned down at the great stone, seeming to weigh it in his mind. "You told the king that you could do this thing. Is that true?" "I said to the king that what men had brought here men could take away." He looked at me frowningly, uncertainly, still a little angry. "He told me what you said, I agree. It doesn't need magic and fine words, only a team of competent men with the right engines. Tremorinus, sir. If we take this one, the King's Stone, there will be no need to trouble overmuch with the rest. Throw them down where you can and leave them." "Yes, sir." "If I could have Merlin's team will be working on the fortifications. Merlin, get started, will you? I give you 24 hours. This was something the men were practiced at. They threw down the walls and filled in the ditches with them. The palisades and houses, quite simply, we put to the flame. The men worked well and were in good heart. Uther was always generous to his troops, and there had been goods in plenty to be looted, arm rings of copper and bronze and gold, brooches and weapons well made and inlaid with copper and enamel, in a way the Irish have. The work was finished by dusk, and we withdrew from the hill to the temporary camp which had been thrown up on the plain at the foot of the slope. It was after supper when Tremorinus came to me. I could see the torches and the fires still lit at the top of the hill, throwing what was left of the dance into relief. His face was grimy and he looked tired. "All day," he said bitterly, "and we've raised it a couple of feet, and half an hour ago the prop's cracked and it's gone back again into its bed. Why the hell did you have to suggest that stone? The Irishman's altar would have been easier. The Irishman's altar would not have done. Well, by the gods, it looks as if you aren't going to get this one either. Look, Merlin, I don't care what he says. I'm in charge of this job, and I'm asking you to come and take a look. Will you? The rest is what the legends have been made of. It would be tedious now to relate how we did it, but it was easy enough. I'd had all day to think about it, having seen the stone and the hillside, and I'd had the engines in my mind since Brittany. Wherever we could, we took it by water, downriver from Kildare to the sea, and thence to Wales, and still as far as possible by river, using the two great Avons, with little more than a score of dry miles to cross between them. I was not Finn of the strong arm, but I was Merlin, and the great stone travelled home as smoothly as a barge on an untroubled water, with me beside it all the way. I suppose I must have slept on that journey, but I can't remember doing so. I went wakeful, as one is at a deathbed, and on that one voyage of all those in my life, I never felt the movement of the sea, but sat, they tell me, calm and silent, as if in my chair at home. Uther came once to speak to me, angry, I suppose, that I had done so easily what his own engineers couldn't do. But he went away after a moment and didn't approach me again. I remember nothing about it. I suppose I was not there. I was watching still between day and night in the great chamber at Winchester. The news met us at Caerleon. Pascentius had attacked out of the north with his force of German and Saxon allies, and the king had marched to Carlisle and defeated him there. But afterwards, safely back at Winchester, he had fallen ill. About this rumours were rife. Some said that one of Pascentius's men had come in disguise to Winchester, where Ambrosius lay abed of a chill, and had given him poison to drink. Some said the man had come from Aosa. But the truth was the same. The king was very sick at Winchester. The king's star rose again that night, looking, men said, like a fiery dragon, and trailing a cloud of lesser stars like smoke. But it didn't need the omen to tell me what I had known since that night on the crest of Kildare, when I had vowed to carry the great stone from Ireland and lay it upon his grave. So it was that we brought the stone again to Amesbury, and I raised the fallen circles of the giant's dance into their places for his monument. And at the next Easter time, in the city of London, Uther Pendragon was crowned king. Book 5. The Coming of the Bear. Chapter 1. Men said afterwards that the great dragon star which blazed at Ambrosius's death, and from which Uther took the royal name of Pendragon, was a baleful herald for the new reign. And indeed, at the start, everything seemed to be against Uther. It was as if the falling of Ambrosius's star was the signal for his old enemies to rise again and crowd in from the darkened edges of the land to destroy his successor. Octa, Hengist's son, and Aosa, his kinsman, counting themselves freed by Ambrosius's death from their promise to stay north of his borders, called together what force they could still muster for attack, and as soon as the call went out, every disaffected element rose to it. Warriors greedy for land and plunder crowded over afresh from Germany. The remnants of Pascentius's Saxons joined with Guilloman's fleeing Irish, and with whatever British thought themselves passed over by the new king. Within a few weeks of Ambrosius's death, Octa, with a large army, was scouring the north like a wolf, and before the new king could come up with him had destroyed cities and fortresses clear down from the wall of Hadrian to York. At York, Ambrosius's strong city, he found the walls in good repair, the gates shut, and men ready to defend themselves. He dragged up what siege engines he had and settled down to wait. He must have known that Uther would catch up with him there, but his numbers were such that he showed no fear of the British. Afterwards they reckoned he had 30,000 men. Be that as it may, when Uther came up to raise the siege with every man he could muster, the Saxons outnumbered the British by more than 2 to 1. It was a bloody engagement and a disastrous one. I think myself that Ambrosius's death had shaken the kingdom. For all Uther's brilliant reputation as a soldier, he was untried as supreme commander, and it was already known that he had not his brother's calmness and judgment in the face of odds. What he lacked in wisdom, he made up in bravery, but even that would not defeat the odds that came against him that day at York. The British broke and ran, and were saved only by the coming of dusk, which at that time of year fell early. Uther, with Gorlois of Cornwall, his second in command, managed to rally his remaining force near the top of the small hill called Damon. This was steep, and offered cover of a kind, cliffs and caves and thick hazelwoods, but this could only be a temporary refuge from the Saxon host which triumphantly circled the base of the hill, waiting for morning. It was a desperate position for the British, and called for desperate measures. Uther, grimly encamped in a cave, called his weary captains together while the men snatched what rest they could, and with them thrashed out a plan for outwitting the huge host waiting for them at the foot of the hill. At first nobody had much idea beyond the need to escape, but someone, I heard later that it was Gorlois, pointed out that to retreat further was merely to postpone defeat and the destruction of the new kingdom. If escape was possible, then so was attack. And this seemed feasible if the British didn't wait until daylight, but used what element of surprise there was in attacking downhill out of the dark, and long before the enemy expected it. Simple tactics, indeed, that the Saxons might have expected from men so desperately trapped. But Saxons are stupid fighters, and, as I've said before, lacking in discipline. It was almost certain that they would expect no move till dawn, and that they slept soundly where they'd lain down that night, confident of victory, and, with any luck, 3 parts drunken on the stores they'd taken. To do the Saxons justice, Octa had posted scouts, and these were wide enough awake. But Gorlois's plan worked, helped by a little mist which crept before dawn, up from the low ground and surrounded the base of the hill like a veil. Through this, twice as large as life, and in numbers altogether deceiving, the British came in a silent, stabbing rush at the first moment when there was light enough to see one's way across the rocks. Those Saxon outposts, who were not cut down in silence, gave the alarm, but too late. Warriors rolled over, cursing, snatching their weapons up from where they lay beside them, but the British, silent no longer, swept yelling across the half-sleeping host and cut it to pieces. It was finished before noon, and Octa and Eosa taken prisoner. Before winter, with the north swept clear of Saxons and the burnt longboats smoking quietly on the northern beaches, Uther was back in London with his prisoners behind bars, making ready for his coronation the following spring. His battle with the Saxons, his near defeat and subsequent sharp, brilliant victory, was all that the reign needed. Men forgot the bale of Ambrosius's death, and talked of the new king like a sun rising. His name was on everyone's lips, from the nobles and warriors who crowded round him for gifts and honours, to the workmen building his palaces, and the ladies of his court flaunting new dresses like a field of poppies in a colour called Pendragon Red. I saw him only once during these first weeks. I was at Amesbury still, superintending the work of raising the Giant's Dance. Tremorinus was in the north, but I had a good team, and after their experience with the King's Stone at Kildare, the men were eager to tackle the massive stones of the dance. For the raising of the uprights, once we had aligned the stones, dug the pits and sunk the guides, there was nothing that could not be done with rope and sheer legs and plumb line. It was with the great lintels that the difficulty lay. But the miracle of the building of the dance had been done countless years before by the old craftsmen who had shaped those gigantic stones to fit as surely one into the other as wood dovetailed by a master carpenter. We had only to find means to lift them. It was this which had exercised me all those years since I first saw the capped stones in Les Britain and began my calculations. Nor had I forgotten what I'd learnt from the songs. In the end, I had designed a wooden crib, of a kind which a modern engineer might have dismissed as primitive, but which, as the singer had been my witness, had done the task before and would again. It was a slow business, but it worked. And I suppose it was a marvellous enough sight to see those vast blocks rising stage by stage, and settling finally into their beds as smoothly as if they'd been made of tallow. It took 200 men to each stone as it was moved, drilled teams who worked by numbers and who kept up their rhythms as rowers do, by music. The rhythms of the movement were, of course, laid down by the work, and the tunes were old tunes that I remembered from my childhood. My nurse had sung them to me, but she never sang the words that the men sometimes said to them. These tended to be lively, indecent, and intensely personal, and mostly concerning those in high places. Neither Uther nor I were spared, though the songs were never sung deliberately in my hearing. Moreover, when outsiders were present, the words were either correct or indistinguishable. I heard it said long afterwards that I moved the stones of the dance with magic and with music. I suppose you might say that both are true. I have thought since that this must have been how the story started that Phoebus Apollo built with the music the walls of Troy. But the magic and the music that moved the giants' dance I shared with the blind singer of Kerek. Towards the middle of November the frosts were sharp, and the work was finished. The last campfire was put out, and the last wagon train of men and materials rolled away south back to Sarum. Cadal had gone ahead of me into Amesbury. I lingered, holding my fidgeting horse until the wagons had rolled out of sight over the edge of the plain, and I was alone. The sky hung over the silent plain like a pewter bowl. It was still early in the day, and the grass was white with frost. The thin winter sun painted long shadows from the linked stones. I remembered the standing stone and the white frost, the bull and the blood and the smiling young god with the fair hair. I looked down at the stone. They had buried him, I knew, with his sword in his hand. I said to him, "We shall come back, both of us, at the winter solstice." Then I left him, and mounted my horse, and rode towards Amesbury. Chapter 2. News came of Uther in December. He had left London and ridden to Winchester for Christmas. I sent a message, got no reply, and rode out once more with Cadal to where the giants' dance stood frost-bound and lonely in the centre of the plain. It was the 20th of December. In a fold of the ground just beyond the dance we'd tethered our horses and lit a fire. I'd been afraid that the night might be cloudy, but it was crisp and clear with the stars out in their swarms, like motes in moonlight. "Get some sleep if you can in this cold," said Cadal. "I'll wake you before dawn. What makes you think he'll come?" Then, when I made no reply, "Well, you're the magician, you should know. Here, just in case your magic won't put you to sleep, you'd better put the extra cloak on. I'll wake you in time, so don't fret yourself." I obeyed him, rolling myself in the double thickness of wool and lying near the fire with my head on my saddle. I dozed rather than slept, conscious of the small noises of the night surrounded by the immense stillness of that plain, the rustle and crack of the fire, the sound of Cadal putting new wood on it, the steady tearing sound of the horses grazing at hand, the cry of a hunting owl in the air, and then, not long before dawn, the sound I'd been expecting, the steady beat of the earth beneath my head which meant the approach of horses. I sat up. Cadal, bleary-eyed, spoke morosely. "You've an hour yet, I reckon." "Never mind, I've slept. Put your ear to the ground and tell me what you hear." He leaned down, listened for perhaps 5 heartbeats, then was on his feet and making for our horses. Men reacted quickly in those days to the sound of horsemen in the night. I checked him. "It's all right." "Uther." "How many horses do you reckon?" 20, perhaps 30. Are you sure?" "Quite sure. Now get the horses saddled and stay with them. I'm going in." It was the hour between night and morning when the air is still. They were coming at a gallop. It seemed that the whole of the frozen plain beat with the sound. The moon had gone. I waited beside the stone. He left the troop some little way off and rode forward with only one companion. I didn't think they'd yet seen me, though they must have seen the flicker of Cadal's dying fire in the hollow. The night had been bright enough with starlight, so they'd been riding without torches, and their night sight was good. The two of them came on at a fast canter, straight for the outer circle of the dance, and at first I thought they would ride straight in. But the horses pulled up short with a crunch and slither of frost, and the king swung from the saddle. I heard the jingle as he threw the reins to his companion. "Keep him moving," I heard him say. And then he approached, a swift, striding shadow through the enormous shadows of the dance. "Merlin?" "My lord." "You choose your time strangely. Did it have to be the middle of the night?" He sounded wide awake and no more gracious than usual, but he had come. I said, "You wanted to see what I have done here, and tonight is the night when I can show you. I'm grateful that you came." "Show me what? A vision? Is this another of your dreams? I warn you." "No, there's nothing of that here, not now. But there is something I wanted you to see which can only be seen tonight. For that, I'm afraid, we shall have to wait a little while." "Long? It's cold." "Not so long, my lord, till dawn." He was standing the other side of the Kingstone from me, and in the faint starlight I saw him looking down at it, with his head bent and a hand stroking his chin. "The first time you stood beside this stone in the night, men say you saw visions. Now they tell me in Winchester that as he lay dying he spoke to you as if you were there in his bedchamber, standing at the foot of the bed. Is this true?" "Yes." His head came up sharply. "You say you knew on Kildare that my brother was dying, yet you said nothing to me?" "It would have served no purpose. You couldn't have returned any sooner for knowing that he lay sick. As it was, you journeyed with a quiet mind, and at Caerleon, when he died, I told you." "By the gods, Merlin! It was not for you to judge whether to speak or not. You're not the king. You should have told me." "You were not king either, Uther Pendragon. I did as he bade me." I saw him make a quick movement, then he stilled himself. "That's easy to say." But from his voice I knew that he believed me and was in awe of me and of the place. "And now that we're here and waiting for the dawn, and whatever it is you have to show me, I think one or two things must be made clear between us. You cannot serve me as you serve my brother. You must know that. I want none of your prophecies. My brother was wrong when he said that we would work together for Britain. Our stars will not conjoin. I admit I judged you too harshly there in Brittany and at Kildare. For that I'm sorry, but now it's too late. We walk different ways." "Yes, I know." I said it without any particular expression, simply agreeing, and was surprised when he laughed softly to himself. A hand, not unfriendly, dropped on my shoulder. "Then we understand one another. I hadn't thought it would be so easy. If you knew how refreshing that is after the weeks I've had of men suing for help, men crawling for mercy, men begging for favours. And now the only man in the kingdom with any real claim on me will go his own way and let me go mine." "Of course. Our paths will still cross, but not yet. And then we will deal together, whether we will or no." "We shall see. You have power, I admit it. But what use is that to me? I don't need priests." His voice was brisk and friendly, as if he were willing away the strangeness of the night. He was rooted to earth, was Uther. Ambrosius would have understood what I was saying, but Uther was back on the human trail like a dog after blood. "It seems you've served me well enough already. At Kildare, and here with the hanging stones. You deserve something of me, if only for this." "Where I can be, I shall be at your service. If you want me, you know where to find me." "Not at my court?" "No, at Marydunum. It's my home." "Ah, yes, the famous cave. You deserve a little more of me than that, I think." "There is nothing that I want," I said. There was a little more light now. I saw him slant a look at me. "I've spoken to you tonight as I've spoken to no man before. Do you hold the past against me, Merlin a bastard?" "I hold nothing against you, my lord." "Nothing?" "A girl in Caerleon, you could call her nothing." I saw him stare, then smile. "Which time?" "Oh, it doesn't matter. You'll have forgotten anyway." "By the dog, I misjudged you." He spoke with the nearest to warmth I'd yet heard from him. If he knew, I thought, he would have laughed. I said, "I tell you it doesn't matter. It didn't then, and less than that now." "You still haven't told me why you dragged me here at this time." "Well, look at the sky. It's getting on for dawn, and not a moment too soon the horses will be getting cold." He raised his head towards the east. "Should be a fine day. It'll be interesting to see what sort of job you've made of this. I can tell you now, Tremorinus was insisting right up to the time I got your message that it couldn't be done. Profit or no profit, you have your uses, Merlin." The light was growing, the dark slackening to let it through. I could see him more clearly now, standing with head up, his hand once more stroking his chin. I said, "It's as well you came by night, so that I knew your voice. I shouldn't have known you in daylight. You've grown a full beard. More kingly, eh? There was no time to do anything else on campaign. By the time we got to the Humber..." He started to tell me about it, talking for the first time since I'd known him, quite easily and naturally. It may have been that now I was, of all his subjects, the only one kin to him, and blood speaks to blood, they say. He talked about the campaign in the north, the fighting, the smoking destruction the Saxons had left behind them. "And now we spend Christmas at Winchester. I shall be crowned in London in the spring, and already—" "Wait!" I hadn't meant to interrupt him quite so peremptorily, but things were pressing on me. The weight of the sky, the shooting light. There was no time to search for the words that one could use to a king. I said quickly, "It's coming, now. Stand with me at the foot of the stone." I moved a pace from him and stood at the foot of the long kingstone, facing the bursting east. I had no eyes for Uther. I heard him draw a breath as if in anger, then he checked himself and turned with a glitter of jewels and a flash of mail to stand beside me. At our feet stretched the stone. In the east, night slackened, drew back like a veil, and the sun came up. Straight as a thrown torch or an arrow of fire, light pierced through the grey air and laid a line clear from the horizon to the kingstone at our feet. For perhaps 20 heartbeats, the huge sentinel trilithon before us stood black and stark, framing the winter blaze. Then the sun lifted over the horizon so quickly that you could see the shadow of the linked circle move into its long ellipse, to blur and fade almost immediately into the wide light of a winter's dawn. I glanced at the king. His eyes, wide and blank, were on the stone at his feet. I couldn't read his thoughts. Then he lifted his head and looked away from me at the outer circle where the great stones stood locked across the light. He took a slow pace away from me and turned on his heel, taking in the full circle of the hanging stones. I saw that the new beard was reddish and curled. He wore his hair longer, and a gold circle flashed on his helm. His eyes were blue as wood smoke in the fresh light. They met mine at last. "No wonder you smile. It's very impressive." "That's a relief," I said. "The mathematics of this have kept me awake for weeks." "Tremorinus told me." He gave me a slow, measuring look. "He also told me what you'd said." "What I'd said?" "Yes. I will deck his grave with nothing less than the light itself." I said nothing. He said slowly, "I told you I knew nothing of prophets or priests. I'm only a soldier, and I think like a soldier, but this... what you've done here, this is something I understand. Perhaps there is room for us both, after all. I told you I spend Christmas at Winchester. Will you ride back with me?" He had asked me, not commanded me. We were speaking across the stone. It was the beginning of something, but something I had not yet been shown. I shook my head. "In the spring, perhaps. I should like to see the crowning. Be sure that when you need me, I shall be there. But now I must go home."
To your hole in the ground? Well, if it's what you want. Your wants are few enough, God knows. Is there nothing you would ask of me?" He gestured with his hand to the silent circle. "Men will speak poorly of a king who does not reward you for this." "I have been rewarded." "At Marydunum now, your grandfather's house would be more suitable for you. Will you take it?" I shook my head. "I don't want a house. But I would take the hill." "Then take it. They tell me men call it Merlin's Hill already. Now it's full of daylight, and the horses will be cold. If you had ever been a soldier, Merlin, you would know that there is one thing more important even than the graves of kings, not to keep the horses standing." He clapped me on the shoulder again, turned with a swirl of the scarlet cloak, and strode to his waiting horse. I went to find Cadar. Chapter 3. When Easter came, I still had no mind to leave Bryn Myrddin. Uther, true to his word, had given me the hill where the cave stood, and people already associated its name with me, rather than with the god, calling it Merlin's Hill. But a message came from the king bidding me to London. This time it was a command, not a request, and so urgent that the king had sent an escort to avoid any delay I might have incurred in waiting for company. It was still not safe in those days to ride abroad in parties smaller than a dozen or more, and one rode armed and warily. Men who could not afford their own escort waited until a party was gathered, and merchants even joined together to pay guards to ride with them. The wilder parts of the land were still full of refugees from Octa's army, with Irishmen who had been unable to get a passage home, and a few stray Saxons trying miserably to disguise their fair skins, and unmercifully hunted down when they failed. These haunted the edges of the farms, skulking in the hills and moors and wild places, making sudden savage forays in search of food, and watching the roads for any solitary or ill-armed traveller, however shabby. Anyone with cloak or sandals was a rich man, and worth despoiling. None of this would have deterred me from riding alone with Cadar from Marydunum to London. No outlaw or thief would have faced a look from me, let alone risked a curse. Since events at Dinas Brennan, Kildare and Amesbury, my fame had spread, growing in song and story, until I hardly recognised my own deeds. Dinas Brennan had also been renamed. It had become Dinas Emrys, in compliment to me as much as to commemorate Ambrosius's landing, and the strong point he had successfully built there. I lived, too, as well as I ever had in my grandfather's palace, or in Ambrosius's house. Offerings of food and wine were left daily below the cave, and the poor, who had nothing else to bring me in return for the medicines I gave them, brought fuel or straw for the horses' bedding, or their labour for building jobs or making simple furniture. So winter had passed in comfort and peace, until on a sharp day in early March, Uther's messenger, having left the escort in the town, came riding up the valley. It was the first dry day after more than 2 weeks of rain and sleety wind, and I'd gone up over the hill above the cave to look for the first growing plants and simples. I paused at the edge of a clump of pines to watch the solitary horseman cantering up the hill. Cadar must have heard the hoofbeats. I saw him, small below me, come out of the cave and greet the man. Then I saw his pointing arm indicating which way I'd gone. The messenger hardly paused. He turned his beast uphill, struck his spurs in, and came after me. He pulled up a few paces away, swung stiffly out of the saddle, made the sign, and approached me. He was a brown-haired young man of about my own age, whose face was vaguely familiar. I thought I must have seen him around Uther's train somewhere. He was splashed with mud to the eyebrows, and where he was not muddy, his face was white with fatigue. He must have got a new horse in Marydunum for the last stage, for the animal was fresh and restive with it, and I saw the young man wince as it threw its head up and dragged at the reins. "My Lord Merlin, I bring you greetings from the king in London." "I am honoured," I said formally. "He requests your presence at the feast of his coronation. He has sent you an escort, my lord. They're in the town, resting their horses." "Did you say request?" "I should have said commands, my lord. He told me I must bring you back immediately." This was the message?
He told me nothing more, my lord, only that you must attend him immediately in London. Then, of course, I shall come. Tomorrow morning, when you've rested the horses? Today, my lord, now. It was a pity that Uther's arrogant command was delivered in a slightly apologetic way. I regarded him. You've come straight to me? Yes, my lord. Without resting? Yes. How long has it taken you? 4 days, my lord. This is a fresh horse. I'm ready to go back today. Here the animal jerked its head again, and I saw him wince. Are you hurt? Nothing to speak of. I took a fall yesterday and hurt my wrist. It's my right wrist, not my bridle hand. No, only your dagger hand. Go down to the cave and tell my servant what you've told me, and say he's to give you food and drink. When I come down, I shall see to your wrist. He hesitated. My lord, the king was urgent. This is more than an invitation to watch the crowning. You will have to wait while my servant packs my things and saddles our horses. Also, while I myself eat and drink. I can bind up your wrist in a few minutes, and while I'm doing it you can give me the news from London and tell me why the king commands me so urgently to the feast. Go down now, I shall come in a short while. But, sir, by the time Cadal has prepared food for the three of us, I shall be with you. You can't hurry me more than that. Now go. He threw me a doubtful look, then went, slithering on foot down the wet hillside, and dragging the jibbing horse after him. I gathered my cloak round me against the wind, and walked past the end of the pine wood and out of sight of the cave. I stood at the end of a rocky spur, where the winds came freely down the valley and tore at my cloak. Behind me the pines roared, and under the noise the bare blackthorns by Galapas's grave rattled in the wind. An early plover screamed in the grey air. I lifted my face to the sky and thought of Uther and London, and the command that had just come. But nothing was there except the sky and the pines and the wind in the blackthorns. I looked the other way, down towards Marydunum. From this height I could see the whole town, tiny as a toy in the distance. The valley was sullen green in the March wind. The river curled grey under the grey sky. A wagon was crossing the bridge. There was a point of colour where a standard flew over the fortress. A boat scudded downriver, its brown sails full of the wind. The hills, still in their winter purple, held the valley cupped as one might hold in one's palm a globe of glass. The wind whipped water to my eyes, and the scene blurred. The crystal globe was cold in my hands. I gazed down into it. Small and perfect in the heart of the crystal lay the town with its bridge and moving river, and the tiny scudding ship. Round it the fields curved up and over, distorting in the curved crystal till field, sky, river, clouds held the town with its scurrying people, as leaves and sepals hold a bud before it breaks to flower. It seemed that the whole countryside, the whole of Wales, the whole of Britain could be held small and shining and safe between my hands, like something set in amber. I stared down at the land globed in crystal, and knew that this was what I had been born for. The time was here, and I must take it on trust. The crystal globe melted out of my cupped hands, and was only a fistful of plants I had gathered, cold with rain. I let them fall and put up the back of a hand to wipe the water from my eyes. The scene below me had changed. The wagon and the boat had gone. The town was still. I went down to the cave to find Cadal busy with his cooking pots and the young man already struggling with the saddles of our horses. Let that alone, I told him. Cadal, is there hot water? Plenty. These are starting a half orders from the king. London, is it? Cadal sounded pleased, and I didn't blame him. We were due for a change, if you ask me. What is it, do you suppose? He, jerking his head at the young man, doesn't seem to know, or else he's not telling. Trouble by the sound of it. Maybe we'll soon find out. Here, you'd better dry this. I gave him my cloak, sat down by the fire, and called the young man to me. Let me see that arm of yours now. His wrist was blue with bruising and swollen, and obviously hurt to the touch, but the bones were whole. While he washed, I made a compress, then bound it on. He watched me half apprehensively and tended to shy from my touch, and not only, I thought, with pain. Now that the mud was washed off and I could see him better, the feeling of familiarity persisted even more strongly. I eyed him over the bandages. I know you, don't I? You wouldn't remember me, my lord, but I remember you. You were kind to me once. I laughed. Was it such a rare occasion? What's your name? Ulfin. Ulfin. It has a familiar sound. Wait a minute. Yes, I have it. Belasius's boy. Yes. You do remember me? Perfectly. That night in the forest when my pony went lame and you had to lead him home. I suppose you were around underfoot most of the time, but you were about as conspicuous as a field mouse. Well, that's the only time I remember. Is Belasius over? He's dead. Something in his tone made me cock an eye at him over the bandaged wrist. You hated him as much as that? No, don't answer. I guessed as much back there, young as I was. Well, I shan't ask why. The gods know I didn't love him myself, and I wasn't his slave. What happened to him? He died of a fever, my lord. And you managed to survive him. I seem to remember something about an old and barbarous custom. Prince Uther took me into his service. I'm with him now, the king. He spoke quickly, looking away. I knew it was all I could ever learn. Are you still so afraid of the world, Ulfin? But he wouldn't answer that. I finished tying the wrist. Well, it's a wild and violent place, and the times are cruel, but they will get better, and I think you'll help to make them so. There, that's done. Now, get yourself something to eat. Cadal, do you remember Ulfin? The boy who brought Asta home the night we ran into Uther's troops in Nemet? By the dog, so it is. Cadal looked him up and down. You look a sight better than you did then. What happened to the druid? Died of a curse? Come along, then, and get something to eat. Yours is here, Merlin, and see you eat enough for a human being for a change, and not just what might keep one of your precious birds alive. I'll try, I said meekly, and then laughed at the expression on Ulfin's face as he looked from me to my servant and back again. We lay that night at an inn near the crossroads where the way leads off north for the 5 hills and the gold mine. I ate alone in my room, served by Cadal. No sooner had the door shut behind the servant who carried the dishes than Cadal turned to me, obviously bursting with news. Well, there's a pretty carry-on in London by all accounts. Oh, one might expect it, I said mildly. I heard someone say Budek was there, together with most of the kings from across the narrow sea, and that most of them, and half the king's own nobles, have brought their daughters along with an eye to the empty side of the throne. I laughed. That should suit Uther. They say he's been through half the girls in London already, said Cadal, setting a dish down in front of me. It was Welsh mutton, with a sauce made of onions, hot and savoury. They'd say anything of him. I began to help myself. It could even be true. Yes, but seriously, there's trouble afoot, they say. Woman trouble. Oh, God, Cadal, spare me. Uther was born to woman trouble. No, but I mean it. Some of the escort were talking, and it's no wonder Ulfin wouldn't. This is real trouble. Gorlois his wife. I looked up, startled. But the Duchess of Cornwall? This can't be true. It's not true yet, but they say it's not for want of trying. I drank wine. You can be sure it's only rumour. She's more than half as young again as her husband, and I've heard she's fair. I suppose Uther pays her some attention, the Duke being his second in command, and men make all they can of it, Uther being who he is and what he is. Cadal leaned his fists on the table and looked down at me. He was uncommonly solemn. Attention, is it? They say he's never out of her lap. Sends her the best dishes at table each day. Sees she's served first even before he is. Pledges her in front of everybody in the hall every time he raises his goblet. But nobody's talking of anything else from London to Winchester. I'm told they're laying bets in the kitchen. I've no doubt. And does Gorlois have anything to say? Tried to pass it over at first, they say, but it got so that he couldn't go on pretending he hadn't noticed. He tried to look as if he thought Uther was just doing the pair of them honour. But when it came to sitting the Lady Igraine, that's her name, on Uther's right, and the old man 6 down on the other side—" He paused. I said uneasily, "Well, he must be crazed. He can't afford trouble yet, trouble of any kind, let alone this, and with Gorlois of all people." "By all the gods, Cadal, it was Cornwall that helped Ambrosius into the country at all, and Cornwall who put Uther where he is now. Who won the Battle of Damon Hill for him?" "Men are saying that, too." "Are they indeed?" I thought for a moment, frowning. "And the woman? What, apart from the usual dunghill stuff, do they say about her?" "That she says little, and says less each day. I've no doubt Gorlois has plenty to say to her at night when they're alone together. Anyway, I'm told she hardly lifts her eyes in public now in case she meets the king staring at her over his cup or leaning across at table to look down her dress." "That is what I call dunghill stuff, Cadal. I meant, what is she like?" "Well, that's just what they don't say, except that she's silent and as beautiful as this, that, and the other thing." He straightened. "Oh, no one says she gives him any help. And God knows there's no need for Uther to act like a starving man in sight of a dish of food. He could have his platter piled high any night he liked. There's hardly a girl in London who isn't trying to catch that eye of his." "I believe you. Has he quarrelled with Gorlois? Openly, I mean." "Not so that I heard. In fact, he's been over-cordial there, and he got away with it for the first week or so. The old man was flattered. But Merlin, it does sound like trouble. She's less than Gorlois's age and spends her life mewed up in one of those cold Cornish castles with nothing to do but weave his war cloaks and dream over them, and you may be sure it's not of an old man with a grey beard." I pushed the platter aside. I remember I still felt wholly unconcerned about what Uther was doing, but Cadal's last remark came a little too near home for comfort. There had been another girl, once, who had had nothing to do but sit at home and weave and dream. I said abruptly, "All right, Cadal, I'm glad to know. I just hope we can keep clear of it ourselves. I've seen Uther mad for a woman before, but they've always been women he could get. Well, this is suicide." "Crazed, you said. That's what men are saying too," said Cadal slowly. "Bewitched, they call it." He looked down at me half sideways. "Maybe that's why he sent young Ulfin in such a sweat to make sure you'd come to London. Maybe he wants you there to break the spell." "I don't break," I said shortly. "I make." He stared for a moment, shutting his mouth on what apparently he had been about to say. Then he turned away to lift the jug of wine. As he poured it for me in silence, I saw that his left hand was making the sign. We spoke no more that night. Chapter 4. As soon as I came in front of Uther, I saw that Cadal had been right. Here was real trouble. We reached London on the very eve of the crowning. It was late, and the city gates were shut, but it seemed there had been orders about us, for we were hustled through without question and taken straight up to the castle where the king lay. I was scarcely given time to get out of my mud-stained garments before I was led along to his bedchamber and ushered in. The servants withdrew immediately and left us alone. Uther was ready for the night in a long bedgown of dark brown velvet edged with fur. His high chair was drawn to a leaping fire of logs, and on a stool beside the chair stood a pair of goblets and a lidded silver flagon with steam curling gently from the spout. I could smell the spiced wine as soon as I entered the room, and my dry throat contracted longingly, but the king made no move to offer it to me. He was not sitting by the fire. He was prowling restlessly up and down the room like a caged beast, and after him, pace for pace, his wolfhound followed him. As the door shut behind the servants, he said abruptly, as he had said once before, "You took your time." 4 days? You should have sent better horses." That stopped him in his tracks. He hadn't expected to be answered, but he said, mildly enough, "Well, they were the best in my stables." "Then you should get winged ones if you want better speed than we made, my lord, and tougher men. We left 2 of them by the way." but he was no longer listening. Back in his thoughts, he resumed his restless pacing, and I watched him. He'd lost weight, and moved quickly and lightly like a starving wolf. His eyes were sunken with lack of sleep, and he had mannerisms I'd not seen in him before. He couldn't keep his hands still. He wrung them together behind him, cracking the finger joints or fidgeting with the edges of his robe or with his beard. He flung at me over his shoulder, "I want your help." "So I understand." He turned at that. "You know about it?" I lifted my shoulders. Nobody talks of anything else but the king's desire for Gorlois's wife. "I understand you've made no attempts to hide it. But it is more than a week now since you sent Ulfin to fetch me. In that time, what's happened? Are Gorlois and his wife still here?" "Of course they're still here. They can't go without my leave." "I see. Has anything yet been said between you and Gorlois?" "No." "But he must know." "It's the same with him as with me. If once this thing comes to words, nothing can stop it. And it is the crowning tomorrow. I can't speak with him." "Or with her?" No. Oh, God, Merlin, I can't come near her. She's guarded like Danae." I frowned. "He has her guarded, then? Surely that's unusual enough to be public admission that there's something wrong." "I only mean that his servants are all round her, and his men, not only his bodyguard. Many of his fighting troops are still here, that were with us in the north. I can only come near her in public, Merlin. They will have told you this." "Yes. Have you managed to get any message to her privately?" "No, she guards herself. All day she's with her women, and her servants keep the doors, and he..." He paused. There was sweat on his face. "He is with her every night." He flung away again with a swish of the velvet robe and paced soft-footed the length of the room into the shadows beyond the firelight. Then he turned. He threw out his hands and spoke simply like a boy. "Merlin, what shall I do?" I crossed to the fireplace, picked up the jug and poured 2 goblets of the spiced wine. I held one out to him. "To begin with, come and sit down. I can't talk to a whirlwind here." He obeyed, sinking back in the big chair with the goblet between his hands. I drank my own gratefully and sat down on the other side of the hearth. Uther did not drink. I think he hardly knew what he had between his hands. He stared at the fire through the thinning steam from the goblet. "As soon as he brought her in and presented her to me, I knew. God knows that at first I thought it was no more than another passing fever. The kind I've had 1,000 times before. Only this time 1,000 times stronger." "And been cured of," I said. "In a night? A week of nights? A month?" "I don't know the longest time a woman has ever held you, Uther, but is a month or even 3 enough to wreck a kingdom for?" The look he gave me, blue as a sword flash, was a look from the old Uther I remembered. "By Hades, why do you think I sent for you? I could have wrecked my kingdom any time in these past weeks had I been so minded. Why do you think it has not yet gone beyond folly? Oh, yes, I admit there has been folly. But I tell you, this is a fever, and not the kind I've had before and slaked before. This burns me so that I can't sleep. How can I rule and fight and deal with men if I can't sleep?" "Have you taken a girl to bed?" He stared, then he drank. "Are you mad?" "Forgive me, it was a stupid question. You don't sleep even then?" "No." He set down the goblet beside him and knitted his hands together. "It's no use. Nothing's any use. You must bring her to me, Merlin. You have the arts. This is why I sent for you. You're to bring her to me so that no one knows. Make her love me. Bring her here to me while he is asleep. You can do it." "Make her love you? By magic?" "No, Uther, this is something that magic cannot do. You must know that." "It is something that every old wife swears she can do. And you have power beyond any man living. You lifted the hanging stones, you lifted the king's stone where Tremorinus could not." "My mathematics are better, that's all. For God's sake, Uther. Whatever men say of that, you know how it was done. That was no magic. You spoke with my brother as he died. Are you going to deny that now? No. Or that you swore to serve me when I needed you? No. I need you now. Your power, whatever it is. Dare you tell me that you're not a magician? I'm not the kind that can walk through walls, I said, and bring bodies through locked doors. He made a sudden movement, and I saw the feverish brightness of his eyes, not this time with anger, but I thought with pain. I added, "But I have not refused to help you." The eyes sparked. "You will help me?" "Yes, I will help you. I told you when last we met that there would come a time when we must deal together. This is the time. I don't know yet what I must do, but this will be shown to me, and the outcome is with the god. But one thing I can do for you tonight, I can make you sleep. No, be still and listen. If you are to be crowned tomorrow and take Britain into your hands, tonight you'll do as I say. I will make you a drink that will let you sleep, and you'll take a girl to your bed as usual. It may be better if there is someone besides your servant who will swear you are in your own chamber." "Why? What are you going to do?" His voice was strained. "I shall try to talk with Igraine." He sat forward, his hands tight on the arms of the chair. "Yes, talk to her. Perhaps you can come to her where I cannot. Tell her—" "A moment. A little while back you told me to make her love you. You want me to invoke any power there is to bring her to you. If you have never spoken to her of your love or seen her except in public, how do you know she would come to you, even if the way were free? Is her mind clear to you, my Lord King?" "No, she says nothing. She smiles with her eyes on the ground and says nothing. But I know. I know. It's as if all the other times I played at love were only single notes. Put together, they make the song. She is the song." There was a silence. Behind him, on a dais in the corner of the room, was the bed with the covers drawn back ready. Above it, leaping up the wall, was a great dragon fashioned of red gold. In the firelight it moved, stretched its claws. He said suddenly, "When we last talked, there in the middle of the hanging stones, you said you wanted nothing from me. But by all the gods, Merlin, if you help me now, if I get her and in safety, then you can ask what you will. I swear it." I shook my head, and he said no more. I think he saw that I was no longer thinking of him, that other forces pressed me, crowding the firelit room. The dragon flamed and shimmered up the dark wall. In its shadow another moved, merging with it, flame into flame. Something struck at my eyes, pain like a claw. I shut them, and there was silence. When I opened them again, the fire had died, and the wall was dark. I looked across at the king, motionless in his chair, watching me. I said slowly, "I will ask you one thing now." "Yes." "That when I bring you to her in safety, you shall make a child." Whatever he had expected, it was not this. He stared, then suddenly laughed. "That's with the gods, surely." "Yes, it is with God." He stretched back in his chair as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. "If I come to her, Merlin, I promise you that whatever I have power to do, I shall do, and anything else you bid me. I shall even sleep tonight." I stood up. "Then I shall go and make the draft and send it to you." "And you'll see her?" "I shall see her. Good night." Ulfin was half asleep on his feet outside the door. He blinked at me as I came out. "I'm to go in now?" "In a minute. Come to my chamber first, and I'll give you a drink for him. See he takes it. It's to give him sleep. Tomorrow will be a long day." There was a girl asleep in a corner, wrapped in a blue blanket on a huddle of pillows. As we passed, I saw the curve of a bare shoulder and a tumble of straight brown hair. She looked very young. I raised my brows at Ulfin, and he nodded, then jerked his head towards the shut door with a look of inquiry. "Yes," I said, "but later. When you take him the drink. Leave her sleeping now." "You look as if you could do with some sleep yourself, Ulfin." If he sleeps tonight, I might get some. He gave a flicker of a grin at me. Make it strong, won't you, my lord? And see it tastes good. Oh, he'll drink it, never fear. I wasn't thinking of him, said Ulfin. I was thinking of me. Of you? Ah, I see. You mean you'll have to taste it first? He nodded. You have to try everything, his meals, even love potions. Love potions? For him? He stared, open-mouthed, then he laughed. Oh, you're joking. I smiled. I wanted to see if you could laugh. Here we are. Oh, wait now, I won't be a minute. Cadal was waiting for me by the fire in my chamber. This was a comfortable room in the curve of a tower wall, and Cadal had kept a bright fire burning and a big cauldron of water steaming on the iron dogs. He had got out a woolen bedgown for me and laid it ready across the bed. Over a chest near the window lay a pile of clothes, a shimmer of gold cloth and scarlet and fur. What's that? I asked as I sat down to let him draw off my shoes. The king sent a robe for tomorrow, my lord. Cadal, with an eye on the boy who was pouring the bath, was formal. I noticed the boy's hand shaking a little, and water splashed on the floor. As soon as he'd finished, obedient to a jerk of Cadal's head, he scuttled out. What's the matter with that boy? It isn't every night you prepare a bath for a wizard. For God's sake, what have you been telling him? Only that you'd turn him into a bat if he didn't serve you well. Fool. No, a moment, Cadal. Bring me my box. Ulfin's waiting outside. I promised to make up a draft. Cadal obeyed me. What's the matter? His arm still bad? It's not for him, for the king. Oh. He made no further comment, but when the thing was done and Ulfin had gone and I was stripping for the bath, he asked, Is it as bad as they say? Worse. I gave him a brief version of my conversation with the king. He heard me out, frowning. And what's to do now? Find some way to see the lady. No, not the bedgown, not yet, alas. Get me a clean robe out, something dark. Surely you can't go to her tonight, it's well past midnight. I shall not go anywhere. Whoever is coming will come to me. But Gorlois will be with her. No more now, Cadal, I want to think. Leave me. Good night. When the door had shut on him, I went across to the chair beside the fire. It was not true that I wanted time to think. All I needed was silence and the fire. Bit by bit, slowly, I emptied my mind, feeling thoughts spill out of me like sand from a glass to leave me hollow and light. I waited, my hands slack on the grey robe, open, empty. It was very quiet. Somewhere from a dark corner of the room came the dry tick of old wood settling in the night. The fire flickered. I watched it, but absently, as any man might watch the flames for comfort on a cold night. I didn't need to dream. I lay, light as a dead leaf, on the flood that ran that night to meet the sea. Outside the door there were sounds suddenly, voices, a quick tap at the panel, and Cadal came in, shutting the door behind him. He looked guarded and a little apprehensive. Gorlois? I asked. He swallowed, then nodded. Well, show him in. He asked if you'd been to see the king. I said you'd been here barely a couple of hours, and you had had time to see nobody, was that right? I smiled. You were guided. Let him come in now. Gorlois came in quickly, and I rose to greet him. There was, I thought, as big a change in him as I'd seen in Uther. His big frame was bent, and for the first time one saw straight away that he was old. He brushed aside the ceremony of my greeting. You're not abed yet? They told me you'd ridden in? Barely in time for the crowning, but I shall see it after all. Will you sit, my lord? Thanks, but no. I came for your help, Merlin, for my wife. The quick eyes peered under the grey brows. Aye. No one could ever tell what you were thinking. But you've heard, haven't you? There was talk, I said carefully. But then there always was talk about Uther. I've not heard anyone venture a word against your wife. By God, they'd better not. However, it's not that I've come about tonight. There's nothing you could do about that, though it's possible you're the only person who could talk some sense into the king. You'll not get near him now till after the crowning. But if you could get him to let us go back to Cornwall without waiting for the end of the feast, would you do that for me?
If I can.
I knew I could count on you. With things the way they are in the town just now, it's hard to know who's a friend. Uther's not an easy man to gainsay, but you could do it. And what's more, you dare. You're your father's son, and for my old friend's sake,
I said I'd do it.
What's the matter? Are you ill?
It's nothing. I'm weary. We had a hard ride. I'll see the king in the morning early before he leaves for the crowning. He gave a brief nod of thanks.
That's not the only thing I came to ask you. Would you come and see my wife tonight?
There was a pause of utter stillness, so prolonged that I thought he must notice. Then I said, "If you wish it. Yes, but why?"
"She's sick, that's why. And I'd have you come to see her if you will. When her women told her you were here in London, she begged me to send for you. I can tell you I was thankful when I heard you'd come. There's not many men I'd trust just now, and that's God's truth, but I'd trust you."
Beside me a log crumbled and fell into the heart of the fire. The flames shot up, splashing his face with red like blood.
"You'll come?"
asked the old man. "Of course." I looked away from him. "I'll come immediately." Chapter 5. Uther had not exaggerated when he said that the Lady Igraine was well guarded. She and her lord were lodged in a court some way west of the king's quarters, and the court was crowded with Cornwall men-at-arms. There were armed men in the antechamber too, and in the bedchamber itself some half-dozen women. As we went in, the oldest of these, a grey-haired woman with an anxious look, hurried forward with relief in her face. "Prince Merlin!" She bent her knees to me, eyeing me with awe, and led me towards the bed. The room was warm and scented. The lamps burned sweet oil, and the fire was of apple wood. The bed stood at the centre of the wall opposite the fire. The pillows were of grey silk with gilt tassels, and the coverlet richly worked with flowers and strange beasts and winged creatures. The only other woman's room that I'd seen was my mother's, with the plain wooden bed and the carved oak chest and the loom, and the cracked mosaics of the floor. I walked forward and stood at the foot of the bed, looking down at Gorlois's wife. If I had been asked then what she looked like, I could not have said. Cadwal had told me she was fair, and I had seen the hunger in the king's face, so I knew she was desirable. But as I stood in the airy scented room, looking at the woman who lay with closed eyes against the grey silk pillows, it was no woman that I saw. Nor did I see the room or the people in it. I saw only the flashing and beating of the light as in a globed crystal. I spoke without taking my eyes from the woman in the bed. "One of her women stay here. The rest go. You too, please, my lord." He went without demur, herding the women in front of him like a flock of sheep. The woman who had greeted me remained by her mistress's bed. As the door shut behind the last of them, the woman in the bed opened her eyes. For a few moments of silence we met each other eye to eye. Then I said, "What do you want of me, Igraine?" She answered crisply, with no pretence, "I have sent for you, Prince, because I want your help." I nodded. "In the matter of the king?" She said straightly, "So you know already. When my husband brought you here, did you guess I was not ill?" "Not quite." "Tell me, could you not somehow have spoken with the king himself before now? It might have saved him something. And your husband as well." Her eyes widened. "How could I talk to the king? You came through the courtyard?" "Yes." "Then you saw my husband's troops and men-at-arms. What do you suppose would have happened had I talked to Uther? I could not answer him openly, and if I'd met him in secret, even if I could, half London would have known it within the hour. Of course I could not speak to him or send him a message.
The only protection was silence. I said slowly, "If the message was simply that you were a true and faithful wife and that he must turn his eyes elsewhere, then the message could have been given to him at any time and by any messenger." She smiled. Then she bent her head. I took in my breath. "Ah, that's what I wish to know. You are honest, Igraine." "What use to lie to you? I've heard about you. Oh, I know better than to believe all they say in the songs and stories, but you're clever and cold and wise. And they say you love no woman and are committed to no man. So you can listen and judge." She looked down at her hands where they lay on the coverlet, then up at me again. "But I do believe that you can see the future. I want you to tell me what the future is." "I don't tell fortunes like an old woman. Is this why you sent for me?" "You know why I sent for you. You are the one man with whom I can seek private speech without arousing my husband's anger and suspicion. And you have the king's ear." Though she was but a woman and young, lying in her bed with me standing over her, it was as if she were a queen giving audience. She looked at me very straight. "Has the king spoken to you yet?" "He has no need to speak to me. Everyone knows what ails him." "And will you tell him what you have just learned from me?" "That will depend." "On what?" she demanded. I said slowly, "On you yourself. So far you have been wise. Had you been less guarded in your ways and your speech, there would have been trouble. There might even have been war. I understand that you have never allowed one moment of your time here to be solitary or unguarded. You've taken care always to be where you could be seen." She looked at me for a moment in silence, her brows raised. "Of course." "Many women, especially desiring what you desire, would not have been able to do this, Lady Igraine." "I'm not many women." The words were like a flash. She sat up suddenly, tossing back the dark hair, and threw back the covers. The old woman snatched up a long blue robe and hurried forward. Igraine threw it round her, over her white nightrobe, and sprang from the bed, walking restlessly over towards the window. Standing, she was tall for a woman, with a form that might have moved a sterner man than Uther. Her neck was long and slender, the head posed gracefully. The dark hair streamed unbound down her back. Her eyes were blue, not the fierce blue of Uther's, but the deep, dark blue of the Celt. Her mouth was proud. She was very lovely, and no man's toy. If Uther wanted her, I thought, he would have to make her queen. She had stopped just short of the window. If she had gone to it, she might have been seen from the courtyard. No, not a lady to lose her head. She turned. "I am the daughter of a king, and I come from a line of kings. Can't you see how I must have been driven, even to think the way I'm thinking now?" She repeated it passionately. "Can you not see? I was married at 16 to the Lord of Cornwall. He is a good man. I honour and respect him. Until I came to London, I was half content to starve and die there in Cornwall, but he brought me here, and now it has happened. Now I know what I must have. But it is beyond me to have it. Beyond the wife of Gorlois of Cornwall. So what else would you have me do? There is nothing to do but wait here and be silent. Because on my silence hangs not only the honour of myself and my husband and my house, but the safety of the kingdom, that Ambrosius died for, and that Uther himself has just sealed with blood and fire." She swung away to take 2 quick paces and back again. "I am no trashy Helen, for men to fight over, die over, burn down kingdoms for. I don't wait on the walls as a prize for some brawny victor. I cannot so dishonour both Gorlois and the king in the eyes of men. And I cannot go to him secretly and dishonour myself in my own eyes. I am a lovesick woman, yes. But I am also Igraine of Cornwall." I said coldly, "So you intend to wait until you can go to him in honour as his queen?" "What else can I do?" Was this the message I had to give him? She was silent. I said, "Or did you get me here to read you the future? To tell you the length of your husband's life?" Still she said nothing. "Igraine," I said, "the two are the same. If I give Uther the message that you love and desire him, but that you will not come to him while your husband is alive, what length of life would you prophesy for Gorlois?" Still she did not speak. The gift of silence too, I thought. I was standing between her and the fire. I watched the light beating round her, flowing up the white robe and the blue robe, light and shadow rippling upwards in waves like moving water or the wind over grass. A flame leapt, and my shadow sprang over her and grew, climbing with the beating light to meet her own climbing shadow and join with it, so that there across the wall behind her reared no dragon of gold or scarlet, no fire drake with burning tail, but a great cloudy shape of air and darkness, thrown there by the flame, and sinking as the flame sank, to shrink and steady until it was only her shadow, the shadow of a woman, slight and straight like a sword. And where I stood, there was nothing. She moved, and the lamplight built the room again round us, warm and real and smelling of applewood. She was watching me with something in her face that had not been there before. At last she said in a still voice, "I told you there was nothing hidden from you. You do well to put it into words. I had thought all this, but I hoped that by sending for you I could absolve myself and the king." Once a dark thought is dragged into words, it is in the light. You could have had your desire long since on the terms of any woman, as the king could on the terms of any man. I paused. The room was steady now. The words came clearly to me from nowhere, without thought. "I will tell you, if you like, how you may meet the king's love on your terms and on his, with no dishonour to yourself or him, or to your husband. If I could tell you this, would you go to him?" Her eyes had widened with a flash behind them as I spoke, but even so she took time to think. "Yes." Her voice told me nothing. "If you will obey me, I can do this for you," I said. "Tell me what I must do." "Have I your promise, then?" "You go too fast," she said dryly. "Do you yourself seal bargains before you see what you are committed to?" I smiled. "No. Very well, then, listen to me. When you feigned illness to have me brought to you, what did you tell your husband and your women?" "Only that I felt faint and sick, and was no more inclined for company, that if I was to appear beside my husband at the crowning, I must see a physician tonight, and take a healing draught." She smiled a little wryly. "I was preparing the way, too, not to sit beside the king at the feast." "So far, good. You will tell Gorlois that you are pregnant." "That I am pregnant?" For the first time she sounded shaken. She stared. "This is possible. He is an old man, but I would have thought it is possible. But I—" She bit her lip. After a while she said calmly, "Go on. I asked for your counsel, so I must let you give it." I had never before met a woman with whom I did not have to choose my words, to whom I could speak as I would speak to another man. I said, "Your husband can have no reason to suspect you are pregnant by any man but himself. So you will tell him this, and tell him also that you fear for the child's health if you stay longer in London, under the strain of the gossip and the king's attentions. Tell him that you wish to leave as soon as the crowning is over, that you do not wish to go to the feast, to be distinguished by the king, and to be the centre of all the eyes and the gossip. You will go with Gorlois and the Cornish troop tomorrow, before the gates shut at sunset. The news will not come to Uther until the feast." "But—" She stared again. "This is folly. We could have gone any time this past 3 weeks if we had chosen to risk the king's anger. We are bound to stay until he gives us leave to go. If we go in that manner for whatever reason—" I stopped her. "Uther can do nothing on the day of the crowning. He must stay here for the days of feasting. Do you think he can give offence to Boudec, and Merovius, and the other kings gathered here? You will be in Cornwall before he can even move." "And then he will move." She made an impatient gesture. "And there will be war, when he should be making and mending, not breaking and burning. And he cannot win. If he is the victor in the field, he loses the loyalty of the West. Win or lose, Britain is divided and goes back into the dark." Yes, she would be a queen. She was on fire for Uther as much as he for her, but she could still think. She was cleverer than Uther, clear-headed, and I thought stronger too. "Oh yes, he will move." I lifted a hand, "but listen to me. I will talk to the king before the crowning. He will know that the story you told Gorlois was a lie. He will know that I have told you to go to Cornwall. He will feign rage, and he will swear in public to be revenged for the insult put on him by Gorlois at the crowning. And he will make ready to follow you to Cornwall as soon as the feast is over." "But meanwhile our troops will be safely out of London without trouble." "Yes, I see. I did not understand you. Go on." She drove her hands inside the sleeves of the blue robe and clasped her elbows, cradling her breasts. She was not so ice-calm as she looked, the Lady Igraine. "And then?" "And you will be safely at home," I said, "with your honour and Cornwall's unbroken." "Safely, yes. I shall be in Tintagel, and even Uther cannot come at me there. Have you seen the stronghold, Merlin? The cliffs of that coast are high and cruel, and from them runs a thin bridge of rock, the only way to the island where the castle stands. This bridge is so narrow that men can only go one at a time, not even a horse. Even the landward end of the bridge is guarded by a fortress on the main cliff. And within the castle there is water and food for a year. It is the strongest place in Cornwall. It cannot be taken from the land, and it cannot be approached by sea. If you wish to shut me away forever from Uther, this is the place to send me." "So I have heard." "This will be, then, where Gorlois will send you. If Uther follows, lady, would Gorlois be content to wait inside the stronghold with you for a year like a beast in a trap? And could his troops be taken in with him?" She shook her head. "If it cannot be taken, neither can it be used as a base. All one can do is sit out the siege." "Then you must persuade him that unless he is content to wait inside while the king's troops ravage Cornwall, he himself must be outside where he can fight." She struck her hands together. "He will do that. He couldn't wait and hide and let Cornwall suffer. Nor can I understand your plan, Merlin. If you are trying to save your king and your kingdom from me, then say so. I can feign sickness here until Uther finds he has to let me go home. We could go home without insult and without bloodshed." I said sharply, "You said you would listen. Time runs short." She was still again. "I am listening." "Gorlois will lock you in Tintagel. Where will he go himself to face Uther?" "To Demilioch. It is a few miles from Tintagel up the coast. It's a good fortress and good country to fight from." "But then what? Do you think Gorlois will not fight?" She moved across to the fireside and sat down, and I saw her steady her hands deliberately, spreading the fingers on her knee. "And do you think the king can come to me in Tintagel, whether Gorlois is there or no?" "If you do as I have bid you, you and the king may have speech and comfort one of the other. And you will do this in peace. No," as her head came up sharply, "this part of it you leave with me. This is where we come to magic. Trust me for the rest. Get yourself only to Tintagel, and wait. I shall bring Uther to you there, and I promise you now for the king that he shall not give battle to Gorlois, and that after he and you have met in love, Cornwall shall have peace. As to how this will be, it is with God. I can only tell you what I know. What power is in me now is from him, and we are in his hands to make or to destroy. But I can tell you this also, Igraine, that I have seen a bright fire burning, and in it a crown, and a sword standing in an altar like a cross." She got to her feet quickly, and for the first time there was a kind of fear in her eyes. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then closed her lips again and turned back towards the window. Again she stopped short of it, but I saw her lift her head as if longing for the air. She should have been winged. If she had spent her youth walled in Tintagel, it was no wonder she wanted to fly. She raised her hands and pushed back the hair from her brows. She spoke to the window, not looking at me. "I will do this. If I tell him I am with child, he will take me to Tintagel. It is the place where all the Dukes of Cornwall are born. And after that I have to trust you." She turned then and looked at me, dropping her hands. "If once I can have speech with him, even just that. But if you have brought bloodshed to Cornwall through me or death to my husband, then I shall spend the rest of my life praying to any gods there are, that you too, Merlin, shall die betrayed by a woman." "I'm content to face your prayers. And now I must go. Is there someone you can send with me? I'll make a draft for you and send it back. It will only be Poppy. You can take and not fear." "Ralph can go, my page. You will find him outside the door. He is Marcia's grandson and can be trusted as I trust her." She nodded to the old woman who moved to open the door for me. "Then any message I may have to send you," I said, "I shall send through him by my man Cadal. And now good night." When I left her, she was standing quite still in the centre of the room, with the firelight leaping round her. Chapter 6. We had a wild ride to Cornwall. Easter that year had fallen as early as it ever falls, so we were barely out of winter and into spring when, on a black, wild night, we halted our horses on the cliff-top near Tintagel and peered down into the teeth of the wind. There were only the four of us, Uther, myself, Ulfin, and Cadal. Everything so far had gone smoothly and according to plan. It was getting on towards midnight on the 24th of March. Igraine had obeyed me to the letter. I hadn't dared that night in London to go straight from her quarters to Uther's chamber in case this should be reported to Gorlois. But in any case, Uther would be asleep. I had visited him early next morning while he was being bathed and made ready for the crowning. He sent the servants away, except for Ulfin, and I was able to tell him exactly what he must do. He looked the better for his drugged sleep, greeted me briskly enough, and listened with eagerness in the bright, hollow eyes.
"And she will do as you say?"
"Yes, I have her word. Will you?"
"You know that I will." He regarded me straightly. "And now you will not tell me about the outcome?"
"I told you, a child."
"Oh, that."
He hunched an impatient shoulder.
"You're like my brother. He thought of nothing else. Still working for him, are you?"
"You might say so."
"Well, I must get one sooner or later, I suppose." "No, I meant Gorlois. What will come to him? There's a risk, surely."
"Nothing is done without risk. You must do the same as I. You must take the time on trust. But I can tell you that your name and your kingdom will survive the night's work." A short silence. He measured me with his eyes.
"From you, I suppose that is enough." "I'm content."
"You do well to be. You will outlive him, Uther." He laughed suddenly.
"God's grief, man, I could have prophesied that myself. I can give him 30 years. And he's no stay-at-home when it comes to war, which is one good reason why I refuse to have his blood on my hands. So, on that account—"
He turned then to Ulfin and began to give his orders. It was the old Uther back again, brisk, concise, clear. A messenger was to go immediately to Caerleon, and troops to be dispatched from there to North Cornwall. Uther himself would travel there straight from London as soon as he was able, riding fast with a small bodyguard to where his troops would be encamped. In this way, the king could be hard on Gorlois's heels, even though Gorlois would leave today, and the king must stay feasting his peers for 4 more long days. Another man was to ride out immediately along our proposed route to Cornwall and see that good horses were ready at short stages all the way. So it came about as I had planned. I saw Igraine at the crowning, still composed, erect, and with downcast eyes, and so pale that if I had not seen her the night before, I myself would have believed her story true. I shall never cease to wonder at women. Even with power, it is not possible to read their minds. Duchess and slut alike, they need not even study to deceive. I suppose it's the same with slaves who live with fear and with those animals who disguise themselves by instinct to save their lives. She sat through the long, brilliant ceremony like wax, which at any moment may melt to collapse. Then afterwards I caught a glimpse of her, supported by her women, leaving the throng as the bright pomp moved slowly to the hall of feasting. About halfway through the feast, when the wine had gone round well, I saw Gorlois, unremarked, leave the hall with 1 or 2 other men who were answering the call of nature. He did not come back. Uther, to one who knew the truth, may not have been quite so convincing as Igraine, but between exhaustion and wine and his ferocious exultation at what was to come, he was convincing enough. Men talked among themselves in hushed voices about his rage when he discovered Gorlois's absence, and his angry vows to take vengeance as soon as his royal guests had gone. If that anger were a little over-loud and his threats too fierce against a duke whose only fault was the protection of his own wife, the king had been intemperate enough before for men to see this as part of the same picture. And so bright now was Uther's star, so dazzling the lustre of the crowned Pendragon, that London would have forgiven him a public rape. They could less easily forgive Igraine for having refused him. So we came to Cornwall. The messenger had done his work well, and our ride in hard, short stages of no more than 20 miles apiece took us 2 days and a night. We found our troops waiting encamped at the place selected, a few miles in from Hercules Point and just outside the Cornish border, with the news that, however she had managed it, Igraine was fast in Tintagel with a small body of picked men, while her husband, with the rest of his force, had descended on Dimilioch and sent a call round for the men of Cornwall to gather to defend their duke. He must know of the presence of the king's troops so near his border, but no doubt he would expect them to wait for the king's coming, and could have as yet no idea that the king was already there. We rode secretly into our camp at dusk, and went not to the king's quarters, but to those of a captain he could trust. Cadal was there already, having gone ahead to prepare the disguises which I meant us to wear, and to await Ralph's message from Tintagel when the time was ripe. My plan was simple enough, with the kind of simplicity that often succeeds, and it was helped by Gorlois's habit, since his marriage, of riding back nightly where he could from Dimilioch, or his other fortresses, to visit his wife. I suppose there had been too many jests about the old man's fondness, and he had formed the habit, Ralph had told me, of riding back secretly, using the private gate, a hidden postern to which access was difficult unless one knew the way. My plan was simply to disguise Uther, Ulfin, and myself, to pass if we were seen, as Gorlois and his companion and servant, and ride to Tintagel by night. Ralph would arrange to be on duty himself at the postern, and would meet us and lead us up the secret path. Igraine had by some means persuaded Gorlois, this had been the greatest danger, not to visit her himself that night, and would dismiss all her women but Marcia. Ralph and Cadal had arranged between them what clothes we should wear. The Cornwall party had ridden from London in such a hurry that some of their baggage was left behind, and it had been simple to find saddle-cloths with the blazon of Cornwall, and even one of Gorlois's familiar war-cloaks with the double border of silver. Ralph's latest message had been reassuring. The time was ripe, the night black enough to hide us and wild enough to keep most men within doors. We set off after it was full dark, and the 4 of us slipped out of camp unobserved. Once clear of our own lines, we went at a gallop for Tintagel, and it would have been only the keen eye of suspicion which could have told that this was not the Duke of Cornwall with 3 companions, riding quickly home to his wife. Uther's beard had been greyed, and a bandage came down one side of his face to cover the corner of his mouth and give some reason, should he be forced to talk, for any strangeness in his speech. The hood of his cloak, pulled down low as was natural on such a fierce night, shadowed his features. He was straighter and more powerful than Gorlois, But this was easy enough to disguise, and he wore gauntlets to hide his hands, which were not those of an old man. Ulfin passed well enough as one Jordan, a servant of Gorlois, whom we had chosen as being the nearest to Ulfin's build and colouring. I myself wore the clothes of Brithael, Gorlois's friend and captain. He was an older man than I, but his voice was not unlike mine, and I could speak good Cornish. I've always been good at voices. I was to do what talking proved necessary. Cadal came with us undisguised. He was to wait with the horses outside and be our messenger if we should need one. I rode up close to the king and set my mouth to his ear. "The castle's barely a mile from here. We ride down to the shore now. Ralph will be there to show us in. I'll lead on?" He nodded. Even in the ragged, flying dark, I thought I saw the gleam of his eyes. I added, "And don't look like that, or they'll never think you're Gorlois with years of married life behind you." I heard him laugh, and then I wheeled my horse and led the way carefully down the rabbit-ridden slope of scrub and scree into the head of the narrow valley which leads down towards the shore. This valley is little more than a gully carrying a small stream to the sea. At its widest, the stream is not more than 3 paces broad, and so shallow that a horse can ford it anywhere. At the foot of the valley, the water drops over a low cliff straight to a beach of slaty shingle. We rode in single file down the track with the stream running deep down on the left, and to our right a high bank covered with bushes. Since the wind was from the southwest and the valley was deep and running almost north, we were sheltered from the gale. But at the top of the bank the bushes were screaming in the wind, and twigs and even small boughs hurtled through the air and across our path. Even without this and the steepness of the stony path and the darkness, it was not easy riding. The horses, what with the storm and some tension which must have been generated by the 3 of us, Cadal was as solid as a rock, but then he was not going into the castle, were wild and white-eyed with nerves. When, a 1/4 of a mile from the sea, we turned down to the stream and set the beasts to cross it, mine in the lead flattened its ears and balked, and when I'd lashed it across and into a plunging canter up the narrow track and a man's figure detached itself from the shadows ahead beside the path, the horse stopped dead and climbed straight up into the air till I felt sure it would go crashing over backwards and me with it. The shadow darted forward and seized the bridle, dragging the horse down. The beast stood, sweating and shaking. "Brithael," I said, "is all well?" I heard him exclaim, and he took a pace, pressing closer to the horse's shoulder, peering upwards in the dark. Behind me, Uther's grey hoisted itself up the track and thudded to a halt. The man at my horse's shoulder said uncertainly, "My lord Gorlois, we did not look for you tonight. Is there news, then?" It was Ralph's voice. I said in my own, "So we'll pass, at least in the dark." I heard his breath go in. "Yes, my lord. For the moment I thought it was indeed Brithael. And then the grey horse. Is that the king?" "For tonight," I said, "it is the Duke of Cornwall. Is all well?" "Yes, sir." "Then lead the way. There's not much time." He gripped my horse's bridle above the bit and led him on, for which I was grateful, as the path was dangerous, narrow and slippery, and twisting along the steep bank between the rustling bushes, not a path I would have wished to ride even in daylight on a strange and frightened horse. The others followed, Cadal's mount and Ulfin's plodding stolidly along, and close behind me the grey stallion snorting at every bush and trying to break his rider's grip. But Uther could have ridden Pegasus himself and foundered him before his own wrists even ached. Here my horse shied at something I couldn't even see, stumbled, and would have pitched me down the bank but for Ralph at its head. I swore at it, then asked Ralph, "How far now?" "About 200 paces to the shore, sir. And we leave the horses there. We climb the promontory on foot." "By all the gods of storm, I'll be glad to get under cover. Did you have any trouble?" "None, sir." He had to raise his voice to make me hear, but in that turmoil there was no fear of being heard more than 3 paces off. "My lady told Felix herself, that's the porter, that she had asked the Duke to ride back as soon as his troops were disposed at Dimilioch." Of course, the word's gone round that she's pregnant, so it's natural enough she'd want him back, even with the king's army so close. She told Felix the Duke would come by the secret gate, in case the king had spies posted already. He wasn't to tell the garrison, she said, because they might be alarmed at his leaving Dimilioch and the troops there. But the king couldn't possibly be in Cornwall for another day at soonest. Felix doesn't suspect a thing. Why should he? The porter's alone at the gate? Yes, but there are 2 guards in the guardroom. He had told us already what lay inside the postern. This was a small gate set low in the outer castle wall, and just inside it a long flight of steps ran up to the right, hugging the wall. Halfway up was a wide landing with a guardroom to the side. Beyond that the stairs went up again, and at the top was the private door leading through into the apartments. "Did the guards know?" I asked. He shook his head. "My lord, we didn't dare. All the men left with the Lady Igraine were hand-picked by the Duke." "Are the stairs well lighted?" "A torch. I saw to it that it'll be mostly smoke." I looked over my shoulder to where the grey horse came ghostly behind me through the dark. Ralph had had to raise his voice to make me hear above the wind, which screamed across the top of the valley, and I would have thought that the king would be waiting to know what passed between us. But he was silent, as he had been since the beginning of the ride. It seemed he was indeed content to trust the time, or to trust me. I turned back to Ralph, leaning down over my horse's shoulder. "Is there a password?" "Yes, my lord. It is Pilgrim. And the lady has sent a ring for the king to wear. It's one the Duke wears sometimes. Here's the end of the path. Can you see? It's quite a drop to the beach." He checked, steadying my horse. Then the beast plunged down, and its hooves grated on shingle. "We leave the horses here, my lord." I dismounted, thankfully. As far as I could see, we were in a small cove sheltered from the wind by a mighty headland close to our left, but the seas, tearing past the end of this headland and curving round to break among the offshore rocks, were huge, and came lashing down on the shingle in torrents of white with a noise like armies clashing together in anger. Away to the right, I saw another high headland, and between the two this roaring stretch of white water broken by the teeth of black rocks. The stream behind us fell seawards over its low cliff in 2 long cascades, which blew in the wind like ropes of hair. Beyond these swinging waterfalls, and in below the overhanging wall of the main cliff, there was shelter for the horses. Ralph was pointing to the great headland on our left. "The path is up there. Tell the king to come behind me and to follow closely. 1 foot wrong tonight, and before you could cry help, you'd be out with the tide as far as the western stars." The grey thudded down beside us, and the king swung himself out of the saddle. I heard him laugh, that same sharp, exultant sound. Even had there been no prize at the end of the night's trail, he would have been the same. Danger was drink and dreams alike to Uther. The other 2 came up with us and dismounted, and Cadal took the reins. Uther came to my shoulder, looking at the cruel race of water. "Do we swim for it now?" "It may come to that, God knows. It looks to me as if the waves are up to the castle wall." He stood quite still, oblivious of the buffeting of wind and rain, with his head lifted, staring up at the headland. High against the stormy dark, a light burned. I touched his arm. "Listen, the situation is what we expected. There is a porter, Felix, and 2 men-at-arms in the guardroom. There should be very little light. You know the way in. It will be enough, as we go in, if you grunt your thanks to Felix and go quickly up the stair. Marcia, the old woman, will meet you at the door of Igraine's apartments and lead you in. You can leave the rest to us. If there's any trouble, then there are 3 of us to 3 of them, and on a night like this there'll be no sound heard. I shall come an hour before dawn and send Marcia in for you. Now we shall not be able to speak again. Follow Ralph closely. The path is very dangerous. He has a ring for you and the password. Go now." He turned without a word and trod across the streaming shingle to where the boy waited. I found Cadal beside me with the reins of the 4 horses gathered in his fist. His face, like my own, was streaming with wet, his cloak billowing round him like a storm cloud. I said, "You heard me, an hour before dawn." He too was looking up at the crag where high above us the castle towered. In a moment of flying light through the torn cloud, I saw the castle walls growing out of the rock. Below them fell the cliff, almost vertical to the roaring waves. Between the promontory and the mainland, joining the castle to the mainland cliff, ran a natural ridge of rock, its sheer side polished flat as a sword blade by the sea. From the beach where we stood there seemed to be no way out but the valley. Not mainland fortress, nor causeway, nor castle rock could be climbed. It was no wonder they left no sentries here. And the path to the secret gate could be held by one man against an army.
Cadal was saying, "I'll get the horses in there under the overhang, in what shelter there is. And for my sake, if not for yon lovesick gentleman's, be on time. If they as much as suspicion up yonder that there's something amiss, it's rats in a trap for the lot of us. They can shut that bloody little valley as sharp as they can block the causeway, you know that. And I wouldn't just fancy swimming out the other way myself." "Nor I. Content yourself, Cadal. I know what I'm about." "I believe you. There's something about you tonight. The way you spoke just now to the king, not thinking, shorter than you'd speak to a servant. And he said never a word, but did as he was bid. Yes, I'd say you know what you're about. Which is just as well, Master Merlin, because otherwise you realise you're risking the life of the King of Britain for a night's lust." I did something which I'd never done before, which I don't commonly do. I put a hand out and laid it over Cadal's where it held the reins. The horses were quiet now, wet and unhappy, huddling with their rumps to the wind and their heads drooping. I said, "If Uther gets into the place tonight and lies with her, then before God, Cadal, it will not matter as much as the worth of a drop of that sea foam there if he is murdered in the bed. I tell you, a king will come out of this night's work whose name will be a shield and buckler to men until this fair land from sea to sea is smashed down into the sea that holds it, and men leave earth to live among the stars. Do you think Uther is a king, Cadal? He's but a regent for him who went before, and for him who comes after, the past and future king. And tonight he's even less than that. He's a tool, and she a vessel. And I'm a spirit, a word, a thing of air and darkness, and I can no more help what I'm doing than a reed can help the wind of God blowing through it. You and I, Cadal, are as helpless as dead leaves in the waters of that bay." I dropped my hand from his. "An hour before dawn." "Till then, my lord." I left him then, and with Ulfin following, went after Ralph and the king across the shingle to the foot of the black cliff. Chapter 7. I don't think that now, even in daylight, I could find the path again without a guide, let alone climb it. Ralph went first with the king's hand on his shoulder, and in my turn I held a fold of Uther's mantle, and Ulfin of mine. Mercifully, close in as we were to the face of the castle rock, we were protected from the wind. Exposed, the climb would have been impossible. We would have been plucked off the cliff like feathers. But we were not protected from the sea. The waves must have been rushing up 40 feet, and the master waves, the great sevenths, came roaring up like towers and drenched us with salt full 60 feet above the beach. One good thing the savage boiling of the sea did for us, its whiteness cast upwards again what light came from the sky. At last we saw, above our heads, the roots of the castle walls where they sprang from the rock. Even in dry weather the walls would have been unscalable, and tonight they were streaming with wet. I could see no door, nothing breaking the smooth, streaming walls of slate. Ralph didn't pause, but led us on under them towards a seaward corner of the cliff. There he halted for a moment, and I saw him move his arm in a gesture that meant, "Beware." He went carefully round the corner and out of sight. I felt Uther stagger as he reached the corner himself and met the force of the wind. He checked for a moment, and then went on, clamped tight to the cliff's face.
Ulfin and I followed. For a few more hideous yards we fought our way along, faces in to the soaking, slimy cliff. Then a jutting buttress gave shelter, and we were stumbling suddenly on a treacherous slope cushiony with sea pink. And there ahead of us, recessed deep in the rock below the castle wall and hidden from the ramparts above by the sharp overhang, was Tintagil's emergency door. I saw Ralph give a long look upwards before he led us in under the rock. There were no sentries above. What need to post men on the seaward ramparts? He drew his dagger and rapped sharply on the door. A pattern of knocks which we, standing as we were at his shoulder, scarcely heard in the gale. The porter must have been waiting just inside. The door opened immediately. It swung silently open for about 3 inches, then stuck, and I heard the rattle of a chain bolt. In the gap, a hand showed, gripping a torch. Uther, beside me, dragged his hood closer, and I stepped past him to Ralph's elbow, holding my mantle tightly to my mouth and hunching my shoulders against the volleying gusts of wind and rain. The porter's face, half of it, showed below the torch. An eye peered. Ralph, well forward into the light, said urgently, "Quick, man! A pilgrim! It's me back with the Duke!" The torch moved fractionally higher. I saw the big emerald on Uther's finger catch the light, and said curtly in Brithail's voice, "Open up, Felix, and let us get in out of this for pity's sake. The Duke had a fall from his horse this morning, and his bandage is soaking. There are just the 4 of us here. Make haste!" The chain bolt came off, and the door swung wide. Ralph put a hand to it, so that ostensibly, holding it for his master, he could step into the passage between Felix and Uther as the king entered. Uther strode in past the bowing man, shaking the wet off himself like a dog, and returning some half-heard sound in answer to the porter's greeting. Then, with a brief lift of the hand which set the emerald flashing again, he turned straight for the steps which led upwards on our right, and began quickly to mount them. Ralph grabbed the torch from the porter's hand as Ulfin and I pressed in after Uther. "I'll light them up with this. Get the door shut and barred again. I'll come down later and give you the news, Felix, but we're all drenched as drowned dogs and want to get to a fire. There's one in the guard-room, I suppose?" "Aye." The porter had already turned away to bar the door. Ralph was holding the torch so that Ulfin and I could go past in shadow. I started quickly up the steps in Uther's wake, with Ulfin on my heels. The stairs were lit only by a smoking cresset, which burned in a bracket on the wall of the wide landing above us. It had been easy. Too easy. Suddenly above us on the landing, the sullen light was augmented by that from a blazing torch, and a couple of men-at-arms stepped from a doorway, swords at the ready. Uther, 6 steps above me, paused fractionally and then went on. I saw his hand under the cloak drop to his sword. Under my own, I had my weapon loose in its sheath. Ralph's light tread came running up the steps behind us. "My Lord Duke!" Uther, I could guess how thankfully, stopped and turned to wait for him, his back to the guards. "My Lord Duke, let me light you. Ah, they've a torch up there." He seemed only then to notice the guards above us with the blazing light. He ran on and up past Uther, calling lightly, "Hola, Marcus, Selic! Give me that torch to light my lord up to the Duchess. This wretched thing's nothing but smoke." The man with the torch had it held high, and the pair of them were peering down the stairs at us. The boy never hesitated. He ran up, straight between the swords, and took the torch from the man's hand. Before they could reach for it, he turned swiftly to douse the first torch in the tub of sand which stood near the guardroom door. It went out into sullen smoke. The new torch blazed cleanly, but swung and wavered as he moved, so that the shadows of the guards, flung gigantic and grotesque down the steps, helped to hide us. Uther, taking advantage of the swaying shadows, started again swiftly up the flight. The hand with Gorlois's ring was half up before him to return the men's salutes. The guards moved aside. But they moved one to each side of the head of the steps, and their swords were still in their hands. Behind me I heard the faint whisper as Ulfin's blade loosened in its sheath. Under my cloak, mine was half drawn. There was no hope of getting past them. We would have to kill them, and pray it made no noise. I heard Ulfin's step lagging, and knew he was thinking of the porter. he might have to go back to him while we dealt with the guards. But there was no need. Suddenly, at the head of the second flight of steps, a door opened wide, and there, full in the blaze of light, stood Igraine. She was in white, as I'd seen her before, but not this time in a night robe. The long gown shimmered like lake water. Over one arm and shoulder, Roman fashion, she wore a mantle of soft dark blue. Her hair was dressed with jewels. She stretched out both her hands, and the blue robe and the white fell away from wrists where red gold glimmered. "Welcome, my lord." Her voice, high and clear, brought both guards round to face her. Uther took the last half-dozen steps to the landing in 2 leaps, then was past them, his robe brushing the sword blades, past Ralph's blazing torch, and starting quickly up the second flight of steps. The guards snapped back to attention, one each side of the stairhead, their backs to the wall. Behind me, I heard Ulfin gasp, but he followed me quietly enough as calmly and without hurry I mounted the last steps to the landing. It is something, I suppose, to have been born a prince, even a bastard one. I knew that the sentries' eyes were nailed to the wall in front of them by the Duchess's presence, as surely as if they were blind. I went between the swords, and Ulfin after me. Uther had reached the head of the stairway. He took our hands, and there in front of the lighted door, with his enemies' swords catching the torchlight below him, the king bent his head and kissed Igraine. The scarlet cloak swung round both of them, engulfing the white. Beyond them I saw the shadow of the old woman, Marcia, holding the door. Then the king said, "Come," and with the great cloak still covering them both, he led her into the firelight, and the door shut behind them. So we took Tintagel. Chapter 8. We were well served that night, Ulfin and I. The chamber door was hardly shut, leaving us islanded halfway up the flight between the door and the guards below, when I heard Ralph's voice again, easy and quick above the slither of swords being sheathed. "Gods and angels, what a night's work! And I still have to guide him back when it's done. You've a fire in the room yonder? Good, we'll have a chance to dry off while we're waiting. You can get yourselves off now and leave this trick to us." "Go on, what are you waiting for? You've had your orders, and no word of this, mark you, to anyone that comes." One of the guards, settling his sword home, turned straight back into the guardroom, but the other hesitated, glancing up towards me. "My Lord Brithael, is that right? We go off watch?" I started slowly down the stairs. "Quite right. You can go. We'll send the porter for you when we want to leave, and above all, not a word of the Duke's presence. See to it." I turned to Ulfin, big-eyed on the stairs behind me. "Jordan, you go up to the chamber door yonder and stand guard. So, give me your cloak. I'll take it to the fire." As he went, thankfully, his sword at last ready in his hand, I heard Ralph crossing the guardroom below, underlining my orders with what threats I could only guess at. I went down the steps, not hurrying, to give him time to get rid of the men. I heard the inner door shut and went in. The guardroom, brightly lit by the torch and the blazing fire, was empty save for ourselves. Ralph gave me a smile, gay and threadbare with nerves. "Not again, even to please my lady, for all the gold in Cornwall." "There'll be no need again. You've done more than well, Ralph. The king will not forget." He reached up to put the torch in a socket, saw my face, and said anxiously, "What is it, sir? Are you ill?" "No. Does that door lock?" I nodded at the shut door through which the guards had gone. "I have locked it. If they had had any suspicion, they would not have given me the key, but they had none. How could they? I could have sworn myself just now that it was Brithael speaking there, from the stairs. It was like magic." The last word held a question, and he eyed me with a look I knew. But when I said nothing, he asked merely, "What now, sir?" "Get you down to the porter now and keep him away from here," I smiled. "You'll get your turn at the fire, Ralph, when we've gone." He went off, light-footed as ever, down the steps. I heard him call something, and a laugh from Felix. I stripped off my drenched cloak and spread it with Ulfin's to the blaze. Below the cloak my clothes were dry enough. I sat for a while, holding my hands before me to the fire. It was very still in the firelit chamber, but outside the air was full of the surging din of the waters and the storm tearing at the castle walls. My thoughts stung like sparks. I couldn't sit still. I stood and walked about the little chamber restlessly. I listened to the storm outside, and going to the door heard the murmur of voices and the click of dice as Ralph and Felix passed the time down by the gate. I looked the other way. No sound from the head of the stairs, where I could just see Ulfin, or perhaps his shadow, motionless by the chamber door. Someone was coming softly down the stairs. A woman, shrouded in a mantle, carrying something. She came without a sound, and there had been neither sound nor movement from Ulfin. I stepped out onto the landing, and the light from the guardroom came after me, firelight and shadow. It was Marcia. I saw the tears glisten on her cheeks as she bent her head over what lay in her arms. A child, wrapped warm against the winter night. She saw me and held her burden out to me. "Take care of him," she said, and through the shine of the tears I saw the treads of the stairway outline themselves again behind her. "Take care of him." The whisper faded into the flutter of the torch and the sough of the storm outside. I was alone on the stairway, and above me a shut door. Ulfin had not moved. I lowered my empty arms and went back to the fire. This was dying down, and I made it burn up again, but with small comfort to myself, for again the light stung me. Though I had seen what I wanted to see, there was death somewhere before the end, and I was afraid. My body ached and the room was stifling. I picked up my cloak, which was almost dry, slung it round me, and crossed the landing to where in the outer wall was a small door, under which the wind drove like a knife. I thrust the door against the blast and went outside. At first, after the blaze of the guardroom, I could see nothing. I shut the door behind me and leaned back against the damp wall while the night air poured over me like a river. Then things took shape around me. In front and a few paces away was a battlemented wall waist high, the outer wall of the castle. Between this wall and where I stood was a level platform, and above me a wall rising again to a battlement, and beyond this the soaring cliff and the walls climbing it, and the shape of the fortress rising above me, step by step to the peak of the promontory. At the very head of the rise, where we had seen the lighted window, the tower now showed black and lightless against the sky. I went forward to the battlement and leaned over. Below was an apron of cliff, which would in daylight be a grassy slope covered with the sea pink and white campion and the nests of seabirds. Beyond it and below, the white rage of the bay. I looked down to the right, the way we had come. Except for the driving arcs of white foam, the bay where Cadal waited was invisible under the darkness. It had stopped raining now, and the clouds were running higher and thinner. The wind had veered a little, slackening. It would drop towards dawn. Here and there, high and black beyond the racing clouds, the spaces of the night were filled with stars. Then, suddenly, directly overhead, the clouds parted, and there, sailing through them like a ship through running waves, the star. It hung there among the dazzle of smaller stars, flickering at first, then pulsing, growing, bursting with light, and all the colours that you see in dancing water. I watched it wax and flame and break open in light. Then a racing wind would fling a web of cloud across it, till it lay grey and dull and distant, lost to the eye among the other minor stars. Then, as the swarm began their dance again, it came again, gathering and swelling and dilating with light till it stood among the other stars like a torch, throwing a whirl of sparks. So on through the night as I stood alone on the ramparts and watched it, vivid and bright, then grey and sleeping, but each time waking to burn more gently, till it breathed light rather than beat, and towards morning hung glowing and quiet, with the light growing round it as the new day promised to come in clear and still. I drew breath and wiped the sweat from my face. I straightened up from where I'd leaned against the ramparts. My body was stiff, but the ache had gone. I looked up at Igraine's darkened window, where now they slept. Chapter 9. I walked slowly back across the platform towards the door. As I opened it, I heard from below, clear and sharp, a knocking on the postern gate. I took a stride through to the landing, pulling the door quietly shut behind me, just as Felix came out of the lodge below and made for the postern. As his hand went out to the chain bolt, Ralph whipped out behind him, his arm raised high. I caught the glint in his fist of a dagger reversed. He jumped, cat-footed, and struck with the hilt. Felix dropped where he stood. There must have been some slight sound audible to the man outside, above the roaring of the sea, for his voice came sharply. "What is it? Felix?" And the knocking came again, harder than before. I was already halfway down the flight. Ralph had stooped to the porter's body, but turned as he saw me coming, and interpreted my gesture correctly. For he straightened, calling out clearly, "Who's there?" "A pilgrim." It was a man's voice, rough and breathless. I ran lightly down the rest of the flight. As I ran, I was stripping my cloak off and winding it round my left arm. Ralph threw me a look from which all the gaiety and daring had gone. He had no need even to ask the next question. We both knew the answer. "Who makes the pilgrimage?" The boy's voice was hoarse. "Brithale! Now open up quickly!" "My Lord Brithale! My lord, I cannot. I have no orders to admit anyone this way." He was watching me as I stooped, took Felix under the armpits, and dragged him with as little noise as I could back into the lodge and out of sight. I saw Ralph lick his lips. "Can you not ride to the main gate, my lord? The Duchess will be asleep, and I have no orders." "Who's that?" demanded Brithale. "Ralph, by your voice. Where's Felix?" "Gone up to the guard-room, sir." "Then get the key from him, or send him down." The man's voice roughened, and a fist thudded against the gate. "Do as I say, boy, or by God I'll have the skin off your back. I've a message for the Duchess, and she won't thank you for holding me here. Come now, hurry up." The key's here, my lord. A moment." He threw a desperate look over his shoulder as he made a business of fumbling with the lock. I left the unconscious man bundled out of sight, and was back at Ralph's shoulder, breathing into his ear. "See if he's alone first, then let him in." He nodded, and the door opened on its chain bolt. Under cover of the noise it made, I had my sword out, and melted into the shadow behind the boy, where the opening door would screen me from Brithale. I stood back against the wall. Ralph put his eye to the gap and then drew back, with a nod at me, and began to slide the chain out of its socket. "Excuse me, my Lord Brithale." He sounded abject and confused. I had to make sure. Is there trouble?" "What else?" Brithale thrust the door open so sharply that it would have thudded into me if Ralph had not checked it. "Never mind, you did well enough." He strode in and stopped, towering over the boy. "Has anyone else been to this gate tonight?" "Why, no, sir." Ralph sounded scared, as well he might, and therefore convincing. "Not while I've been here, and Felix said nothing. Why, what's happened?" Brithale gave a grunt, and his accoutrements jingled as he shrugged. "There was a fellow down yonder, a horseman. He attacked us. I left Jordan to deal with him. There's been nothing here, then? No trouble at all?" "None, my lord." Then lock the gate again and let none in but Jordan. And now I must see the Duchess." "I bring grave news, Ralph. The Duke is dead." "The Duke?" The boy began to stammer. He made no attempt to shut the gate, but left it swinging free. It hid Brithale from me still, but Ralph was just beside me, and in the dim light I saw his face go pinched and blank with shock. "The Duke? Dead, my lord? Murdered?" Brithale, already moving, checked and stared. In another pace he would be clear of the door, which hid me from him. I must not let him reach the steps and get above me. "Murdered? Why, in God's name, who would do that? That's not Uther's way, no. The Duke took the chance before the king got here, and we attacked the king's camp tonight, out of Dimilioch. But they were ready. Gorlois was killed in the first sally. I rode with Jordan to bring the news. We came straight from the field. Now lock that gate and do as I say." He turned away and made for the steps. There was room now to use a sword. I stepped out from the shadow behind the door. "Brithale?" The man whirled. His reactions were so quick that they cancelled out my advantage of surprise. I suppose I needn't have spoken at all, but again there are certain things a prince must do. It cost me dear enough, and could have cost me my life. I should have remembered that tonight I was no prince. I was fate's creature, like Gorlois, whom I had betrayed, and Brithale, whom I now must kill. And I was the future's hostage. But the burden weighed heavy on me, and his sword was out almost before mine was raised, and then we stood measuring one another, eye to eye. He recognized me then as our eyes met. I saw the shock in his, and a quick flash of fear which vanished in a moment. The moment when my stance and my drawn sword told him that this would be his kind of fight, not mine. He may have seen in my face that I had already fought harder than he, that night. "I should have known you were here. Jordan said it was your man down there, you damned enchanter. Ralph! Felix! Guard! Ho there, guard!" I saw he had not grasped straight away that I had been inside the gate all along. Then the silence on the stairway, and Ralph's quick move away from me to shut the gate told its own story. Fast as a wolf, too quickly for me to do anything, Brithale swept his left arm with its clenched mailed fist, smashing into the side of the boy's head. Ralph dropped without a sound, his body wedging the gate wide open. Brithale leapt back into the gateway. "Jordan! Jordan! To me! Treachery!"
Then I was on him, blundering somehow through his guard, breast to breast, and our swords bit and slivered together with whining metal and the clash of sparks. Rapid steps down the stairs. Ulfin's voice. "My lord! Ralph!" I said in gasps. "Ulfin, tell the king Gorlois is dead. We must get back. Hurry!" I heard him go, fast up the stairs at a stumbling run. Brithale said through his teeth, "The king? Now I see, you pandering whoremaster." He was a big man, a fighter in his prime, and justly angry. I was without experience and hating what I must do, but I must do it. I was no longer a prince or even a man fighting by the rules of men. I was a wild animal fighting to kill because it must. With my free hand I struck him hard in the mouth, and saw the surprise in his eyes as he jumped back to disengage his sword. Then he came in fast, the sword a flashing ring of iron round him. Somehow I ducked under the whistling blade, parried a blow and held it, and lashed a kick that took him full on the knee. The sword whipped down past my cheek with a hiss like a burn. I felt the hot sting of pain and the blood running. Then, as his weight went on the bruised knee, he trod crookedly, slipped on the soaked turf, and fell heavily, his elbow striking a stone and the sword flying from his hand. Any other man would have stepped back to let him pick it up. I went down on him with all the weight I had, and my own sword shortened, stabbing for his throat. It was light now and growing lighter. I saw the contempt and fury in his eyes as he rolled away from the stabbing blade. It missed him, and drove deep into a spongy turf of sea pink. In the guarded second, as I fought to free it, his tactics shifted to match mine, and with that iron fist he struck me hard behind the ear. Then, wrenching himself aside, was on his feet and plunging down the dreadful slope to where his own sword lay shining in the grass, 2 paces from the cliff's edge. If he reached it, he would kill me in seconds. I rolled, bunching to get to my feet, flinging myself anyhow down the slimy slope towards the sword. He caught me half onto my knees. His booted foot drove into my side, then into my back. The pain broke in me like a bubble of blood, and my bones melted, throwing me flat again. But I felt my flailing foot catch the metal, and the sword jerked from its hold in the turf to skid, with how gently a shimmer, over the edge.
Seconds later, it seemed, we could hear, thin and sweet through the thunder of the waves, the whine of metal as it struck the rocks below. But before even the sound reached us, he was on me again. I had a knee under me and was dragging myself up painfully. Through the blood in my eyes, I saw the blow coming and tried to dodge. But his fist struck me in the throat, knocking me sideways with a savagery that spread-eagled me again on the wet turf with the breath gone from my body and the sight from my eyes. I felt myself roll and slip, and remembering what lay below, blindly drove my left hand into the turf to stop myself falling. My sword was still in my right hand. He jumped for me again, and with all the weight of his big body brought both feet down on my hand where it grasped the sword. The hand broke across the metal guard. I heard it go. The sword snapped upwards like a trap springing, and caught him across his outstretched hand. He cursed in a gasp, without words, and recoiled momentarily. Somehow I had the sword in my left hand. He came in again as quickly as before, and even as I tried to drag myself away, he made a quick stride forward and stamped again on my broken hand. Somebody screamed. I felt myself thrash over, mindless with pain, blind. With the last strength I had, I jabbed the sword, hopelessly shortened, up at his straddled body, felt it torn from my hand, and then lay waiting without resistance for the last kick in my side that would send me over the cliff. I lay there breathless, retching, choking on bile, my face to the ground and my left hand driven into the soft tufts of sea pink, as if it clung to life for me. The beat and crash of the sea shook the cliff, and even this slight tremor seemed to grind pain through my body. It hurt at every point. My side pained as though the ribs were stove in, and the skin had been stripped from the cheek that lay pressed hard into the turf. There was blood in my mouth, and my right hand was a jelly of pain. I could hear some other man, a long way off, making small, abject sounds of pain. The blood in my mouth bubbled and oozed down my chin into the ground, and I knew it was I who was groaning. Merlin, the son of Ambrosius, the prince, the great enchanter. I shut my mouth on the blood and began to push and claw my way to my feet. The pain in my hand was cruel, the worst of all. I heard rather than felt the small bones grind where their ends were broken. I felt myself lurching as I got to my knees and daren't try to stand upright so near the cliff's edge. Below me a master wave struck, thundered, fountained up into the greying light, then fell back to crash into the next rising wave. The cliff trembled. A seabird, the first of the day, sailed overhead crying. I crawled away from the edge, and then stood up. Brithael was lying near the postern gate on his belly, as if he'd been trying to crawl there. Behind him on the turf was a wake of blood, glossy on the grass like the track of a snail. He was dead. That last desperate stroke had caught the big vein in the groin, and the life had pumped out of him as he tried to crawl for help. Some of the blood that soaked me must be his. I went on my knees beside him and made sure. Then I rolled him over and over till the slope took him, and he went after his sword into the sea. The blood would have to take care of itself. It was raining again, and with luck the blood would be gone before anyone saw it. The postern gate stood open still. I reached it somehow and stood supporting myself with a shoulder against the jamb. There was blood in my eyes, too. I wiped it away with a wet sleeve. Ralph had gone, the porter also. The torch had burnt low in its socket, and the smoky light showed the lodge and stairway empty. The castle was quiet. At the top of the stairway the door stood partly open, and I saw light there and heard voices. Quiet voices, urgent but unalarmed. Uther's party must still be in control. There had been no alarm given. I shivered in the dawn chill. Somewhere unheeded the cloak had dropped from my arm. I didn't trouble to look for it. I let go of the gate and tried standing upright without support. I could do it. I started to make my way down the path towards the bay.
Chapter 10. There was just light enough to see the way. Light enough, too, to see the dreadful cliff and the roaring depths below. But I think I was so occupied with the weakness of my body, with the simple mechanics of keeping that body upright and my good hand working and the injured hand out of trouble, that I never once thought of the sea below or the perilous narrowness of the strip of safe rock. I got past the first stretch quickly and then clawed my way, half crawling, down the next steep slide, across the tufted grasses and the rattling steps of scree. As the path took me lower, the seas came roaring up closer beside me, till I felt the spray of the big waves salt with the salt blood on my face. The tide was full in with morning, the waves still high with the night's wind, shooting icy tongues up the licked rock and bursting beside me with a hollow crash that shook the very bones in my body, and drenched the path down which I crawled and stumbled. I found him halfway up from the beach, lying face downwards, within an inch of the edge. One arm hung over the brink, and at the end of it the limp hand swung to the shocks of air disturbed by the waves. The other hand seemed to have stiffened, hooked to a piece of rock. The fingers were black with dried blood. The path was just wide enough. Somehow I turned him over, pulling and shifting him as best I could, till he was lying close against the cliff. I knelt between him and the sea. "Cadal! Cadal!" His flesh was cold. In the near darkness I could see that there was blood on his face, and what looked like thick ooze from some wound up near the hair. I put my hand to it. It was a cut, but not enough to kill. I tried to feel the heartbeat in his wrist, but my numbed hand kept slipping on the wet flesh, and I could feel nothing. I pulled at his soaked tunic, and couldn't get it open. Then a clasp gave way, and it tore apart, laying the chest bare. When I saw what the cloth had hidden, I knew there was no need to feel for his heart. I pulled the sodden cloth back over him, as if it could warm him, and sat back on my heels, only then attending to the fact that men were coming down the path from the castle. Uther came round the cliff as easily as if he were walking across his palace floor. His sword was ready in his hand, the long cloak gathered over his left arm. Ulfin, looking like a ghost, came after him. The king stood over me, and for some moments he didn't speak. Then all he said was, "Dead?" "Yes." "And Jordan?" "Dead too, I imagine, or Cadal would not have got this far to warn us." "And Brithale?" "Dead." "Did you know all this before we came tonight?" "No," I said. "Nor of Gorlois's death?" "No." "If you were a prophet as you claim to be, you would have known." His voice was thin and bitter. I looked up. His face was calm, the fever gone, but his eyes, slaty in the grey light, were bleak and weary. I said briefly, "I told you. I had to take the time on trust. This was the time. We succeeded." "And if we'd waited until tomorrow, these men, I and your servant here as well, would still be living. And Gorlois dead and his lady a widow. And mine to claim without these deaths and whisperings." "But tomorrow you would have begotten a different child." "A legitimate child," he said swiftly. "Not a bastard such as we have made between us tonight. By the head of Mithras, do you truly think my name and hers can withstand this night's work? Even if we marry within the week, you know what men will say. That I am Gorlois's murderer. And there are men who will go on believing that she was in truth pregnant by him as she told them, and that the child is his." "They will not say this. There is not a man who will doubt that he is yours, Uther, and rightwise king born of all Britain." He made a short sound, not a laugh, but it held both amusement and contempt. "Do you think I shall ever listen to you again? I see now what your magic is, this power you talk of. It's nothing but human trickery, an attempt at statecraft which my brother taught you to like, and to play for, and to believe was your mystery. It is trickery to promise men what they desire, to let them think you have the power to give it, but to keep the price secret, and then leave them to pay.
It is God who keeps the price secret, Uther, not I. God? God? What God? I've heard you speak of so many gods. If you mean Mithras... Mithras? Apollo? Arthur? Christ? Call him what you will, I said. What does it matter what men call the light? It's the same light, and men must live by it or die. I only know that God is the source of all the light which has lit the world, and that his purpose runs through the world and past each one of us like a great river, and we can't check or turn it, but can only drink from it while living, and commit our bodies to it when we die. The blood was running from my mouth again. I put up my sleeve to wipe it away. He saw, but his face never changed. I doubt if he'd even listened to what I said, or if he could have heard me for the thunder of the sea. He said merely with that same indifference that stood like a wall between us, "These are only words. You use even God to gain your ends. It is God who tells me to do these things. It is God who exacts the price. It is God who sees that others should pay. For what, Merlin? For your ambition? For the great prophet and magician of whom men speak with bated breath and give more worship than they would a king or his high priest? And who is it pays this debt to God for carrying out your plans? Not you. The men who play your game for you and pay the price. Ambrosius, Vortigern, Gorlois. These other men here tonight, but you pay nothing. Never you." A wave crashed beside us, and the spume showered the ledge, raining down on Cadal's upturned face. I leaned over and wiped it away with some of the blood. "No," I said. Uther said above me, "I tell you, Merlin, you shall not use me. I'll no longer be a puppet for you to pull the strings, so keep away from me. And I'll tell you this also. I'll not acknowledge the bastard I begot tonight." It was a king speaking, unanswerable. A still, cold figure with behind his shoulder the star hanging clear in the grey. I said nothing. "You hear me?" "Yes." He shifted the cloak from his arm and flung it to Ulfin, who held it for him to put on. He settled it to his shoulders, then looked down at me again. "For what service you have rendered, you shall keep the land I gave you. Get back then to your Welsh mountains, and trouble me no more." I said wearily, "I shall not trouble you again, Uther. You will not need me again." He was silent for a moment, then he said abruptly, "Ulfin will help you carry the body down." I turned away. "There is no need. Leave me now." A pause filled with the thunder of the sea. I had not meant to speak so, but I was past caring or even knowing what I said. I only wanted him gone. His sword point was level with my eyes. I saw it shift and shimmer, and thought for a moment that he was angry enough to use it. Then it flashed up and was rammed home in its housings. He swung round and went on his way down the path. Ulfin edged quietly past without a word and followed his master. Before they had reached the next corner, the sea had obliterated the sound of their footsteps. I turned to find Cadal watching me. "Cadal." "That's a king for you." His voice was a whisper, but it was his own, rough and amused. "Give him something he swears he's dying for. And then, 'Do you think I can withstand this night's work?' says he. A fine old night's work he's put in for sure. And looks it. Cadal, you too? You're hurt. Your hand. Blood on your face. It's nothing. Nothing that won't mend, never mind that. But you... He moved his head slightly. It's no use. Let be. I'm comfortable enough. No pain now? No. It's cold, though. I moved closer to him, trying to shield his body with my own from the bursting spray as the waves struck the rock. I took his hand in my own good one.
I could not chafe it, but pulled my tunic open and held it there against my breast. "I'm afraid I lost my cloak," I said. "Jordan's dead, then?" "Yes." He waited for a moment. "What happened up yonder?" "It all went as we had planned. But Gorlois attacked out of Demilioch and got himself killed. That's why Brithale and Jordan rode this way to tell the Duchess." "I heard them coming. I knew they'd be bound to see me and the horses. I had to stop them giving the alarm while the king was still." He paused for breath. "Don't trouble," I said. "It's done with and all's well." He took no notice. His voice was the merest whisper now, but clear and thin, and I heard every word through the raging of the sea. "So I mounted and rode up a bit of the way to meet them, the other side of the water. And when they came level, I jumped the stream and tried to stop them." He waited for a moment. "But Brithale, that's a fighter now. Quick as a snake, never hesitated. Sword straight into me and then rode over me. Left me for Jordan to finish." "His mistake?" His cheek muscles moved slightly. It was a smile. After a while he asked, "Did he see the horses after all?" "No. Ralph was at the gate when he came, and Brithale just asked if anyone had been up to the castle, because he'd met a horseman below. When Ralph said no, he accepted it. We let him in, then killed him." "Uther?" It was an assumption, not a question. His eyes were closed. "No. Uther was still with the Duchess. I couldn't risk Brithale taking him unarmed. He would have killed her, too." The eyes flared open momentarily, clear and startled. "You?" "Come, Cadal, you hardly flatter me." I gave him a grin. "Though I'd have done you no credit, I'm afraid. It was a very dirty fight. The king wouldn't even know the rules. I invented them as I went along." This time it really was a smile. "Merlin. Little Merlin, that couldn't even sit a horse. You kill me." The tide must be on the turn. The next wave that thundered up sent only the finest spray, which fell on my shoulders like mist. I said, "I have killed you, Cadal." "The gods," he said, and drew a great sighing breath. I knew what that meant. He was running out of time. As the light grew, I could see how much of his blood had soaked into the soaking path. "I heard what the king said. Could it not have happened without all this?" "No, Cadal." His eyes shut for a moment, then opened again. "Well," was all he said. But in the syllable was all the acquiescent faith of the past 8 years. His eyes were showing white now below the pupil, and his jaw was slack. I put my good arm under him and raised him a little. I spoke quickly and clearly. "It will happen, Cadal, as my father wished, and as God willed through me. You heard what Uther said about the child. That alters nothing. Because of this night's work, Igraine will bear the child. And because of the night's work, she will send him away as soon as he is born, out of the king's sight. She will send him to me, and I shall take him out of the king's reach and keep him and teach him all that Galapas taught me, and Ambrosius, and you, even Belasius. He will be the sum of all our lives. And when he is grown, he will come back and be crowned king at Winchester." "You know this? You promise me that you know this?" The words were scarcely recognizable. The breath was coming now in bubbling gasps. His eyes were small and white and blind.
I lifted him and held him strongly against me. I said gently and very clearly, I know this. I, Merlin, Prince and Prophet, promise you this, Cadal. His head fell sideways against me, too heavy for him now as the muscles went out of control. His eyes had gone. He made some small muttering sound, and then suddenly and clearly he said, Make the sign for me, and died. I gave him to the sea, with Brithael, who had killed him. The tide would take him, Ralph had said, and carry him away as far as the western stars. Apart from the slow clop of hoofs and the jingle of metal, there was no sound in the valley. The storm had died. There was no wind, and when I had ridden beyond the first bend of the stream, I lost even the sound of the sea. Down beside me along the stream, mist hung still like a veil. Above, the sky was clear towards sunrise. Still in the sky, high now and steady, hung the star. But while I watched it, the pale sky grew brighter round it, flooding it with gold and soft fire, and then with a bursting wave of brilliant light, as up over the land where the herald star had hung, rose the young sun.